Long before the castles of Europe echoed with the clash of knights, another world was stirring to life. Across the wide steppes, riders gathered under banners of wolves and eagles. In India, mighty empires crumbled, leaving space for new dynasties to rise. And in China, kingdoms fought to reunite the Middle Kingdom after centuries of division. This was the dawn of medieval Asia, a time of warriors, poets, emperors, and wandering monks, when the shape of a continent was redrawn. Long before the spires of European cathedrals rose skyward, the vast continent of Asia was already in motion. From the sun-drenched temples of India to the frozen plains of Mongolia, and from the river valleys of China to the islands of Japan, entire civilizations were stirring. The year is around 330, a moment when the old order was collapsing and something new was beginning. What we now call the medieval age in Asia was not born in a single year or in a single place. Instead, it emerged slowly, like dawn spreading its first pale light across the horizon. In India, the great Gupta Empire was entering its golden years. Often called a classical age, the Guptas had brought stability, learning, and a flowering of art and science. Sanskrit literature thrived, mathematics advanced, and temples of stone began to pierce the skies. Yet, even in this moment of glory, cracks had already begun to show. Beyond the frontiers, nomadic groups pressed inward. Local princes grew more independent, and in time, this unity would fragment, leaving the subcontinent divided once more. To the north, across the windswept grasslands, horsemen were gathering. They belonged to a people little remembered today. In their time they shook empires. They were the Ruran, the first of a long line of kaganates, nomadic confederations that would dominate the heart of Asia for centuries. Name meant wriggling worms to their enemies, but to themselves they were proud and fierce. Mounted on swift horses, armed with composite bows, were the heirs of the Xiongnu, another tribal confederation, and forerunners of the Mongols. Mid-4th century, their Khagans commanded respect and fear from the gates of China to the fringes of Central Asia. Meanwhile, in China itself, the mighty Han dynasty was already a memory. For centuries after its fall, China had been divided. This was the time of the northern and southern dynasties. To the north, nomadic peoples who had settled inside the empire created kingdoms of their own, blending Chinese traditions with steppe ways. To the south, the remnants of Han culture clung to the Yangtze River Valley, building courts of poetry and ceremony, while looking nervously at the horsemen beyond their walls. It was an age of both turmoil and creativity. Wars raged, but so did innovation. Buddhist monks carried their teachings along the Silk Roads, bringing new faith and art to every corner of Asia. Sculptors carved serene Buddhas into cliff sides, while scholars debated the nature of reality in monasteries. Even amid division and violence, ideas flowed. The Ruran were among the first to sense the possibilities of this new age. Rose from obscurity in the early 4th century, building alliances among clans and tribes. In settled kingdoms, the power of a khaganate rested on mobility. Horses could cover distances that stone walls could not defend. An army of steppe riders could appear suddenly, vanish just as quickly, strike again before the enemy even understood what had happened. To the Chinese dynasties, these riders were both a menace and a necessity. Some emperors fought them, others brought peace with silk and princesses. The steppe and the zone were locked together in a dance of rivalry and dependence. Yeah, the Guptas faced different challenges. Their heartland in the Ganges plain was rich and fertile, but the frontiers were restless. The Hunas, a branch of the same nomadic movements that troubled Europe, began to press into the subcontinent. Their raids weakened the empire and forced the Guptas to spend treasure on defense rather than temples. Yet for a time, Indian culture continued to glow. Kalidasa, one of the greatest Sanskrit poets, plays an epic that celebrated love and duty. Mathematicians experimented with numbers that would later travel to the Arab world and beyond. Even as storms gathered, the Gupta court remained a beacon of learning. China too saw brightness amid chaos. In the southern courts, scholars cultivated refined tastes. Poets wrote of longing and exile. Painters created landscapes that seemed to capture the very breath of nature. In the north, where cultures mixed, styles of art appeared. Chinese brushwork with Central Asian motifs. Buddhism, newly arrived from India, found fertile ground. Monasteries grew rich, statues of the Buddha grew tall, and scriptures were translated into Chinese. The divided land was spiritually alive. The world of early medieval Asia was one of contrasts. Nomads of the steppes measured wealth in horses and sheep, their lives shaped by the seasons and the grasslands. Farmers in the river valleys measured wealth in grain and taxes, their lives bound to fields and villages. Between them flowed merchants, monks, and envoys, carrying silks, spices, stories, and songs. No kingdom was truly isolated. Even in the 4th and 5th centuries, the vast network of the Silk Roads tied together China, India, and Central Asia. The Ruran, with their Khagans, rose high, but their glory was not eternal. By the mid-500s they would fall to a new people, the Gökturks, a confederation that would build the first great Turkic empire. Yet in their time the Ruran established a pattern. The steppe confederation that could challenge, threaten, and even shape the destiny of China. By the year 500, the world looked very different from the one that had existed 2 centuries earlier. The Gupta Empire was shrinking, beset by nomadic invasions. China was still divided, but the stirrings of unity would soon emerge in the form of the Sui dynasty. The Ruran still dominated the steppe, but storms were gathering against them. A new rhythm had begun, one that would carry Asia into its medieval age. And as the sun set on this world of empires and riders, one thing was clear. This was not an age of decline, but an age of transformation. Out of the shifting sands and riding hooves, new powers were preparing to rise. The winds of the steppe never stand still. For generations, the Ruran riders had thundered across the plains, their banners streaming and their Khagans feared. But by the middle of the 6th century, their power was fading. Rivals once content to serve as allies and vassals now turned against them. Among these rivals were the Gökturks, a people who spoke a language belonging to the Turkic family and whose name simply meant Celestial Turks. They were once smiths, working iron in the service of the Ruran. Yet iron was more than just metal. In the steppe world, it meant weapons, horseshoes, and the very foundation of war. The smiths who worked the fires had a secret power, and in time they forged not only swords but an empire. In 552, the Gökturks rose in rebellion, defeating the Ruran and claiming the vast grasslands for themselves. With astonishing speed, the Gökturk Khaganate spread across Central Asia. From the Altai Mountains in the east to the Caspian Sea in the west, their influence reached farther than the Ruran had ever dreamed. Their Khagans claimed the authority of heaven itself, styling themselves as chosen rulers of the world beneath the sky. Tribes were bound together with oaths, marriages, and military might. The Gökturks controlled the arteries of the Silk Road. That great web of trade routes that carried silk, jade, and porcelain from the east and horses, glass, and silver from the west. Caravans wound their way across deserts and mountains, paying tribute to the Khagans for safe passage. For a century, the Turks stood at the heart of Asia, middlemen between empires. Their power was not only military but economic. And yet the Khaganate was vast and fragile. Steppe politics were never simple. Alliances shifted, succession disputes tore families apart, and enemies waited for weakness. By the early 7th century, the empire split into Eastern and Western Turks, each with its own Khagan, each claiming legitimacy. Though divided, they remained a force that both China and Persia had to reckon with. While the Turks were hammering out their dominion, China was stirring from centuries of disunity. The northern and southern dynasties had fought endlessly, draining men and treasure in pursuit of a dream, the reunification of the Middle Kingdom. At last, that dream began to take shape. In 581, a general named Yang Jian seized power in the north and proclaimed a new dynasty, the Sui. Ruthless, ambitious, and determined, Yang Jian, now known as Emperor Wen of Sui, sought to restore the grandeur of the Han. The Sui dynasty was short-lived, lasting less than 4 decades, but its impact was immense. It was under the Sui that China was knit back together into a single empire. Armies marched south to conquer rival states, rivers became highways of soldiers and grain, and at last the Middle Kingdom stood whole again. The Sui undertook vast projects, the most famous of which was the Grand Canal. Stretching over 1,000 miles, it connected the fertile south with the political heartland of the north. Grain could now flow to the capital, armies could be moved swiftly, and merchants found new markets open before them. Though millions suffered in its construction, the canal became the backbone of China's economy for centuries to come. But the Sui rulers demanded too much. Their wars against Korea drained the treasury and exhausted the people. Their taxes grew unbearable. Their projects consumed countless lives, and rebellion spread. By 618, the dynasty collapsed under its own weight. Yet from the ruins rose one of the greatest dynasties in all of Chinese history, the Tang, founded by Li Yuan. The Tang dynasty inherited the unification of the Sui but ruled with greater skill. They balanced power between aristocratic clans, cultivated alliances with nomadic peoples, and encouraged trade and culture. Within decades, the Tang would become the dominant power of East Asia. For the steppe peoples, the Tang rise was both an opportunity and a threat. The Eastern Turks sought to use the young dynasty as pawns, while the Tang in turn learned how to play nomadic politics, rewarding some tribes, punishing others, and always seeking to keep the steppes divided. Meanwhile, in Korea, the ancient struggle of the three kingdoms, Goguryeo, Baekje, and Silla, raged on. The Tang would soon play their part in this struggle, aiding the kingdom of Silla in its bid to unify the peninsula. In Japan, across the sea, the Asuka period was unfolding. Inspired by Chinese models, the Japanese court adopted Buddhism, reformed its government, and laid the groundwork for a centralized state. The ripples of China's reunification spread far beyond its borders. Back on the steppes, the Turks remained powerful, but cracks deepened. The Western Turks faced pressure from Persia and internal feuds, while the Eastern Turks clashed with the Tang. For a time, the Eastern Turks even captured the Chinese emperor and threatened to undo the Tang's rise. But by the mid-7th century, Tang armies struck back, defeating the Eastern Turks and bringing the steppe under their shadow. It was a turning point. The once dominant Khaganate was humbled, its people scattered or absorbed. Though the Turks would rise again in later decades, the balance had shifted. For the first time in centuries, it was not the nomads dictating terms to China. but China dictating to the nomads. The years between 550 and 650 were therefore an age of change. The Ruran were gone, swept away by the Turks. The Turks themselves had split, their strength diluted. The Sui had briefly unified China, only to collapse, paving the way for the Tang, whose empire would soon shine like no other. The steppe, the zone, and the sea, all three spheres of Asia were now locked in a delicate balance. Trade flowed, armies marched, and ideas traveled faster than ever before. Monks carried Buddhism from India into China, Korea, and Japan. Diplomats crossed deserts to negotiate with Khagans. Merchants risked bandits and storms to bring silk westward and silver eastward. Asia in the 7th century was a continent in motion, each region influencing the others in subtle and dramatic ways. And though peace was rare and struggle constant, there was also a sense of possibility, as if the whole of Asia was stepping onto a new stage of history. By the middle of the 7th century, the Tang dynasty was beginning to shine with a brilliance that few empires in history could match. From their capital of Chang'an, a city of grand avenues and bustling markets, the Tang emperors projected their power across Asia. Chang'an itself was a marvel, perhaps the largest city in the world at the time, home to more than 1 million people. Streets were laid out like a chessboard, lined with shops, temples, and gardens. Caravans from Persia, envoys from Central Asia, and monks from India all mingled in its markets. This was the golden age of China's medieval history, a time when poetry, painting, and philosophy flourished. But it was also a time of war, diplomacy, and expansion. The Tang emperors claimed the mandate of heaven, yet they also understood that heaven's favor had to be secured on the battlefield. The Tang inherited from the Sui not only a unified China, but also the constant challenge of the steppe. The Eastern Turks, who once held the Chinese court hostage, were now on the defensive. In 630, the Tang launched a decisive campaign, capturing the Turkic Khagan and breaking their power. The victory was celebrated as proof that the Middle Kingdom had regained its rightful place as master of the world. But the Tang did not merely destroy their enemies, they absorbed them. Defeated tribes were settled inside the empire, their warriors drafted into the Tang armies. Some steppe leaders were given Chinese titles, allowed to rule as vassals so long as they recognized Tang supremacy. It was a delicate balance, part conquest, part partnership. In this way, the Tang extended their influence deep into Central Asia. By mid-century, Tang banners were flying as far west as the oasis cities of the Tarim Basin. The empire's control of these Silk Road hubs gave them access to the riches of Central Asia and allowed them to oversee the flow of trade between East and West. While the Tang were rising, the Korean peninsula remained divided among the three kingdoms, Goguryeo, Baekje, and Silla. For centuries these states had fought one another, each seeking dominance. Goguryeo were the strongest militarily, famous for its fierce warriors and mountain fortresses. Baekje held close cultural ties to Japan and boasted fine scholars and artisans. Silla, though initially weaker, had carefully cultivated alliances. The Tang dynasty saw opportunity here. Aligning with Silla, they launched campaigns against Baekje and Goguryeo. In 660, Baekje fell. A few years later, after a grueling war, Goguryeo collapsed in 668. With Tang support, Silla unified the Korean peninsula, creating a new order that would endure for centuries. Yet unification came with tension. Silla, though grateful to the Tang, resented Chinese interference. After all, no kingdom likes to be seen as a puppet. In time, the Koreans pushed back, forcing the Tang to withdraw their garrisons. Still, the balance of power had shifted. For the first time, Korea was united under a single dynasty, and its culture, a blend of native traditions, Confucian statecraft, and Buddhism, began to mature into a distinct identity. Across the sea, Japan was watching closely. For centuries, the Japanese islands had been ruled by clan chieftains. Their power centered around the Yamato court. But during the Asuka period, 538 to 710, Japan underwent a dramatic transformation. Heavily influenced by China and Korea, Buddhism had arrived from Korea in the 6th century, bringing not only a new religion but also writing, architecture, and philosophy. By the 7th century, Japanese rulers realized that if they were to stand equal to the great empires of the continent, they would need to reform their government. The most famous step came in 645 with the Taika reforms, inspired by Tang China. Lands were declared the property of the emperor. Local chieftains were reduced in power, and a new centralized administration was created. Courts, ranks, and bureaucracies began to resemble those of China. Even the capital was modeled on Chang'an, with wide avenues and palace complexes. It was in this stage that Prince Shotoku became a legendary figure, promoting Buddhism and sending embassies to China. Japan was no longer a collection of tribes but was becoming a state, one that would carry both continental influence and its own native traditions into the medieval era. The period between 650 and 750 was one of extraordinary dynamism in East Asia. Tang China stood at its height, Korea had been unified, and Japan was reshaping itself. Buddhism connected them all. Monks traveled between these lands carrying scriptures, relics, and ideas. Pilgrims from China journeyed to India, braving deserts and mountains in search of sacred texts. Japanese students studied in Chinese monasteries, bringing home not only religion but also music, architecture, and law. This was also an age of poetry. In China, poets like Wang Wei and Du Fu began to write verses that captured both the grandeur of empire and the sorrows of human life. In Japan, early poetry collections like the Manyoshu were beginning to take shape, blending courtly refinement with natural imagery. Words, like goods, flowed along the same networks that tied Asia together. Yet beneath the brilliance, shadows lurked. The Tang's reach into Central Asia would eventually bring them into conflict with new powers on the horizon. The Tibetans, the Arabs, and even the revived Turks. Korea's unity, while real, carried internal strains, and Japan's reforms, though ambitious, would not erase the strength of local clans. The seeds of future struggles were already sown. But for a time, Asia seemed to glow with possibility. Great capitals rose, trade flourished, and the cultures of East Asia was bound together more closely than ever before. It was in many ways the first truly connected era of the medieval Far East. Tang emperors consolidated their rule in the east. The steppe was once again stirring. The defeat of the Eastern Turks in the early 7th century had seemed decisive, but history on the grasslands was rarely settled for long. Out of old clans and forgotten banners, a new generation of riders began to gather. By the early 8th century, the second Turkic Khaganate had risen, restoring the pride of the steppe. Their story is known to us through the Orkhon inscriptions carved into stone in the valleys of Mongolia. These inscriptions speak in a proud and poetic voice, telling of how the Turks were scattered and enslaved, only to rise again under the leadership of Khagans like Bilge Khagan and the great general Ponyukuk. To read them is to hear the echoes of the steppe itself, the lament for fallen warriors, the boast of victories, the reminder that fortune is as fleeting as the grass beneath the hooves of horses. The Second Turks revived the ancient power of mobility. Their horsemen struck across the plains, harassing Tang garrisons and asserting dominance over tribes that had wavered. Though they never reached the heights of the first Göktürk Empire, they restored enough strength to remind China that the frontier could never be tamed for long. For a few decades the Khaganate flourished, binding together tribes under the eternal sky. Yet by 744, internal discord and new rivals, the Uyghurs, would bring them down. Their fall marked the end of an era, the last great moment of Turkic supremacy in early medieval Asia. While the Turks reclaimed their place on the steppe, another power was rising in the mountains. To the south of the Silk Road, on the high plateau of Tibet, a kingdom was taking shape. Its founder, Dzongtsen Gampo, ruled in the early 7th century and is remembered as the first great emperor of Tibet. From his capital at Lhasa, he extended his control over the plateau and reached outward into Nepal, Bhutan, and parts of Central Asia. Songtsen Gampo forged alliances through marriage. One princess came from Nepal, another from China, and he welcomed the new faith of Buddhism into Tibet. Temples were built, scriptures translated, and Tibetan art began to blend Indian and Chinese influences. This was the beginning of Tibet's unique spiritual identity, one that would continue to grow in centuries to come. Tibet was not only spiritual, it was martial. Its armies were fierce, adapted to mountain warfare, and ambitious in their reach. In the mid 7th century, Tibetan forces clashed with the Tang, at times seizing parts of the Silk Road. By the 8th century, the Tibetans were among the most formidable rivals of China, strong enough to occupy Chang'an itself for a brief time in 763. Thus, while China flourished in its golden age, it faced constant challenges from Turks to Tibetans and beyond. No dynasty ever reached its zenith by standing still. The Tang sought to extend their power not only across China but into the vast world beyond. Their armies marched westward into Central Asia, pushing into the oases of the Tarim Basin and beyond the Pamir Mountains. In these distant lands, the Tang encountered not only Turks and Tibetans but also Persians and Arabs. The collapse of the old Sasanian Empire under the onslaught of Islam brought new forces into play. Arab armies swept eastward while Tang forces pushed west. Their meeting would come in 751 at the Battle of Talas. Though this battle falls just beyond our period, its approach was already shaping the world in the early 8th century. Tang influence extended deep into Central Asia, but so did Arab power. The Silk Road was now contested not just by nomads and Chinese emperors, but by the caliphs of Damascus and Baghdad. For merchants, however, these struggles were both peril and opportunity. By the early 8th century, the Silk Roads were busier than ever. Sogdian traders from Central Asia became the great middlemen, carrying Chinese silk westward and bringing glassware, silver, and precious stones eastward. Their caravans threaded through deserts and mountains, stopping at oasis cities where cultures mingled. In Samarkand and Bukhara, one could hear a dozen languages in the same marketplace. Zoroastrians, Buddhists, Nestorian Christians, and Manichaeans lived side by side. Tang officials collected taxes, Turkic horsemen demanded tribute, and yet the caravans rolled on. For all the wars and shifting borders, the lure of profit bound Asia together. By 750, Asia had become a continent of great contrasts. In China, the Tang stood at the height of their glory, ruling over millions, patronizing poets, and dazzling visitors with their cities. In Tibet, kings commanded armies and monks translated sutras, laying the foundation of a culture that would outlast empires. On the steppes, the Turks had flared once more, only to be replaced by the Uyghurs, and on the far horizons, Arab cavalry pressed closer to the Eastern world, ready to meet China face to face. It was a world of shifting powers, but also of connections. Never before had ideas, goods, and people moved so freely across Asia. Buddhism spread deeper into China, Korea, and Japan. Persian musicians played at the Tang court. Chinese artisans painted murals in the style of Central Asia. A pilgrim leaving India might find welcome in a Tibetan monastery, shelter in a Tang temple, and an escort from a Sogdian caravan. This was the essence of early medieval Asia: division and unity, conflict and exchange, a continent of many voices woven into a single great story. By the middle of the 8th century, the story of early medieval Asia had reached a turning point. The centuries between 330 and 750 had seen empires fall and rise, peoples scatter and reform, and entire civilizations transform. The Ruran had thundered across the steppes only to vanish. The Turks had forged empires that spanned deserts and mountains, only to be replaced by the Uyghurs. The Tang dynasty had brought unity to China, dazzling the world with its wealth and culture. Tibet had emerged as a formidable power, and Japan and Korea had reshaped themselves in the image of their continental neighbor. This was not a static age of swords and banners, but a dynamic era of change. It was, in many ways, the true foundation of medieval Asia. In China, the Tang reached their full splendor in the 8th century. Their capital at Chang'an became the beating heart of Asia, a place where Persians, Turks, Koreans, and Japanese could be seen walking the same streets. Markets overflowed with goods, silk dyed in brilliant colors, ceramics painted with new glazes, exotic spices, and jewels carried from the far reaches of the known world. The court itself glittered. Emperors like Xuanzong, who ruled from 712 to 756, presided over a golden age of poetry, painting, and music. It was during his reign that poets like Li Bai and Du Fu wrote verses that captured both the grandeur of empire and the frailty of human life. Their words have outlived dynasties, still read and loved more than 1,000 years later. Yet Tang greatness was fragile. The very wealth that made the dynasty glorious also made it vulnerable. Ambition, corruption, and rebellion lurked beneath the surface. In 755, just after our period, the An-Lushan rebellion would shatter the empire's peace, but in 750 the Tang still stood as the supreme power of East Asia. Across the sea, Japan was entering the Nara period, 710 to 794. The capital was moved to Nara, built on the model of Chang'an with broad avenues and palace districts. Buddhism became a state religion, its temples rising in grandeur. The great Buddha of Todaiji, cast in bronze and towering over worshippers, symbolized Japan's new ambition. The Japanese court eagerly absorbed Chinese learning, legal codes, architecture, art, even city planning. Yet they also began to shape it into something uniquely Japanese. Poetry anthologies like the Manyushu celebrated not only courtly elegance, but also the beauty of common life, mountains, rivers, and fleeting blossoms. The blending of foreign influence with native sensibilities created a culture that would soon stand on its own. In Korea, the Silla kingdom enjoyed its triumph as the first dynasty to unify the peninsula. With Tang influence waning, Silla developed a distinctive culture of its own. Buddhism flourished, monasteries spread across the land, and stone pagodas dotted the landscape. Scholars studied Chinese texts, yet adapted them to Korean needs. The peninsula had endured centuries of war, but unity now offered stability. Still, unity was never perfect. Regional tensions simmered, and later dynasties would rise. But for now, Silla's unification marked a milestone in East Asian history. The steppes, always restless, were changing once more. By 744, the Second Turkic Khaganate had fallen, replaced by the Uyghur Khaganate. The Uyghurs would play a crucial role in the centuries to come, both as allies of the Tang and as shapers of Silk Road trade. But the age of early Turkic dominance was over. The Silk Road itself, however, was livelier than ever. By 750, the network of routes carried not only goods but also ideas. Manichaean priests, Nestorian bishops, Buddhist monks, and Muslim merchants all moved along its paths. Caravans left Xi'an laden with silks and porcelains, crossed the Taklamakan desert with the help of Sogdian guides, and arrived in the markets of Samarkand and beyond. The world was becoming more connected, and Asia was its center. Looking back at the centuries between 330 and 750, one sees both continuity and transformation. India, once dominated by the Guptas, had fractured, but its faiths and learning had spread across borders. Central Asia had seen kaganates rise and fall, yet its riders remained the guardians and raiders of the Silk Road. China had moved from division to unification, from fragility to golden age. Korea and Japan had stepped from tribal kingdoms into centralized states, shaped by the models of their great neighbor. Tibet had emerged from isolation to stand as an imperial power. It was an age of exchange as much as of conflict. Buddhism spread from India to Tibet, China, Korea, and Japan, leaving temples and scriptures in its wake. Confucian statecraft spread eastward, shaping governments across the region. Steppe horsemen carried not only arrows but also ideas, connecting peoples from the Pacific to the Caspian. When we think of the Middle Ages, we often imagine castles, knights, and cathedrals in Europe. Yet at the same time, across Asia, an equally rich story was unfolding, of riders beneath the eternal sky, poets in golden courts, monks on pilgrim roads, and rulers who dreamed of empires that stretched from ocean to desert. By 750, the shape of medieval Asia had been drawn. The next centuries would bring new struggles and new glories. The Abbasids in the west, the High Tang in the east, the rise of the Khmer, and the splendor of Angkor in the south, but those are stories for another time. For now, we leave the world of early medieval Asia at the dawn of its maturity, standing on the threshold of 1,000 years of history still to come. Close your eyes and picture a road at dusk. It is straight, made of pale stones laid by careful hands long ago. Grass grows in the seams. The road once linked great cities, crossed mountains and rivers, and carried the weight of an empire. Now the air is still. A bird calls somewhere in a cypress. A cartwheel creaks in the distance, and then the sound fades. What remains is not the thunder of legions, not the bustle of merchants, but a long, soft silence. That silence is the feeling of the late 5th century. The Western Roman Empire has come to its end. A boy emperor has been led away, a general has declared himself king, and the purple robe that once meant dominion over the world has been packed into a chest and sent to Constantinople, far away across the sea. People do not all understand dates or titles, but they feel the change. The tax collector stops coming. The post rider does not arrive. The stones on the road sprout weeds. The great machine has slowed and then stilled. If we walk this road together, slowly and gently, we will see how the old world faded and a new one began to take shape. We will not rush. This is a story for sleep, a story to drift with, like a leaf on a calm river at evening. First, let us go to Ravenna.
the marsh-ringed city where emperors once hid from danger. In a dim hall there, a child sits on a carved chair. His name is Romulus, called Augustulus, little Augustus. His father, Orestes, is the true power, but even he cannot make the empire whole again. Far from the hall, the provinces have slipped away like islands after a flood. Spain answers to Visigothic kings, Gaul fractures under Burgundians and Franks. Africa belongs to Vandals who rule the waves with fast, hard-hitting ships. Britain, once bridged by Roman forts and roads, is already a place of memory. Its garrisons recalled and its people left to their own devices. Romulus is not cruel. He is simply small. Outside the city walls, men who call themselves federates sharpen blades and talk about land. They have fought for Rome for years, but their pay is uncertain, and they want fields in Italy for their children. Their commander is a tall man with sharp eyes named Odoacer. He asks for what his soldiers believe is owed. Orestes refuses. Swords are drawn. Orestes falls. The boy is spared, led away to a villa to live quietly. The men who carry the purple robe do not hail a new emperor in the west. They send the regalia east to the emperor in Constantinople, saying in effect that one emperor is enough for a world that has changed. What does the fall feel like for ordinary people? Not a single crash, not a day when the sky turns black, but a thinning. The baker still rises before dawn to heat the oven. The shepherd still counts his sheep. Yet the safety net below them is gone. A bridge on the road to the next town collapses, and no imperial engineer comes to repair it. A village sends a message for help, and no garrison writes to answer. Bandits begin to test the edges of things, and farmers build low walls around their homes. Markets still open, but the traders come from closer by with fewer goods and more stories. Some places remain bright. In the city of Rome, the great basilicas rise where temples once stood. Pilgrims come to pray at tombs. The bishops keep records and offer judgment in disputes. They give alms in times of hunger. The old marble is not thrown away. It is taken from empty porticos and set into churches. A statue of an emperor loses its head. Its body becomes a saint above a doorway. Water still reaches fountains where aqueducts survive. Where they do not, the people draw from wells and carry the weight themselves, up steps and into courtyards where ivy climbs walls and cats watch from windowsills. To the west and south, the Vandals still hold North Africa. Their ships are quick as gulls, and for a time they rule the sea. Grain that once fed Italy now follows other paths, and prices rise in towns that cannot grow enough food for their own mouths. In Spain, the Visigoths rule from hilltop strongholds. Their kings keep Roman laws when those laws are useful and set them aside when they are not. Latin remains the language of decrees. Gothic remains the language of family and camp. In Gaul, a young king named Clovis listens more than he speaks, measuring which alliances will last longer than a winter. Italy itself passes from one pair of hands to another. Odoacer is careful at first. He keeps the Senate, bows to old forms, allows the church to do its work. He knows that his rule will be steadier if it rests on familiar tables and not just on the spears of his soldiers. In farmhouses and villas, life continues in rhythms set by seasons rather than emperors. Harvest, threshing, grape pressing, bread baking, weddings, births, and burials. A grandmother tells a child stories of the days when processions filled streets and officials rode past in bright chairs. The child cannot quite picture it, but he remembers the warmth of her hand and the way her voice falls at the end of a sentence like a bird to its nest. Beyond Italy, in the east, Constantinople shines. It is strong-walled and sea-wrapped, a city of domes and markets, of scholars and shipwrights. Here the empire still calls itself Roman. Its scribes copy laws, its generals drill troops, its harbor thrums with trade. The emperors there look west with a mixture of longing and caution. They remember Africa's grain and Italy's prestige. They also count their coins and weigh the danger. Persians on one frontier, steppe riders on another. The empire cannot be everywhere at once. Between the ruins and the palaces, in the quiet middle where most lives are lived, the monastery rises. A wooden bell rings at dawn. Men in plain robes file into a simple chapel. They chant psalms that echo off stone. Then they work, copying books in a room warmed by a small fire, scraping goat skins into parchment, drawing letters in careful ink. They plant gardens within low walls. They mend roofs. They tend the sick at the gate. When travelers come, dust-streaked and weary, the porter gives them water and places to rest. The monastery is not an army, not a senate, not a tax office. It is a steady place in a world that sways. Not all is gentle. In the borderlands, war flickers like brush fire. A chieftain dies, and rival cousins fight for his cloak. A Roman town refuses a new tax. A band of warriors arrives and takes what they want in kind. A priest tries to protect a flock and is struck down for his courage. Yet even here there is sometimes mercy. A warrior hears a hymn and remembers his mother's face. He lifts his hand from the blow. He lets the cow go and takes only the cart. He is not a statue with a perfect story. He is a man, and men are complicated even when history writes them as simple shapes. What of learning? It does not vanish, it moves. In the cities that remain strong, Ravenna, Arles, Rome, teachers still teach grammar and rhetoric. A boy memorizes Virgil by lamplight while his father counts jars of oil. In the countryside, the monastery school becomes a new lampstand. A patient monk sets a wax tablet before a child and guides small fingers through the alphabet. A is a house, he says. B is a gate. C is the curve of the moon. The child smiles. The letters are no longer spells of law and empire. They are tools for telling prayers and planting times and names. On feast days, the old Roman calendar has given way to the Christian year. Instead of games in amphitheaters, there are processions with candles. Instead of sacrifices at temples, there are masses where bread is broken and wine is blessed. A farmer who once thanked a household god at his doorway now scratches a cross on the lintel and whispers a prayer to the saints. The change is not always smooth. Some still leave little offerings at springs and groves when the priest is not looking. Old habits do not vanish. They sigh and settle into new seats. To feel the scale of change, let us walk a little farther, to a bridge over a slow river in Gaul. The bridge was built in the days of Augustus. It has stood through storms and floods, through wars, through the quiet passing of countless traders' footsteps. Now a stone has slipped, and one corner sags. The townspeople have spoken to their count, and the count has sent a letter, and the letter has gone nowhere. So, one morning, the miller and the potter and the shepherd and the priest walk to the bridge together with ropes and boards. They shore it up as best they can. It is not pretty, but it holds. The Roman way would have sent engineers with exact measurements and a plan. The new way sends neighbors with hands and hope. In Spain, a Visigothic king listens to a bishop in a hall that smells of smoke and wool. The bishop asks for protection for the poor during the winter scarcity. The king nods and issues a decree in Latin, the language of law, and then speaks to his household in his own tongue. Two worlds share a table. In the same land, a farmer hears the bandits have been hanged on the road and breathes easier. Another farmer hears that a levy of grain will be taken and tightens his belt. Power is close now, not far away in a distant marble city, and that closeness is both comfort and worry. In North Africa, the Vandals' confidence begins to fray. Their navy is proud, but the sea is not a wall, it is a door, and doors open both ways. Across the water in the east, plans are drawn on wax tablets. A general traces the coastline with his stylus and taps a harbor with the point. He talks about winds, about supply, about how to befriend the local towns once the ships arrive. He is thinking like a Roman of old, though he serves an emperor who now speaks Greek at court and signs decrees with a different flourish. Back in Italy, Odoacer rules with a certain plainness. He eats at simple tables, rides on muddy roads, listens more than he speaks. The Senate appreciates this. Many families keep their estates and their dignity. They write him letters that sound like the letters they once wrote to emperors. They address him with honorifics that feel comfortable on the tongue. In distant villas, an old mosaic floor grows new cracks, and grass pushes up in the atrium. A child finds a loose blue stone there and carries it in his fist all day, feeling its coolness and its weight. The stone is a piece of a picture he has never seen whole, and somewhere beyond all these scenes the seasons turn. Snow melts from a mountain shoulder. Rivers swell and then subside. Bees find blossoms in orchards and make honey in dark hives that smell of smoke. A widow sits by a window and mends a cloak with sturdy thread. She pauses, listens for hoofbeats, hears none and smiles. Her grandson sleeps with a wooden toy horse in his hands. She hopes the men who ride the real horses will pass her valley by this year. This, then, is the feeling at the edge of the old world, not the crash of a single day, but the long, low hush after a long, loud song. It is a time of endings and of first beginnings. The empire is gone from the west, but people still wake, work, love, and learn. New rulers are rougher and closer. Old stones are repurposed for new prayers. The map looks different to scholars, but to the child with the blue mosaic in his pocket, the map is the path to the stream, the wall that keeps the goats from the garden, the church door that sticks when it rains. If you stand again on that Roman road at dusk and look toward the horizon, you might see a dim glow far away, the glow of Constantinople, the city that still calls itself Rome. In time, emperors there will dream of reconquest. They will send fleets westward with bright-eyed generals at their helms. A great church with a floating dome will rise in their capital, and its windows will catch the morning light like a basket catching apples. But for now our road is quiet. The birds settle. The last cart for the day rattles into a yard and stops. Here we pause, not because the story has ended, but because night has come. In the morning we will walk on, to the halls where Franks make vows, to the scriptoriums where monks sharpen quills, to the harbors where sails are trimmed for journeys that will tie this broken world together again, thread by patient thread. When morning comes in our imagined 5th century world, dew lies in silver beads on barley stalks, and smoke lifts in slow ribbons from cottage hearths. Roosters call, a dog thumps its tail against a door, a farmer pulls on boots still damp from yesterday and steps into a lane that was once an imperial street. He does not speak of emperors, he speaks of weather. He watches the sky and guesses when to sow. His village lies where an old Roman villa once stood. The grand peristyle is gone, its columns broken and stacked to make a church wall. But the well still draws sweet water. The new church has a small apse and a square tower where a bell hangs from an iron bracket. On Sundays they ring it, and the people gather. The priest's Latin is careful and learned. His homily is simple and kind. He blesses seeds in spring and candles in winter, and in times of fear he walks the boundary paths and prays for peace. In a house with shuttered windows near the church, a window keeps a small chest with letters tied in a faded ribbon. One letter describes a wedding under painted rafters. Another lists debts owed by tenants who are now only names. She does not expect answers to the letters she sends. Post riders no longer thunder into the courtyard and ask for fresh horses. Still she writes, and the very act of setting words on a page keeps the past from slipping entirely through her fingers. A boy she teaches can now make his letters and read the first lines of the Psalms. When he finishes, he bows, smiles shyly, and carries in wood for her stove. The world has narrowed, but it has not stopped. A peddler arrives with needles and bright thread and a handful of glass beads the color of rain. He says he has come from 3 valleys away. He says a new count judges fairly and punishes theft quickly. He says the market town weighs coins carefully now and that some coins are clipped thin at the edges. He sells the beads to a girl who pays him with a small sack of barley. He smiles, tucks the barley into his pack, and promises to come back in autumn. Far to the north, in a place of deep forests and cold rivers, men who will one day be called Franks meet in a hall blackened by smoke. They are tall, their hair plaited and tied. The greatest among them wears a cloak fastened with a brooch in the shape of a running animal. He is not yet the famous Clovis, but Clovis is coming, a young king with a sharp mind and a hunter's patience. His people have served Rome, fought Rome, and lived beside Rome, and now they will fill the space Rome has left. In years ahead he will stand in a river to be baptized, and the water will run cold past his knees, and a bishop will speak holy words, and a new thread will knot itself into the fabric of the West. In Italy, beyond our village, another figure strides onto the stage, Theodoric the Ostrogoth. He comes with banners and spears and promises order. He sits in Ravenna, where Romulus once sat and listens to the Senate with a courtesy that makes old men weep. He repairs roads and aqueducts, keeps grain moving, and pays soldiers on time. He wears a sword, but he also wears patience, for he knows that to rule a Roman land, one must respect Roman ways. When he dies, many will say, for a time under a Gothic king, Italy felt Roman again. Let us walk, in imagination, to Ravenna's churches to see what it meant to be Roman after Rome. Their ceilings sparkle with tiny glass cubes of blue and gold. Saints look down with calm eyes. Emperors in white robes stand in procession. Purple shoes bright beneath the hems. Jeweled book covers in their hands. Between them, a figure in a cloak with a metal brooch. Barbarian by birth, stands respectfully, as if to say, "We are new here, but we learn." Outside, water laps at the city's edge, and morning mist lies low over the marsh. Doors open and day begins. Meanwhile, in far Africa, the Vandals wake to a different sun. Their harbors are bright with sails, their markets smell of olives and oranges and salt. They speak of Rome with a mix of pride and suspicion, like someone remembering an old employer who paid well and scolded often. Their kings worship in Arian churches and argue doctrine with Catholic bishops in town squares. From time to time, ships arrive from the east carrying men who study maps by lamplight and ask careful questions about wind and tide. The sea hears all plans without repeating them. The church, growing into a space left by emperors, is not only prayer and psalms. It is also lists and ledgers and letters. Bishops balance accounts and negotiate with warlords. Monasteries keep inventories of grain and oil and wine. A monastery without a cellarer is like a ship without a pilot, says an old rule. The cellarer's key hangs at his belt. He knows exactly how many loaves can be baked tomorrow and how much ale can be drawn without leaving the barrel too low for next week's feast. At the monastery gate, a woman arrives with a feverish child. The porter calls the infirmarian. He boils herbs, cools the boy's forehead with water, murmurs blessings. He does not work miracles. He offers attention and steady hands in a world that has become uncertain. The mother leaves with bread, and for a time she believes the world is gentle again. That belief itself is a kind of medicine. A strange thing happens in times like these. Stories grow thicker. When roads are unsafe and letters do not fly quickly from city to city, people weave their own threads. A soldier who has seen the sea speaks of waves as high as houses. A pilgrim swears he saw the bones of a giant. An old woman remembers a Roman governor whose ring shone like a little moon. Some stories are true, some are not. All of them help the nights feel shorter. If we linger in one town long enough, we will hear how law changes. Under Rome, a single law spoke to many peoples. Now, law sits on different chairs. A Goth is judged by Gothic law, a Roman by Roman law, a Burgundian by Burgundian law. A judge keeps more than one book on the table. He listens first, then asks, "Whose law shall I open?" For a while this patchwork holds. It is awkward, but it allows neighbors to live without feeling erased. Coins continue to pass from hand to hand, though more slowly than before. A new kingdom issues coins with a king's name, but the form is Roman, the bust in profile, the legend around the edge. Old habits of trust survive in metal. When coins are few, people pay in kind. Eggs, a hide, a basket of onions, a promise of a day's labor at harvest. A promise, written or spoken, is a kind of money too. In a town built on a hill, a scribe leans over a desk at dawn. He copies a letter from a bishop to a distant ruler. His ink freezes in winter and grows thin in summer. He warms his hands over a brazier and blows gently on each page. He writes the names of towns that have changed hands twice in a year. Still he writes them, because names matter. To name a place is to hold it for a moment against the blur of time. Not everything declines. Some crafts become finer in the quiet. Weavers no longer press to clothe armies by the thousands, experiments with new patterns. Smiths make clasps and buckles so intricate they look like lace made of bronze. A potter discovers a clay that fires to a soft red and becomes known for bowls that keep soup warm longer on cold nights. These are small victories, but small victories fill a life. When storms come, political storms, not those of rain and wind, the church bells ring for warnings as well as for prayer. Farmers drive goats into courtyards. The blacksmith bars his door and covers the forge. The priest brings the relics into the nave and lights extra candles. A line of men with spears crests the ridge and looks down on the town. If their leader thinks the town is poor, he passes by. If he thinks it rich, he comes down, takes bread and salt, demands wine, and leaves his wounded to be tended overnight. In the morning he ties a brooch to the priest's belt as payment and rides on. Sometimes after the men are gone, a town takes stock and discovers kindness it did not know it had. The baker gives away a week's loaves, the carpenter repairs a roof for nothing, the woman with the feverish child returns to the monastery with a jar of honey, though she has little to spare. In such gifts a new kind of strength grows, a strength not of walls but of hands joined together. At night, when shutters are closed and the hearths burn low, the old poems are told in lower voices. Someone sings of Aeneas and a burning city. Someone tells a tale learned from a soldier who once guarded a gate in faraway Africa. The stories are not textbooks. They are soft ropes thrown between the past and the present. Children fall asleep halfway through them, and the rope holds them anyway. As the years turn, words change. The Latin of the streets grows warmer at the edges, softer in the center. Future scholars will call these new sounds the beginnings of French, Spanish, Italian. But tonight, in these decades, just after Rome's fall, they are simply the way a grandmother speaks when she is tired, the way a boy calls to his brother across a stream. Farther east in Constantinople, a young emperor named Justinian will one day rise before dawn to pray and then to plan. He will speak of law, of restoring what can be restored, of building a church so beautiful that people will whisper when they stand beneath its dome. He will send men across water, Belisarius with his steady eyes, to North Africa and then to Italy. For a time, banners will fly that say empire again, but that is later. For now the East watches, measures, waits. Back in our village, a new generation is growing. They do not remember post riders or parades of governors in shining chairs. They remember the smell of wet wool and fresh bread, the feel of a wooden floor under bare feet, the sight of candles burning against winter afternoons. When they hear the word Rome, they think first of the bishop's chair, then of a far city where tombs are visited, then perhaps, faintly, of an idea of greatness like a story told by someone who smiles sadly as he tells it. A child finds the blue mosaic stone again on the windowsill and sets it in a line with 3 pebbles and a dried seed. He is making a pattern he cannot yet name. One evening, a stranger arrives leading a donkey with a wicker pannier. He asks for the priest, then for the headman, then for the old widow with the letters. He produces a folded sheet and a ring with a familiar crest. The sheet carries news. A cousin is alive in Arles. A shipment of salt will come in autumn. A dispute has been settled in the town's favor. The ring means the message is true. The widow weeps, then laughs. The stranger sleeps in the church porch and leaves at dawn with a heel of bread. That is what the aftermath of an empire is. Not only the falling of walls, but a slow building of paths between new houses. The big story, boy emperor, bold general, banners furled and folded, is real. So too is the small story. A child tracing letters on a wax tablet, a mason setting one brick on another, a bell ringing a little before sunrise because the man who rings it woke early and could not go back to sleep. If you listen now in the late hours, when even the dogs have stopped their restless turning, you can hear 2 voices speaking softly across the centuries. One is the old voice of Rome, patient and proud, still teaching how to lay roads straight, how to count years carefully, and how to keep records so promises do not blow away on the wind. The other is the fresh voice of the new kingdoms, eager and rough, singing of vows taken in a wooden hall, of loyalty to a living man rather than to a distant abstraction. Between these voices, a third voice has begun to hum, the voice of the church, not always wise, not always gentle, but steady, able to carry a tune for a very long time. It will teach people to read and to plant by saints' days, and to bury their dead under stone crosses and to wash wounds with boiled water. It will also make mistakes and take sides and sometimes forget the poor. But in this age, in this afterlight, it is a bridge, and bridges are precious when rivers run high. And so we leave the first part of this story with lamps lit in doorways, with monks bending over pages, with smiths polishing buckles that shine like captured stars. The road is still there under the grass. It will not vanish. It will wait for sandals and boots, for hooves and cartwheels, for messengers with seals and lovers with secrets. The empire is finished in the west, but life is not finished. It is only changing shape. Close your eyes and let that shape settle. Let the noise of the day move outward, like ripples beyond the reach of your boat. Tomorrow we will wake and walk again, toward Franks and Goths, toward queens who speak wisely and kings who listen, toward the far-off dome of a church that has not yet been built, and the soft thunder of new hoofbeats on old stones. For now, breathe and rest. The night is kind. The empire had ended in the West, but life did not. That is the great secret of history. Empires collapse, rulers die, banners are furled, yet ordinary days continue. Cows must still be milked, fires still lit, grain still threshed, children still cradled. The fall of Rome was a thunderclap, but after the thunder there was rain, and after the rain there was growth. In Gaul, the land once dotted with Roman villas and military camps, the world had shifted to new hands. The Franks were coming into their own. They were once seen as fierce outsiders, hired as soldiers, settled as federates on Roman soil, but now the federates were masters. The soil no longer belonged to Rome. It belonged to those who lived on it and could defend it. Among these new rulers rose Clovis, a young king with sharp eyes. He was no scholar, but he was quick to listen. He learned that power was not only won with swords, but also with oaths, alliances, and the quiet support of bishops. His men rode with spears and round shields painted with bold patterns. Yet their leader thought further than the next raid. He thought of kingdoms, of faith, and of legacy. The story is told that Clovis once prayed to the god of his wife, Clotilde, in the middle of a desperate battle. His old gods had failed him, and in his heart he asked the Christian God for help. Victory followed, and in time so did baptism. On that day, a bishop poured water over the king's head. The hall was filled with Frankish warriors, their faces stern, their eyes wary. Yet when their king bowed, many followed. The Franks were no longer simply a tribe of warriors. They had entered into the great story of Christendom, linking their future with the Church. This moment changed more than one kingdom. It signaled a shift across the West. The bishops, heirs of Rome's organization, now looked to Clovis as a partner. His rule gained legitimacy in their eyes, and through their support, his people gained a sense of permanence. What had been wild and uncertain now seemed anchored. Gaul, fractured after the Roman retreat, began to knit itself together again, not under the eagle of Rome, but under the lilies of the Franks. Meanwhile in Spain the Visigoths reigned. They had long lived alongside Romans, learning their ways, adopting their language of law and decree. Their kings sat on wooden thrones, not gilded ones, but they kept Roman consulars at their side. Latin was the tongue of scribes. Gothic remained the language of hearth and camp. This dual world was uneasy but enduring. Yet faith divided the land. The Visigoths were Arians, a branch of Christianity that denied the full divinity of Christ. The Catholic bishops and the Roman population that followed them resisted. Sermons turned sharp, letters to kings pleaded for unity. In market towns, people muttered against their rulers' fate. The seeds of conflict lay quietly in the soil, waiting for a season to sprout. But for now, Spain endured under Gothic rule, its cities smaller, its fields less crowded, yet still alive with trade and prayer. Across the Mediterranean, the Vandals held North Africa. Carthage, once Rome's great rival, was their capital now. Its harbors were busy with ships, its markets filled with olives, grain, and salted fish. The Vandals, too, were Arians, and Catholic priests sometimes found themselves exiled or silenced. Yet the city thrived for a time. The fountains still ran, the walls still stood, the harbor still welcomed sails from Sicily and beyond. The Vandals, fierce at sea, had once captured even Rome itself. Now they ruled the breadbasket of the empire. But across the water in Constantinople, eyes watched carefully. For the Eastern Empire, Africa was not forgotten. Plans formed in the minds of emperors and generals, plans to one day restore these lost lands to Roman order. For the ordinary farmer in Africa, Spain, or Gaul, such thoughts were distant. He rose at dawn, tended his goats, worried about the weather, and prayed for his children. The fall of emperors mattered less than the price of salt or the safety of the path to market. But even if distant, the tremors of power reached him eventually, in the tax he paid, in the language of the priest who blessed him, in the banner that flew over the nearest town. In Italy, the tremors were sharper. Odoacer, the man who had ended the boy emperor's reign, ruled carefully but without lasting strength. Into this stage marched Theodoric, leader of the Ostrogoths, tall, commanding, and raised for years as a hostage in Constantinople. Theodoric knew both the ways of his Gothic kin and the polish of Roman courts. He was a bridge between worlds. The struggle between Odoacer and Theodoric lasted years, with battles fought and truces broken. Finally, in Ravenna, at a banquet meant for peace, Theodoric killed his rival with his own hand. The kingdom was his, but unlike many conquerors, Theodoric built rather than destroyed. He respected the Senate, listened to Roman advisors, restored aqueducts, and repaired roads. He encouraged learning, welcomed artisans, and ensured food flowed into the cities. His Gothic warriors remained distinct from the Romans of Italy, but under his rule harmony existed. For a generation, Italy breathed more easily. In Ravenna, mosaics glittered in new churches. Christ shone as ruler of the cosmos, seated on thrones of blue and gold. Saints gazed with calm eyes from walls covered in glass and stone. Even Theodoric himself was shown, not as a barbarian king, but as a guardian of Roman tradition. Farmers sowed grain, children played in streets, merchants carried cloth and oil to market. For a time, Italy felt whole again. But peace is always temporary. When Theodoric died, his heirs could not hold the balance. Old rivalries returned. Italy once more became a prize fought over by others, a land rich with memories and marble. too tempting to leave untouched. While Italy rested uneasily under Gothic rule, the East continued to shine. Constantinople, the city of Constantine, was the jewel of the Eastern Roman Empire. Its walls stretched tall and wide, layered in stone and brick, and its harbors curved like a protective arm into the sea. Merchants from distant lands crowded its markets. Spices from India, silk from China, furs from the north, and gold from Africa all met here, traded under the gaze of domes and towers. The people of Constantinople still called themselves Romans. They wrote in Greek more often than Latin, but in their hearts they were heirs of Augustus and Constantine. Their emperors wore crowns, their armies drilled on parade grounds, and their judges quoted old Roman law. In their courts, debates rang not only about taxes and trade, but about faith. For in these centuries, theology and empire were woven tightly together. It is in Constantinople that Justinian would rise. He would dream of restoring the empire to its former glory. And though his time belonged to the 6th century, already the foundations were being laid. Lawyers gathered old statutes into codices, organizing the wisdom of Roman law for future generations. Builders sketched plans for new churches. Generals drilled soldiers who would one day march west again, bearing banners of the double-headed eagle. But in the West, life took on a different rhythm. The old order of governors and legions was gone. In its place, bishops grew in stature. A bishop in a city like Arles or Toledo might be more powerful than a count. He spoke not only in churches but in town councils, judged disputes, and sometimes negotiated with kings. His words carried weight, for he stood as a symbol of permanence. Where rulers died in battle, or were murdered in banquet halls, bishops often lived long, steady lives, shepherding their communities through storm after storm. The Pope in Rome gained more respect with each passing year. No emperor ruled in the West, yet the Pope's voice echoed through its lands. Pilgrims came to Rome not to speak to senators or generals, but to kneel at shrines of saints and seek the Pope's blessing. Letters passed between Rome and kings, and slowly the Pope became a figure no ruler could ignore. At the same time, monasteries grew. Small at first, they spread like seeds in fertile ground. Men and women withdrew from the chaos of cities and the bloodshed of kings, seeking lives of prayer and order. They rose at dawn to bells, prayed in cold chapels, worked fields, copied books, and sang psalms. Their lives were simple, but their influence stretched far. Monasteries became centers of learning, preserving not only the scriptures but also the works of Roman poets, Greek philosophers, and Latin historians. The scratching of quills on parchment, hour after hour, preserved knowledge that might otherwise have been lost forever. Imagine a quiet scriptorium. A monk bends over a desk, lit by a small oil lamp. His quill dips into ink, then scratches letters carefully across smooth parchment. Outside, wind rattles the shutters. A dog barks in the night, but inside the monk writes patiently. Virgil's Aeneid, Cicero's speeches, the Gospels, he writes not for himself, but for the generations yet to come. For villagers nearby, monasteries were more than houses of prayer. They were refuges. In famine, monks shared grain. In sickness, they offered herbs and care. In fear, they opened their gates. Slowly, the idea spread that the church was the one institution that never failed. Never fled, never vanished. Kings could fall, borders could shift, but the church remained, offering stability. Meanwhile, languages themselves were changing. The Latin once spoken in markets and courts was softening, bending, breaking into new forms. Farmers and traders no longer spoke in the crisp tones of Cicero. Their words slurred, their endings dropped, their sounds shifted. Over centuries, this spoken Latin would become French, Spanish, Italian, and others. Children in a Frankish village would no longer understand children in a Visigothic town, even though both were speaking what had once been the same tongue. Slowly, Europe's modern languages were born out of Rome's fading voice. Daily life in these centuries was slower, quieter, but not without struggle. Roads cracked and weeds pushed through. Where once a courier might gallop in a week from Gaul to Rome, now journeys took longer and fewer travelers dared them. Bridges crumbled and some towns dwindled to villages. Yet life endured. Farmers planted, shepherds led their flocks, potters shaped clay, and children learned from parents. Empires may vanish, but life goes on. At feasts in wooden halls, kings raised cups and singers told tales of ancestors. Around hearths, elders shared stories of Rome's grandeur, though each retelling grew hazier. Rome became not just history but legend, a golden age whose details faded into dreams. Once, they would say, roads stretched across the world. Once, fountains ran in every city. Once, soldiers in shining armor guarded the peace. Children listened wide-eyed, half believing, half dreaming. But new legends were being forged as well. Stories of Clovis, the baptized king of the Franks. Stories of Theodoric, who ruled Italians and Goths with justice. Stories of monks who tamed wilderness with prayer. These tales would echo for centuries, shaping the imagination of the Middle Ages. Still, danger never slept. Raiders prowled coasts, brigands stalked forests, wars flared at borders. Kingdoms rose and fell in the span of a single lifetime. For every harvest gathered, another was stolen by soldiers. For every church raised, another was burned. It was an age of both faith and fear, of endurance and uncertainty. And yet, in that uncertainty, a new Europe was forming. Its foundation was not marble palaces or imperial decrees, but villages, churches, and small communities bound by loyalty and faith. The fall of Rome had ended an age, but it had also cleared the ground for something different to grow. In the towns and countryside of former Roman lands, the rhythm of daily life was shifting. The wide, bustling cities of antiquity were quieter now, their stone forums often half empty, their amphitheaters crumbling, yet markets still buzzed, though smaller, and farmers still brought goods to sell: grain, cheese, honey, wool. Children still laughed in narrow streets, chasing dogs or balancing on broken walls. The ruins of Rome were not just reminders of the past, they were playgrounds, workshops, and shelters for the present. In Gaul, now shaping itself into the Frankish kingdom, change was visible everywhere. Wooden halls rose where Roman villas had fallen. The old baths were silent, their tiles cracked, but churches rang bells that echoed across valleys. Monks walked in hooded habits, and bishops rode donkeys from village to village. The people no longer looked to Rome for order. They looked to their local lord or their priests. Clovis, king of the Franks, ruled not only with a sword, but with the symbol of the cross. His conversion gave his reign legitimacy in the eyes of the church, and that bond would last through the centuries. When he died, his sons divided his kingdom, squabbling and fighting, but the idea of a Frankish realm remained. Out of this seed, in time, would grow the kingdom of France. Meanwhile, in Hispania, the Visigoths faced their own struggles. Their kingdom stretched across plains and mountains, dotted with Roman towns like Toledo and Merida. Their kings wore crowns but also bore the burden of division. Arians on one side, Catholics on the other. Tension simmered. A ruler might try to bridge the gap, but suspicion lingered. In churches, sermons reminded people of the rift. In courts, whispers questioned loyalty. Yet life pressed on. Farmers sowed wheat, shepherds grazed flocks, potters shaped clay, and scribes inked decrees in Latin. The Vandals of North Africa enjoyed their moment of strength. Carthage, with its harbors and markets, was a jewel. Their fleets patrolled the Mediterranean. Their sails feared by traders and travelers alike. They raided Sicily, threatened Italy, and even carried away treasures from Rome. Yet their power was fragile. Unlike the Franks or Visigoths, the Vandals did not root themselves deeply in the land. Their kings leaned on the sea. Their people spread thin along coasts. Inland, Berber tribes watched, waiting. Far away, Constantinople waited too. In Italy, Theodoric's rule brought a rare stability. Ravenna shone with mosaics that glimmered like constellations. Aqueducts flowed again, and senators wore robes once more in ceremonies. For Romans who had lived through chaos, it felt as though the empire had returned, even if under Gothic hands. Yet everyone knew the balance was fragile. Theodoric was strong, but strength fades with death. Beyond these kingdoms, the countryside lived as it always had, close to the land. Picture a small village in Gaul. The houses are timber, their roofs thatched. Smoke curls from chimneys. Chickens scatter as a farmer drives his pigs to forage in the forest. Children carry water from a stream. An old woman sits by a doorway, spinning wool. Her words drift to her granddaughter. When I was young, my father saw soldiers marching with Roman standards. They kept the roads clear and brought news from far away. Now the roads are rough, and news is what travelers choose to tell. To the villagers, the empire is half memory, half legend. They live in a smaller world. Yet within that smallness lies resilience. Families depend on each other. Priests bless fields, and saints are invoked to guard against storms. Festivals mark the seasons. Life is hard, but it is steady. At the same time, new patterns of loyalty form. In Rome's days, allegiance was to the emperor. Distant but mighty. Now allegiance is local, to a lord who protects, to a bishop who guides, to a monastery that offers refuge. This shift will shape the whole medieval world. Kings may claim crowns, but daily life is ordered by the ties of lord and vassal, priest and parishioner. Meanwhile, across the sea, Constantinople grew ever more aware of its western cousins. From its high walls, emperors watched reports flow in. News of Gothic Italy, Vandal Africa, Frankish Gaul, Visigothic Spain. Each seemed both lost and reachable, distant and tempting. The dream of restoring Rome never fully died in the East. Generals whispered of campaigns. Courtiers urged patience. For now, Constantinople bided its time, but its eyes were fixed on the West. In monasteries, knowledge was being preserved quietly, without trumpets or fanfare. In one abbey, a young monk carefully copied the letters of a psalm. In another, an elder corrected a student's shaky script. The air smelled of ink and parchment, of candle smoke and woolen robes. Outside, fields of barley swayed, and bells marked the hours. These places became islands of order in seas of uncertainty. Travelers sought them for food and shelter, pilgrims for blessing and rulers for counsel. Slowly a new culture was emerging, neither Roman nor purely Gothic, but something in between. A Frankish lord might wear a Roman brooch. A Gothic king might issue laws in Latin. A Roman senator might send his son to serve a barbarian court. Cultures blended, languages shifted, faith deepened. From these mixtures, the medieval world was forming, brick by brick, prayer by prayer. The people of the 6th century did not know they were in the Middle Ages. They did not think of themselves as waiting for Renaissance or modernity. They simply lived, building homes, raising children, fearing raids, rejoicing at harvests. Yet, as they lived, they laid the foundations of centuries to come. The world after Rome was fragile, but it was not empty. In every corner of the old empire, people built lives from what remained. Roads cracked, but they were still walked. Statues toppled, but stones were reused to build churches. Latin faded, but new tongues grew in its place. Out of loss, something new was being born. In Gaul, the legacy of Clovis and his baptism lingered. Bishops praised him in sermons. Scribes recorded his deeds. His successors quarreled, but the idea of a Frankish kingdom tied to Christianity endured. Over time, it would become the backbone of medieval Europe, but in these early days it was still fragile. At feasts, warriors clashed cups and boasted of their fathers. At courts, bishops urged kings to protect the church. Every alliance was fragile, every promise a gamble, but the seed had been planted. In Spain, the Visigoths faced the challenge of faith. The rift between Arian rulers and Catholic subjects grew harder to ignore. Councils debated, priests argued, kings worried. A solution would come, but only in centuries ahead, for now the Visigothic kingdom was both strong and brittle, rich in culture yet divided at its core. Still, life in towns like Toledo and Cordoba carried on. Markets sold olives and wine, travelers crossed mountains, and bells rang from churches. Across the Mediterranean, the Vandals stood watch over their coasts. Carthage glittered with wealth, its harbors filled with ships, yet their kingdom was shallow-rooted. Berber tribes pressed from the deserts. Byzantines threatened from the seas. The Vandals had taken much, but they had not built deep. Their days of power, though bright, would prove short. In Italy, after Theodoric's death, the Gothic kingdom wavered. Senators whispered, bishops prayed, generals schemed. The balance Theodoric had held between Romans and Goths began to crack. Into the crack would step the armies of Constantinople, seeking to reclaim what had been lost. But for the moment, Italians lived in uneasy peace, watching the future with wary eyes. Meanwhile, in the countryside, life had its own rhythm. Picture a farm on the edge of Gaul. The house is timber, the floor of packed earth. A family rises before dawn. The father leads oxen to plow. The mother bakes bread on a clay hearth. Children carry water, chase geese, gather wood. Their lives are tied to the land, to the harvest, to the seasons. Stories of emperors and kings may reach their ears, but their hearts are occupied with simpler matters. Whether the wheat will grow, whether the winter will be kind, whether their children will live to marry. In towns, artisans carried on crafts handed down for centuries. A blacksmith hammered iron into plowshares, horseshoes or swords. A weaver stretched wool across a loom, her shuttle tapping like a heartbeat. A potter spun clay into jars for oil and grain. The empire had ended, but work did not. The skills of Rome lived on in hands and tools, in crafts and trades, in the quiet persistence of ordinary people. The church, even more central, gave structure to this world. Priests baptized children, married couples buried the dead. Bishops judged disputes when kings were far away. Monks prayed and copied, their days marked by bells. The rhythm of prayer became the rhythm of life, binding people to something larger than themselves. In the silence of chapels, under the glow of candles, faith offered meaning. Legends of Rome lingered, but new legends were forming. Tales of saints filled the void once held by emperors. Children heard stories of martyrs who braved lions, of monks who faced demons, of bishops who confronted kings. These tales shaped imagination, turning the Middle Ages into an age of faith as much as an age of swords. Yet even faith could not banish fear. The world was dangerous. A family might pray for safe harvest, yet a raid could strip their barns. A town might ring church bells, yet plague could still sweep through its streets. Life was fragile, precious, uncertain. Perhaps that is why people clung to prayer so fiercely, because it gave them hope in a world they could not control. Meanwhile, the East prepared. Constantinople did not forget the West. It dreamed of reconquest. Its emperors studied maps. Its generals sharpened plans. One day they would march again, bearing banners of the empire. One day the eagle would return. But that is another chapter still to come. For now the fractured West drifted forward, piece by piece. Villages grew around churches. Towns shrank but endured. Kingdoms squabbled, but roots deepened. The Middle Ages had begun, not with sudden brilliance, but with slow persistence. Imagine walking along an old Roman road in the 6th century. Grass pushes through cracks, but the stones are still there. Along the road a traveler walks, cloak wrapped tight, staff in hand. He passes fields, forests, villages. He hears bells in the distance, the bark of dogs, the voices of farmers. Once this road carried legions. Now it carries pilgrims, merchants, wandering monks. Rome is gone, but life goes on. So the West after Rome was not empty, nor was it peaceful. It was a landscape of kings and bishops, of farms and monasteries, of raids and prayers. The empire had fallen, but in its ruins new worlds were forming. The Franks in Gaul, the Visigoths in Spain, the Vandals in Africa, the Ostrogoths in Italy. Each carried pieces of Rome, each reshaped them in their own way. And while they ruled, the ordinary people endured. They tilled, prayed, sang, wept, and hoped. They built the quiet foundations on which all of medieval Europe would stand. The thunder of Rome had faded, but the rain had fallen, and in the soil new seeds had begun to grow. When the last embers of Rome were fading in the north, a quieter light began to glow in the heart of Africa. The wide Sahel, that long, shimmering band between desert and forest, stretched from the Atlantic Ocean to the Horn of Africa of the east. It was neither sand nor savanna, but something in between. A living frontier where caravans met farmers, where nomads met kings, and where ideas drifted like wind-blown seeds. In the early centuries after 500 AD, trade was the pulse of the world. Long trains of camels crossed the Sahara, their hooves pressing ancient paths into the dunes. They carried bars of salt, woven cloth, glass beads, and small treasures from the Mediterranean coast, and they returned with the yellow dust of gold, ivory tusks, and the stories of distant forests where drums echoed beneath green canopies. The desert, for all its silence, was alive with movement. From this rhythm of exchange rose the first great power of the Western Sudan, the Kingdom of Ghana. though it was not the Ghana of today, but an empire farther north, near the Upper Niger. Its people were the Soninke, skilled traders and patient rulers who understood the wealth flowed like a river, steady, invisible, unstoppable. They built their capital at Kumbi Saleh, a twin city where one half belonged to the king and the other to Muslim merchants from the north. The air smelled of dust and spices, and the sound of foreign tongues mixed with the chanting of prayers. Arab traders who reached Ghana could hardly believe what they saw. Al-Bakri, writing in the 11th century, described a court where the king sat surrounded by gold, where even his dogs wore golden collars, and where justice was given with a solemn ceremony. The king himself was a distant figure, almost sacred, approached barefoot beneath a canopy of silk, as musicians played soft rhythms on drums and flutes. But Ghana's power rested not only on gold, it was built on balance, between north and south, between Islam and the older faiths, between desert traders and the farmers of the river valleys. Salt from the Sahara was as precious as metal, and the exchange between salt and gold formed the spine of Ghana's prosperity. For centuries the kingdom guarded its trade routes and grew rich from the tolls of caravans. When night fell over the Sahel, fires glowed from camp to camp, and the whisper of merchants told the news of a continent. Still, no empire lasts forever. The winds of the desert shift, rivers change their course, people move in search of new pastures. By the late 11th century, Ghana began to falter. Droughts thinned its herds, and rival tribes tested its borders. From the north came Berber warriors, the Almoravids, fervent in their new faith, and eager to control the trade that made Ghana so rich. Whether through war or gradual decline, the old kingdom faded into the sands, leaving behind the memory of glittering courts and patient kings. Yet, as the stars turned above the desert, a new dawn rose farther to the south. The old roads of trade were still alive, and new hands were ready to grasp them. The torch of gold passed to another people, and another empire began to form, one whose fame would echo far beyond Africa, even to the markets of Venice and the palaces of Cairo. In the valleys of the Upper Niger, a quiet revolution was taking place. Villages that had once sent tribute to Ghana now banded together under local leaders. The sound of drums and prayers mingled with the murmur of scribes writing Arabic letters on smooth wooden boards. In these lands, Mali was awakening, the empire that would turn Africa into a legend of wealth and learning. As dusk fell over the Sahel, the air cooled and the camels knelt for rest. Merchants unpacked their bundles of salt and cloth. Women tended small fires, and the horizon blazed with the last red of sunset. Somewhere beyond those sands, a new king dreamed of uniting the valleys under one banner. He could not know that his descendants would one day rule an empire that would make the world gasp in wonder. And so, as the 10th century dawned, the drums of Ghana grew silent, but the heartbeat of Africa did not. It merely changed rhythm, slower, deeper, older, like the pulse of the earth itself. In the shadow of Ghana's fading glory, the land did not fall silent. Across the river valleys and rolling savannas of the Upper Niger, new voices rose, soft at first, then steady, then proud. From the ashes of one empire, another was born. It would shine brighter than any that came before, and its light would reach far beyond the deserts, touching the imagination of the entire medieval world. This was the Empire of Mali. The story begins with a man named Sundiata Keita, known to his people as the Lion King. His legend lives on in song, not the fantasy of modern tales, but in the ancient rhythm of the griots, the storytellers who carried memory from generation to generation. Sundiata was said to have been born crippled, unable to walk as a child. But when his enemies mocked him, he pulled himself to his feet, uprooted a tree with his bare hands, and never stumbled again. He united his people, defeated the sorcerer king Sumanguru, and laid the foundations of Mali around the year 1235. Under his rule, and under those who followed, Mali grew vast, stretching from the Atlantic Ocean deep into the heart of the continent. The fertile lands between the Niger River and the Senegal became its lifeline. Grain grew tall, gold dust glittered in riverbeds, and the hum of trade never ceased. The empire was divided into provinces ruled by trusted governors, and its justice was famed for fairness and calm. In the markets of Niani, the imperial capital, people came from every corner of Africa. They traded ivory from the forests, copper from the east, horses from the north, and woven cloth from distant lands. Caravans stretched across the horizon, hundreds of camels, each carrying sacks of salt or gold, guided by men who knew the constellations of the desert sky. The world outside began to take notice. Arab writers, merchants, and travelers carried tales of a king whose wealth seemed endless. That king was Mansa Musa. He ruled Mali in the early 1300s and became one of the most legendary figures of the entire Middle Ages. Even today, centuries later, he is remembered as perhaps the richest man who ever lived. In the year 1324, Mansa Musa set out on his pilgrimage to Mecca, the journey every devout Muslim must take once in a lifetime. But his pilgrimage became more than a journey. It was a procession of wonder. He brought with him tens of thousands of attendants, soldiers and servants. Hundreds of camels carried gold dust, each animal burdened with glittering bags of treasure. When he reached Cairo, the city trembled under the shock of his generosity. Gold became so abundant that its price fell, and it took years for the markets to recover. But Musa was not a mere collector of wealth. He was a builder of worlds. He returned to Mali determined to make his empire not only rich, but wise. He invited scholars and architects from across North Africa and the Middle East. He built mosques of baked earth, their towers rising like candles from the red soil. He filled them with scholars who copied manuscripts and taught geometry, astronomy, and law. And above all, he turned one city into the beating heart of learning in West Africa, Timbuktu. By the mid-1300s, Timbuktu was a city of quiet brilliance. It stood near the great bend of the Niger River, where caravans from the Sahara met traders from the forests. Its streets were lined with adobe houses that glowed gold in the sun, and its markets rang with the sound of languages from across the world. Arab merchants, Berber scholars, Mande traders, and Tuareg nomads all passed through its gates. In the cool courtyards of its schools, students read by lamplight, reciting verses from the Quran and studying the works of Aristotle and Ptolemy. Knowledge here was not guarded. It was shared, multiplied, and passed onward, like water from one vessel to another. The libraries of Timbuktu, small and dusty though they seemed, contained hundreds of thousands of manuscripts, covering philosophy, medicine, mathematics, and history. Some were so old that their ink had faded to a whisper, but their words still carried power. To the north, European kingdoms were still rebuilding after centuries of chaos. To the east, Mongol empires were collapsing into memory. But in Mali, learning and prosperity coexisted. Proof that civilization can bloom anywhere the human mind is free to dream. Travelers spoke of justice without cruelty, of markets without theft, of rulers who rewarded honesty. The empire's wealth did not come from greed, but from balance, between trade and faith, between tradition and change. Caravans moved safely across vast distances because people trusted the name of Mali. Its flag, simple and unseen by us now, was once known from the Atlantic coast to the Red Sea. As centuries passed, however, even Mali began to dim. After Mansa Musa's death, rival heirs fought for power. The edges of the empire frayed, and new rulers arose in the east. The Songhai, once Mali's vassals, now ambitious in their own right. The river that had carried the empire's wealth also carried its rivals. By the late 1400s, the golden age of Mali had become a legend. But legends have long lives. Even when its palaces crumbled and its rulers were forgotten, the story of Mansa Musa lived on, a reminder that Africa was not a silent continent waiting to be discovered, but a land of builders, dreamers, and thinkers. And when the wind blew across the dunes, traders still spoke of a time when gold shone like sunlight and knowledge flowed like water. So, as the desert cooled under the stars and the last caravan fires flickered out, the griots sang once more. The lion sleeps, but his shadow remains. The empire may fade, but the song never dies. The Sahel slept. The camels dreamed of their endless journeys, and in the dark courtyards of Timbuktu, a scholar bent over a manuscript, tracing the words of wisdom beneath the trembling flame of an oil lamp. He did not know it, but the knowledge he preserved that night would one day cross oceans and centuries, the quiet echo of a world that refused to be forgotten. While Mali's scholars wrote by lantern light beside the Niger, far to the east another world was stirring, a world shaped not by deserts but by the sea. There, the Indian Ocean shimmered like liquid glass, its waves carrying traders and sailors from faraway lands, from Arabia, Persia, and even India itself. They came with silk and spices, beads of glass and porcelain, and they returned with gold, ivory, and the sweet scent of African wood. This was the Swahili coast, 1,000 miles of coral islands, mangrove shores, and bustling port towns that stretched from Somalia down to Mozambique. Its people were Africans, but their horizons were open to the world. They spoke Swahili, a language born from Bantu roots, woven with words of Arabic and Persian, a living reflection of the trade winds that carried voices from every shore. The coast was alive with sound, the creak of ships setting sail with a dawn breeze, the cry of fishermen, the hum of markets where traders weighed pearls and gold dust by hand. At low tide, children played on sandbars where crabs scuttled through pools of light, and at high tide, ships from distant lands appeared on the horizon like ghosts from another age. By the 9th century, a chain of wealthy city-states had formed along the coast. Names like Kilwa, Mombasa, Malindi, and Zanzibar would echo across centuries. Each city was independent, ruled by the local sultan or council of elders, yet all were connected by the rhythm of the monsoon. For half the year the winds blew from the northeast, bringing ships from Arabia and India. Then, as the seasons turned, the winds reversed, carrying them home again, heavy with African goods. It was a perfect rhythm, nature's own clock, linking civilizations across the sea. Kilwa, in present-day Tanzania, was among the greatest of these cities. Its rulers controlled trade as far south as Sofala, near the mouth of the Zambezi River, where gold from the interior, from the mysterious lands of Great Zimbabwe, was gathered. The city itself gleamed under the sun, houses built from coral stone, decorated with carved wooden doors and lattice windows that let the ocean air drift through. Its mosque, one of the oldest in sub-Saharan Africa, rose above the shore, its walls whitewashed with lime, glowing faintly under the moonlight. When the Moroccan traveler Ibn Battuta visited the region in the 14th century, he was astonished by its refinement. He described the people as generous, well-dressed and deeply devout, their mosques beautifully built, their homes adorned with imported fabrics and fine dishes from China. This was no forgotten corner of the world, but a thriving link in the vast chain of global trade that stretched from Africa to Asia. Life along the Swahili coast moved to a rhythm both simple and profound. In the morning, fishermen pushed their boats through the surf while traders prepared their ships for distant voyages. In the heat of the afternoon, the call to prayer drifted across the city, mingling with the cry of gulls. And at night, families gathered under palm-thatched roofs, as storytellers recited old legends, tales of spirits, sailors, and lost cities beneath the waves. The Swahili people were masters of adaptation. They blended African, Arab, and Persian traditions into something entirely their own. Their art showed delicate geometric patterns, their poetry carried the sound of ocean waves, their architecture breathed with coral and breeze, and while Islam gave them a spiritual bond with the wider world, their roots remained African, in language, in blood, in the rhythm of drums that still beat behind the hum of trade. Inland, the trade routes stretched deep into the continent. Caravans of ivory and gold wound their way from the interior kingdoms. From the lands of the Shona and the Zambezi to the coastal ports, the world of the forest met the world of the ocean. Each tusk of ivory, each nugget of gold, each carved ebony figure carried a story of rivers crossed, mountains climbed, and generations of traders who knew the land like a poem. To the far south, in the highlands beyond the Zambezi, stood one of Africa's quiet marvels, Great Zimbabwe. Built between the 11th and the 15th centuries, it rose from the granite hills like a dream of stone. Its circular walls, built without mortar, fit so perfectly that a knife blade could not slip between them. Inside, its towers and enclosures formed a labyrinth of mystery. A city built by kings who ruled over a land rich in cattle, gold, and power. Great Zimbabwe was not coastal, yet it was linked to the sea through trade. Its gold and ivory reached Kilwa and beyond, and in return came cloth, beads, and porcelain from across the ocean. The people of Zimbabwe lived in harmony with the land, herding, farming, and crafting, their lives moving with the rhythm of the seasons. When dawn touched the stone walls, the air shimmered with heat, and the world felt both eternal and fragile. But just as other empires before it, Great Zimbabwe eventually declined. Trade shifted, populations moved, and new powers rose farther north. Yet its ruins remained, silent and proud, a reminder that Africa's story was never one of isolation. It was a story of connection, of rivers, winds, and roads that bound the continent to the world. By the late 1400s, change was in the air again. Ships unlike any seen before appeared on the horizon, large, heavy, and built for the open ocean. They flew the crosses of Europe, and their arrival would alter the balance of centuries. The Portuguese came not as traders alone, but as conquerors, seeking to control the gold of Sofala and the spices of the East. They took some cities by force, others by treaty. Kilwa, Mombasa, and others were scarred by their cannons, their old prosperity trembling under new powers. Yet, even as the winds of empire began to shift, the spirit of the Swahili coast endured. Its language survived. Its cities, though changed, continued to hum with life. And the dhows, the small curved boats with their white triangular sails, still glide across the water today, just as they did 1,000 years ago. When the night falls over the Indian Ocean, you can still imagine the sound of sails flapping softly in the wind, and the smell of salt and clove drifting over the harbor. The world turns, empires rise and fall, but the sea remembers. And somewhere in the rhythm of the tide, you can still hear the heartbeat of the Swahili coast, calm, eternal, and endlessly alive. Long before the caravans of Mali or the ships of the Swahili coast, North Africa had already known the weight of empires. Here the Mediterranean touched the desert, and civilizations met face to face. The heirs of Rome and Carthage to the north, and the vast nomadic worlds of the Sahara to the south. Between them ran an ancient rhythm, war and trade, silence and prayer, empire and sand. When the Western Roman Empire crumbled in the 5th century, its African provinces stood like lonely pillars among the ruins. Cities such as Carthage, Leptis Magna, and Hippo Regius still glimmered with marble and mosaics, but their walls echoed with uncertainty. Germanic tribes known as the Vandals crossed from Europe and claimed these lands as their own, sailing along the coast with painted sails, bringing a new rule, brief, fierce, and brittle. For 100 years they held North Africa, until a new power came from across the sea, the Byzantine Empire, determined to restore what Rome had lost. The Byzantines rebuilt fortresses, raised crosses over churches, and named governors in Constantinople's name. But the old order could not last. A greater tide was rising from the east, the tide of Islam. In the 7th century, armies carrying the banner of the Prophet Muhammad swept across Egypt and Libya. The desert tribes joined them willingly, drawn by faith and by freedom from old imperial taxes. City after city opened its gates: Alexandria, Tripoli, Kairouan. Within a single lifetime, the call to prayer echoed from the Nile to the Atlantic. The conquerors brought with them not only the Quran, but also a new vision of order, one that joined the spiritual and the worldly under a single law. In Egypt, the great river remained the heart of life. The city of Fustat, later Cairo, blossomed under the Fatimid caliphs, who ruled in the 10th century with brilliance and learning. They built the mosque Al-Azhar, whose lamps have never gone out. Even today, 1,000 years later, its scholars still debate the words of faith and reason. The Nile carried grain northward and knowledge southward, making Egypt both breadbasket and beacon. To the west, in Ifriqiya, modern Tunisia and Algeria, new dynasties rose and fell like the desert wind. The Aghlabids, the Zirids, the Almoravids, and later the Almohads each carried the flame of reform and conquest. The Almoravids were born among the Berbers of the Western Sahara. Their warriors, wrapped in blue veils, rode out of the dunes with faith in their hearts and discipline in their ranks. They carried Islam south into the Sahel and north into Spain, where their fortresses would one day look out across the Strait of Gibraltar. The Almohads followed them, philosophers as much as soldiers, preaching unity and reason. Under their rule, the cities of Fez, Marrakech, and Tlemcen bloomed like oases of stone and song. Fez became the jewel of the Maghreb. Its narrow lanes wound between whitewashed walls, fountains murmured in shaded courtyards. At its heart stood the University of Al-Qarawiyyin, founded in the 9th century by a woman named Fatima al-Fihri, a house of wisdom where students from across the Islamic world came to study law, mathematics, astronomy, and the art of calligraphy. The muezzin's voice, the man who calls Muslims to prayer from the minaret, drifted over the rooftops at dawn, and the scent of tanned leather and crushed mint filled the streets. Knowledge was not hoarded here. It was a river that flowed through generations. In Marrakech, red walls glowed under the evening sun. The great Koutoubia Mosque rose above the city, its tower guiding travelers like a desert star. Markets rang with the sound of hammered copper and the laughter of storytellers who spun tales of heroes, saints, and jinn. To walk its valleys was to wander between centuries, Roman fragments underfoot, Arabic script above, Berber songs in the air. Across the sea, Al-Andalus, Muslim Spain, glittered as a mirror of North Africa's culture. Scholars and poets crossed freely between Cordoba and Fez, between Granada and Tlemcen. Together they preserved the works of the ancients and added their own, inventions in medicine, optics, philosophy, and music. While much of Europe struggled through feudal wars, North Africa and Al-Andalus shared a golden calm, a world where ink was as mighty as the sword. Yet most of North Africa was not a city, but desert, a living, shifting empire of its own. The Berbers, children of the sands, were its true masters. They knew the secret wells and the stars that pointed home. Their camels carried salt to the south and gold to the north, binding Mali and Morocco in a single thread of trade. At night they lit small fires that burned blue in the wind and told stories older than history, stories of spirits hidden beneath the dunes, of lost caravans guided home by the moon. To outsiders the Sahara seemed empty, but to those who crossed it, it was alive, vast, patient, and full of whispers. The desert was not a wall but a bridge. Through it passed not only goods but also ideas, faith, architecture, mathematics, and music. When the griots of the Sahel sang of kings and empires, the rhythm of their drums echoed the hoofbeats of Berber traders who had once ridden through the same sands. By the 15th century, North Africa stood at another threshold. To the south, Mali and Songhai still held their riches. To the east, Cairo glittered under the Mamluks. To the west, the Maghreb's dynasties watched the horizon. And on that horizon, strange sails began to appear, heavy European ships armed with cannon and compass, searching for new routes to India. The old caravan roads began to fade as trade shifted to the sea. But the memory of those 1,000 years, of scholars, saints, merchants, and wanderers, remained woven into the fabric of the land. When the desert wind rises today over Fez or Marrakech, it carries dust from every century, grains from Roman Africa, from the tents of the Almoravids, from the classrooms of Al-Azhar. It hums through the date palms, whispers through the ruins, and fades into the dunes. And if you listen closely, under the hiss of sand and the far call to prayer, you can still hear it, the sound of a continent dreaming, a world of faith and learning that bridged the desert and the sea. While gold caravans shimmered across the Sahel and ships glided along the Swahili coast, the heart of Africa lived by different rhythms, slower, quieter, but no less profound. Here the land was immense and alive, rolling plains where elephants wandered like ancient gods, dense forests whispering in 1,000 shades of green, and rivers so wide that their surfaces seemed like mirrors for the sky. This was Central and Southern Africa, during the long medieval centuries, a world of kingdoms and kinship, of rain and fire, of stories that were never written but remembered in song. No marble ruins remain here, no scrolls of scholars, but the traces are written in the soil, in the patterns of trade, and in the living memory of its people. 3 great rivers define this world: the Congo, the Zambezi, and the Limpopo. They were highways before roads, connecting forests, savannas, and distant coasts. Along their banks, villages thrived, small at first, then growing into centers of power. Canoes carved from single trees glided through misty waters, their oarsmen chanting softly to keep time. Smoke from cooking fires curled above the trees, and drums carried messages farther than any written letter. In these regions, wealth did not come from gold alone but from people, cattle, iron, and the fertile land. The art of ironworking, already ancient, was the pulse of civilization. Blacksmiths were revered, half craftsmen, half magicians, because their forges tamed fire and stone. A single iron hoe could feed a family, a spear could defend a kingdom. Wherever the sound of hammer on anvil rang through the forest, it meant power was being shaped. Far to the west, near the Atlantic coast, rose one of the greatest realms of the interior, the Kingdom of Congo. By the late 1300s, it stretched across what is now Angola and the Democratic Republic of Congo, a network of provinces bound by tribute and trade. At its heart stood the capital, Mbanza Congo, a city built on a plateau surrounded by fertile valleys. Its rulers, known as the Manikongo, governed with ceremony and order, presiding over councils of nobles and priests. Here the king's word carried spiritual weight, for he was seen not only as a ruler, but as the guardian between the living and the ancestors. Trade bound Congo to the wider world. From the coast, caravans carried salt and fish inland. From the interior came ivory, copper, and cloth made from raffia palm. The rhythm of drums echoed through the hills, summoning people to market. Even before Europeans arrived, Congo was already part of an older, subtler globalization, its goods and stories traveling through countless hands before reaching distant shores. Life in Congo was ordered but human. Villages were built around open courtyards where elders met beneath trees to settle disputes and share wisdom. Music filled the nights, flutes, rattles, drums, and voices rising under the stars. The people of Congo believed that the world of the living was only one layer of existence. Above it lay the realm of spirits, and below it the place of the ancestors. To live well was to walk carefully between all three. To the southeast, in the highlands of today's Zimbabwe, the Shona people built a civilization whose ruins still awe travelers. Great Zimbabwe. Its story overlaps with the Swahili coast, but deserves its own moment. Between 1100 and 1500, it flourished as the heart of a vast trading network stretching to the Indian Ocean. Its stone walls, perfectly fitted without mortar, formed enclosures so massive that their curves seemed to follow the shape of the earth itself. At the center stood the great enclosure, with its towering conical tower, its purpose still a mystery, perhaps a symbol of power, perhaps a sanctuary of the ancestors. The people of Zimbabwe were herders, farmers, and traders. Cattle were their wealth, grain their strength, and gold their bridge to the outside world. Caravans carried their riches to Sofala, where merchants from Kilwa and Arabia waited. In return came fine cloth, beads, and porcelain, objects that found their way into royal homes deep in the African interior. From the granite hills, the view stretched endless, plains shimmering in the heat, herds moving like clouds, the sound of bells carried on the wind. The kings ruled with dignity, and when they died, they were buried in secret, their tombs hidden so their spirits could watch over the land unseen. Even now, when the wind whistled through the ruins, locals say it carries the voices of the ancient rulers. Not angry, not sorrowful, but proud. Deeper in Central Africa, far from trade routes and empires, life followed a gentler rhythm. Small kingdoms rose among the forests. Luba, Lunda, Losi, Chokwe, and many more. Their boundaries shifted with generations, but their traditions endured. The ruler, often chosen from royal lineages, ruled not by fear but by consensus, advised by councils of elders and chiefs. Stories were law, songs were memory. The people told tales of origin, of spirits who emerged from rivers, of ancestors who taught them to work iron, of animals who once spoke to humans. These societies valued harmony more than conquest. When conflict came, it was resolved through gifts and diplomacy. A good king was not one who took many lives, but one who could stop a war with words. The forest itself seemed to enforce that peace, its vastness humbling all who entered. Even the mightiest warrior could be lost within a day if he strayed from the path. In this world, courage meant patience, and power meant balance. By the 1400s, Africa as a whole stood at a crossroads. The Mali Empire was fading, Songhai rising. The Swahili port still glittered, though new sails from Portugal now prowled the seas. In the north, the Maghreb dynasties still ruled, and Egypt remained the link between continents. In the forests and plains of Central and Southern Africa, life continued as it had for centuries, measured not by empires but by seasons and stories. But change was coming, silent at first. Foreign ships would soon anchor along the western coasts, bringing new trade and new troubles. The world that had been connected by desert routes and river paths would shift toward the ocean, and the age of exploration would begin. Yet, the Africa of 500 to 1500 had already written its own masterpiece, in stone, in memory, and in music. It was a continent not waiting for discovery, but already awake, already vast, already dreaming. As night falls over the forests and plains, you can still hear its echoes. The faint ring of a blacksmith's hammer, the distant roll of drums, and the whisper of rivers carrying starlight toward the sea. The Middle Ages had ended, but the heartbeat of Africa would go on forever. As the western lands adjusted to life without emperors, the east looked on with restless eyes. Constantinople, strong and radiant, was not content to let the world shrink. In its palaces, emperors dreamed of banners flying once more over Rome, Carthage, and Spain. The empire had fallen in the west, yes, but in the east it lived on, and it yearned to reclaim what was lost. In the 6th century, Justinian rose to the throne. Small in stature, sharp in thought, tireless in ambition, he was no ordinary emperor. He saw himself as heir to Augustus and Constantine, not just in title but in destiny. The empire, he believed, was not half a thing. It was whole, and it must be whole again. Beside him stood Theodora, empress, once an actress, now a figure of remarkable will. History remembers her as strong, clever, and unyielding. Where Justinian hesitated, she urged courage. When he nearly fled in the face of rebellion, she is said to have declared, "Purple makes a fine shroud. Better to die an emperor than to live without a crown." Her words steeled him. Together they ruled not just as sovereigns but as partners. In Constantinople, Justinian set his vision in motion. He summoned lawyers to gather the scattered statutes of centuries. The result was the Corpus Juris Civilis, the body of civil law. It would shape Europe for 1,000 years, echoing in courts far beyond his reign. He summoned builders, and they raised Hagia Sophia, a church of domes and light. Its vast canopy seemed to float on air. Its walls glittered with golden mosaics. When Justinian first entered its completed halls, he is said to have whispered, "Solomon, I have outdone you." Yet even as laws were codified and churches rose, Justinian's gaze turned westward. He dreamed of reconquest, and to achieve it he needed soldiers, ships, and a general of genius. That general was Belisarius. Young, disciplined, and loyal, Belisarius had the courage to attempt the impossible. He trained his men with precision, drilled them with iron discipline, and inspired them with vision. With fewer troops than his enemies, he relied on cunning, speed, and faith in strategy. First came Africa. The Vandals, masters of Carthage, had grown complacent. Their fleets once terrorized the Mediterranean, but now their kings quarreled. Belisarius struck swiftly. In the year 533, his ships set sail. Crossing stormy seas, they landed on African shores, and in a matter of weeks the Vandal kingdom collapsed. Carthage, the jewel of Africa, was Roman once more. Imagine the sight: citizens of Carthage lining the streets, watching the eastern banners rise. Some wept, remembering old Rome. Others watched in silence, unsure whether this new Rome would endure. But in that moment, Justinian's dream seemed real. The West was not beyond reach. From Africa, Belisarius turned to Italy. The Ostrogoths, heirs of Theodoric, still ruled, but their unity was fragile. Wars of succession had weakened them. Belisarius marched north, capturing Sicily, then Naples, then Rome itself. For the first time in generations, the city of the Caesars was under imperial banners again. Bells rang, churches filled, and people rejoiced. The dream of Rome restored had come alive. Yet the Gothic war dragged on. The Ostrogoths fought fiercely, retaking Rome at times, besieging cities, refusing to yield. For years the peninsula became a battlefield. Farms burned, villages emptied, monuments crumbled. The reconquest was real, but it was costly. By the time the dust settled, Italy was scarred, its people weary, its cities diminished. Rome itself, once queen of the world, was a shadow, still holy, still revered, but no longer the heart of empire. Belisarius, loyal servant, returned to Constantinople hailed as a hero, yet even he felt the weight of exhaustion. Wars drained coffers, plagues swept cities, and dreams of empire always demanded more. Still, Justinian pressed on. In Spain, his armies seized a strip of land, a Roman foothold in Hispania once more. From Africa to Italy to Spain, the map of the Mediterranean seemed to glow with restored order. Yet holding these lands proved harder than taking them. Distance stretched supply lines, local peoples resented taxes and conscriptions. Enemies lurked at every border. And then came plague. Around the year 541, pestilence struck, what would be remembered as the plague of Justinian. Ships carried rats, rats carried fleas, fleas carried death. In Constantinople, corpses filled the streets, fires burned day and night to cleanse the air. Priests prayed, doctors despaired, some said half the city perished. Across the empire, villages emptied, fields lay fallow, armies thinned. For those who lived through it, the world seemed cursed. One year had brought reconquest and glory, the next brought silence and graves. Justinian himself fell ill but survived. His empire endured, but weaker, stretched, scarred. Still, the Eastern Empire remained the greatest power of its age. Constantinople's walls stood tall, its fleets sailed, its laws endured. While the West drifted in fragments, the East held steady, preserving the Roman name for centuries more. Yet the West was not abandoned entirely. Seeds had been planted. The Franks grew stronger, tied to Catholic faith. The Visigoths would eventually embrace the same faith, uniting rulers and people. The Church bound regions together, creating a network of belief that no army could conquer. Rome had fallen, yes, but Christendom was rising, and with it the Middle Ages began to take clearer shape. While Justinian's banners waved across Africa, Italy, and Spain, the question lingered. Could these victories last? For conquest is one thing, but holding land is another, and as the years passed, the costs grew clear. In Italy, the Gothic War had left scars deeper than any victory could heal. Rome itself, still holy, still revered, suffered siege after siege. Aqueducts were broken, fields abandoned, and statues toppled. Once, Rome had been a city of over 1 million souls. By Justinian's time, and even more so after the wars, it dwindled to tens of thousands. The Colosseum stood silent, its arches home to weeds and birds. Travelers walked past ruins with awe and sorrow, speaking of greatness now gone. Yet amid the ruins, faith blossomed. Churches rose where temples had crumbled. Shrines to martyrs dotted the land. Pilgrims still came, kneeling at the tombs of apostles Peter and Paul. Rome, the imperial capital, was no more, but Rome, the spiritual heart of Christendom, grew stronger. The papacy, though not yet supreme, was finding its voice. In years to come, the voice would guide kings and challenge emperors. Meanwhile, Ravenna glittered. Under Byzantine governors, mosaics adorned churches like San Vitale, their golden light depicting Christ, angels, and even Justinian and Theodora themselves. Soldiers marched in disciplined ranks, officials collected taxes, priests chanted liturgies. For a time, Italy felt Roman again, though it was Rome of the East, not the West. In Africa, the reconquest at first seemed secure. Carthage bustled with trade, its harbors filled with sails. Grain once more flowed toward Constantinople, but old tensions stirred. Berber tribes raided from the hinterlands. Revolts shook cities. Governors struggled to balance imperial demands with local realities. Africa would remain Byzantine for a century, but it was never truly at peace. Spain, too, proved difficult. The strip of territory held by the Byzantines clung to the coast, a foothold more symbolic than decisive. Visigothic kings still dominated the peninsula, their courts plotting and praying, their bishops urging unity. The Byzantine presence was a reminder of old Rome, but only a faint one. Back in Constantinople, Justinian's reforms echoed louder than his conquests. The Corpus Juris Civilis, his great law code, outlasted every battle. Scholars in future centuries would study its clauses, weaving them into medieval law, Renaissance thought, and even modern justice. In a world of shifting borders, the written word endured. So too did Hagia Sophia, the great church. When sunlight streamed through its windows, worshippers felt as though heaven itself had opened above them. Candles glowed against marble, incense curled through domes. Choirs sang in harmonies that shook the soul. Centuries later, travelers would still gasp at its beauty. Justinian's empire might rise and falter, but Hagia Sophia stood as a promise of eternity. But if Constantinople reached for eternity, its people lived through fragility. The plague returned again and again, thinning families, emptying homes, silencing markets. Survivors spoke of neighbors buried in haste, of fields untended, of silence in streets once full of noise. Priests preached repentance, doctors searched in vain for cures, mothers held their children tightly. The empire did not collapse, but it lived with a shadow over its heart. Beyond its walls, new powers stirred. To the north, Slavs pressed into the Balkans, settling villages and carving out new homes. To the east, Persians clashed with Roman armies on old battlefields. To the west, Franks grew bolder, and in their new halls, new dynasties dreamed of crowns. The west, though fractured, was not lifeless. In Gaul, Merovingian kings, descendants of Clovis, ruled from Paris and Metz. Their long hair was a symbol of power. To cut it was to strip them of kingship. Their courts were filled with nobles, warriors, and bishops. At feasts, songs praised their ancestors. At councils, scribes inked laws on parchment. They were rougher than Roman emperors, less polished, but their rule was real. The Franks were no longer just war bands, they were becoming a kingdom. In Spain, the Visigoths slowly drew closer to the faith of their people. Arian kings resisted, but Catholic bishops persisted. Councils met in Toledo, drafting laws, debating doctrine. Eventually, the rift would close, and Spain would be united under one faith. But in Justinian's day, that unity was still ahead. In Britain, beyond the reach of Rome or Byzantium, a different story unfolded. After Rome withdrew, waves of Angles, Saxons, and Jutes settled the land. Old towns decayed, but new kingdoms sprouted. Kent, Wessex, Mercia. Druids faded, priests preached, and stories of Arthur, whether myth or memory, spread by firelight. To travelers from Gaul, Britain seemed distant, broken, wild, but alive in its own way. Everywhere the memory of Rome lingered. Roads, though cracked, still stretched across landscapes. Aqueducts, though dry, still spanned valleys. Amphitheaters, though silent, still stood as reminders. People lived among ruins, their daily lives woven with relics of the past. Children played where senators once spoke, farmers plowed fields where legions once marched. And through it all, the church grew. Priests baptized children in stone fonts. Bishops argued theology with passion. Monks bent over manuscripts, copying letters stroke by stroke. They did not think of themselves as saviors of civilization, but they were. Without their patient work, so much would have been lost. The dream of restoration was never fully real. Justinian had stretched the empire's arms, but those arms grew weary. The The lands he claimed often slipped away in time, yet his ambition left marks that outlasted his life. Laws, churches, legends, and the idea that Rome was never truly gone. For the people of the 6th century, it was an age of both wonder and worry. In Constantinople, golden domes shone. In Italy, armies clashed. In Gaul, kings feasted. In Britain, bards sang. The world was fragmented, but alive, and in that fragmentation, medieval Europe was quietly forming. The dream of Justinian's restoration faded with time, but its echoes lingered across centuries. His reign was remembered as a high tide, law renewed, churches raised, lands reclaimed. Yet after the tide came ebb. The empire endured, yes, but the world was moving on. In Italy, the wars left the land exhausted. Fields were scorched, villages abandoned, families scattered. Once fertile valleys lay fallow, and famine whispered through the hills. Byzantine governors ruled from Ravenna, but their grip was fragile. The Ostrogoths had fallen, but others would come. The Lombards, fierce and hungry for land. In the years after Justinian's death, they swept into Italy, carving out kingdoms of their own. The peninsula once more fractured. Rome itself reduced to a city under papal care, while emperors ruled from afar. For ordinary Italians, the cycle of power mattered less than the cycle of seasons. Whether Gothic, Byzantine, or Lombard, the ruler was distant. What mattered was whether the harvest grew, whether raids spared their village, whether the priest blessed their children. They lived among ruins, but they lived. In Africa, Byzantine officials kept Carthage alive, its harbors busy with ships, yet inland tribes pressed harder. Rebellions simmered, and soldiers marched endlessly to keep order. Africa remained part of the empire for more than a century, but it never again held the easy prosperity of Roman days. It was a frontier, both jewel and burden. Spain's Byzantine strip too proved fragile. For a few generations, imperial banners fluttered along its coasts, but Visigothic kings eventually pushed them back. The dream of restoring all Hispania faded, leaving the Visigoths to carry its fate. In time, their kingdom would fall to new powers from the south, but that was a story yet to come. Even as conquest waned, Constantinople itself remained a wonder. Travelers spoke of its walls, triple lines of stone and moat that no army could breach. They spoke of its markets where silk and spices were sold, of its churches glowing with gold, of its scholars debating theology with fire in their eyes. The city stood as a beacon of what Rome had been and what it still aspired to be. But beyond the empire's borders, new powers were growing. To the north, Slavic tribes spread across rivers and plains, their villages dotting the Balkans. To the west, Frankish kings consolidated, their dynasty stretching roots deeper with every generation. To the east, Persia clashed with Rome in endless rivalry, each seeking advantage, each wearing down the other. And on the horizon, unseen by most, a new faith was stirring in Arabia, one that would sweep across lands and alter history forever. But in the 6th century, that future was still hidden, waiting for its moment. For now, the Church was the true unifier of the West. Where emperors failed, bishops endured. Where armies faltered, monks persevered. The Pope in Rome, though not yet supreme, grew steadily more influential. Pilgrims came to Rome not for political power, but for holy relics, for blessings, for the aura of saints. Slowly, spiritual authority began to balance, sometimes even outweigh secular might. In monasteries, the quiet work of preservation continued. Picture a monk in a stone cell, hunched over parchment. His quill scratches lines of Latin, perhaps the words of Augustine, perhaps the poems of Virgil. He does not know that centuries later his careful strokes will be the reason those works survive. Outside, bells ring for prayer. Inside, history is saved one letter at a time. Legends grew in these years. Stories of saints who healed the sick, of hermits who faced demons, of kings who converted and brought whole peoples with them. These tales gave shape to identity, teaching children not only who they were, but who they might become. The empire was gone, but myths of holiness and heroism filled its space. And always, the ruins of Rome remained. Farmers plowed fields around broken aqueducts. Children played in amphitheaters where gladiators once fought. Pilgrims prayed in churches built inside old basilicas. The past was everywhere, a ghost that never left. Yet from those ghosts, a new world was being born. By the close of Justinian's reign, the Mediterranean world was changed. Rome's fall had shattered unity, but it had not ended civilization. Instead, it had reshaped it. The empire was smaller, the world harsher, but life endured, adapted, transformed, and prepared for the centuries to come. The people of the 6th century could not see the vast arc of history. They did not know that their age would be called medieval, that their struggles would be seen as the seedbed of nations. They only knew their daily lives, planting, praying, fearing, hoping. But through those lives, history moved forward. And so, the dream of restoration faded into the fabric of the Middle Ages. Justinian had reached far, but he could not turn back time. The Western Empire was gone, yet its echoes lived on, in laws, in faith, in ruins, in memory. The Middle Ages stretched ahead, a long road of darkness and light, struggle and triumph, sorrow and song. For listeners now, lying in the quiet of night, it is enough to know the story continued. The world after Rome did not end, it transformed. It seemed Rome had been reborn. In the reign of Justinian, the empire's armies had marched across the Mediterranean, reclaiming lost provinces that had once been the pride of Caesar and Augustus. North Africa wrested from the Vandals. Italy retaken after centuries of barbarian rule. Even parts of Spain had briefly returned to imperial hands. In Constantinople, the Hagia Sophia rose like a crown of light, the largest and most magnificent church in Christendom. To stand beneath its dome was to feel the presence of heaven itself. To many Romans, it seemed that history had turned back, and that the old dream of empire had returned to life. But empires are not rebuilt by dreams alone. Behind the glory, Justinian had drained his treasury, stretched his armies thin, and left the countryside scarred by plague. The empire looked vast on a map, but its strength was fragile. And while the Mediterranean marveled at Rome's return, in the east an old enemy was waiting. Persia, proud, powerful, and patient. For centuries, Rome and Persia had circled each other like two lions, neither able to destroy the other, neither willing to step back. They had fought for Armenia, for Mesopotamia, for control of the great trade routes that linked east and west. They had signed treaties, exchanged prisoners, and even, at times, helped each other. But beneath the words and rituals, rivalry never died. And now, in the generation after Justinian's death, that rivalry would erupt into the most destructive war either empire had ever known. It would last decades. It would bleed both sides dry, and when it ended, the world would not be the same. To understand the war, we need to understand the stage. Rome and Persia were not simply neighbors, they were equals. Rome controlled the Mediterranean, the ancient Mare Nostrum. Persia ruled the Iranian plateau and Mesopotamia, the rich lands of the Tigris and Euphrates. Both had sophisticated armies, proud aristocracies, and ancient traditions and kingship. Their borders ran like scars across Armenia and the deserts of Syria. Fortresses dotted the frontier, Roman cities like Dara, Persian strongholds like Ctesiphon. The rivalry went back centuries. The Roman general Crassus, eager for glory, had led Roman legions into Parthia, meaning the Parthian Empire, which was named after a historical region located in northeastern Greater Iran in 53 BC, only to be crushed at the Battle of Karhai, east of the Euphrates River. His army slaughtered, his standards captured, his head sent to the Persian king as a trophy. Later, emperors like Trajan and Septimius Severus had marched deep into the east, conquering Mesopotamia for a time, but never holding it for long. When the Sassanid dynasty replaced the Parthians in the 3rd century, the rivalry only sharpened. The Persians were tougher, more centralized, and fiercely ambitious. They captured Roman emperors, sacked Roman cities, and threatened Syria and Anatolia. Rome struck back in turn, but neither side could ever land a killing blow. By Justinian's time, peace was bought with money. Rome paid subsidies to keep Persia quiet in the Caucasus, while both sides focused elsewhere. But peace would not outlive Justinian. When Justinian died in 565, the throne passed to his nephew Justin II. He inherited an empire that looked strong but was stretched thin. The treasury was weakened by wars in Italy and Africa. The countryside was scarred by plague. And in the east, Persia watched, waiting. Justin was proud. He wanted to prove himself worthy of his uncle's legacy. One of his first acts was to refuse the subsidies that Rome had been paying to Persia. To him they were humiliating. To Persia, under the wise king Khosrov I, they were part of a carefully maintained balance. The refusal was an insult. Persian armies marched. They struck at Roman fortresses in Armenia and Syria. The war spread quickly, and Rome struggled to respond. Justin himself soon became part of the problem. Chroniclers describe his mind unraveling under the strain. He raved, screamed, and wept uncontrollably. He bit servants who came too close, barked like a dog, or sat frozen in silence. Constantinople whispered that the emperor was mad. Real power passed to his general Tiberius, but the damage was done. Rome was on the defensive again. When Justin II died in 578, Tiberius II became emperor in his own right. He was capable, generous, and more balanced than his predecessor. He used his personal fortune to aid the poor, distributed food to the hungry, and won admiration in Constantinople. But generosity could not erase the empire's problems. Wars burned on multiple fronts. In the Balkans, Slavic tribes were pouring southward, raiding deep into Roman lands. In the east, Persia pressed hard. Tiberius managed to hold the line, but he knew the task was greater than one man could carry. On his deathbed, he turned to his son-in-law, Maurice, and handed him the crown. Maurice would prove to be one of the most remarkable emperors of his age. Maurice took the throne in 582. Unlike Justin II, he was not impulsive. Unlike Tiberius, he was not merely a caretaker. Maurice was a soldier, disciplined, pragmatic, and determined. He reorganized the army, cut unnecessary expenses, and imposed discipline on the frontier. His reign was hard but effective. In the Balkans, he fought campaigns against the Slavs and Avars, trying to hold the Danube frontier. In the east, he faced Persia, and here fortune suddenly gave him a chance. In Persia, King Hormizd IV faced rebellion. His generals turned against him, and he was overthrown. His son, Khosrow II, fled for his life. Desperate, Khosrow came to Maris. He begged for help. Maris saw the opportunity. Roman troops marched east, fought the usurpers, and restored Khosrow II to his throne. The alliance was sealed. In gratitude, Khosrow gave Rome territory in Armenia and signed a peace treaty. For the first time in living memory, the frontier was quiet. Maris could turn his attention elsewhere. He reorganized the Balkans, sent settlers to strengthen the Danube frontier, and tried to restore order. But his strictness made him unpopular. He cut military pay. He refused to waste money on the circus game of Constantinople. He lived frugally, like a soldier in a tent. To the people he seemed cold. To the army he seemed stingy. In 602, resentment boiled over. The army mutinied. Maris was overthrown. The new ruler was Phocas, a brutal centurion with no noble blood. Maurice and his sons were captured. Chroniclers say that Maurice was forced to watch as his children were executed, one by one, before being killed himself. Even in the brutal world of the Roman Empire, it was a shocking act. And in Persia, Khosrow II was furious. This was not just a murder. It was the death of a man who had saved his throne. To Khosrow, Phocas was a usurper, a criminal, and Persia would have its revenge. The murder of Maurice was the spark. For Persia it was more than politics, it was personal. Khosrow II owed his throne to Maurice, and now Maurice and his children lay butchered at the hands of a usurper. Khosrow saw himself not only as an avenger, but as the chosen instrument of justice. And so Persia's armies marched. This was not a cautious raid, not a border war, not one of those endless little conflicts that had flared for centuries. This was a storm. Persian banners advanced into Roman Syria. City after city fell. Antioch, one of the greatest metropolises of the East, was captured in 611. The shock was immense. Antioch had been taken by Persians once before in late antiquity, but never held so easily, so completely. The city of golden streets and marble colonnades was reduced to another Persian garrison. 2 years later, in 613, Damascus was lost. Roman defenses collapsed. Panic spread through the provinces. And then in 614 came the unthinkable. Jerusalem fell. The holy city, sacred to Jews, Christians, and to the empire itself, had stood through centuries of war. Pilgrims came from across the world to walk its streets, to pray at the Holy Sepulchre, to gaze upon relics said to be touched by Christ himself. Now it was aflame. The Persians stormed the city after fierce fighting. Thousands of defenders and civilians were massacred. Churches were torn apart. Monasteries plundered. The Patriarch of Jerusalem was taken prisoner. But the wound that cut deepest was the loss of the true cross. This relic, believed to be the very cross upon which Christ had been crucified, was the most sacred treasure in Christendom. Processions had carried it through Constantinople in times of need. Soldiers had marched into battle with it before them. To the faithful, it was not just wood, it was the living proof of salvation. And now it was in Persian hands. Imagine the shock in Constantinople. The empire had lost Jerusalem, yes, but more than that, it seemed to have lost the favor of heaven itself. Chroniclers speak of people wailing in the streets, fasting, weeping, begging for God's mercy. To many it must have seemed as if the end of the world had come. If Jerusalem was a spiritual disaster, what followed was a practical one. In 618, the Persians conquered Egypt. The fertile valley of the Nile had fed Rome since the days of the Caesars. Its grain ships sailed north each year, bringing wheat to Constantinople, ensuring that the city's people, 500,000 strong, had bread. Without Egypt, famine loomed, and with Egypt fell the richest tax revenues of the empire. The financial lifeline of the state had been cut. Think of it. In less than a decade, Rome had lost Syria, Palestine, and Egypt. These were not distant provinces on the edges of the map. They were the very heart of the Eastern Empire, the lands of ancient pharaohs, the cities of Alexander, the holy city of Jerusalem itself, all now Persian. The empire of Justinian, the glittering rebirth, lay in ruins. In Constantinople, despair reigned. The new emperor, Heraclius, had taken the throne in 610, but what a throne it was! A gilded seat on a sinking ship. Heraclius was young, energetic, and brave, but he inherited a nightmare. The treasury was empty, the army demoralized. The people of Constantinople rioted over food shortages. At one point, Heraclius seriously considered abandoning the city. He thought of retreating to Carthage, the city of his birth, and making North Africa the new center of empire. But something stopped him. Perhaps it was faith, perhaps it was pride, perhaps it was desperation, but Heraclius stayed, and slowly, painfully, he began to rebuild. He cut government expenses to the bone. He melted down church treasures, taking golden chalices and silver crosses to mint coins for soldiers' pay. He reorganized the army into themes, military districts where farmers became soldier settlers, tied to the defense of their own land, and most importantly, he began to cast the coming struggle not as a mere war, but as a holy cause. The Persians had stolen the cross. God's favor seemed to have deserted the Romans. But perhaps, Heraclius argued, this was a test. Perhaps the empire was being called not to despair but to rise. The empire would not go quietly. Between 618 and 622, Heraclius bided his time. The Persians controlled Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, but their armies were spread thin, garrisoning vast territories. Heraclius gathered what forces he could, trained them, and prepared for a counterstrike. The people of Constantinople must have lived those years like a long nightmare. Famine threatened. Persian armies were camped only days' march from Anatolia. Rumors whispered that Constantinople itself might be besieged. And yet, against all odds, Heraclius endured. Finally, in 622, he struck. In the spring of 622, after years of humiliation, Heraclius finally led his army east. Picture the scene, the emperor himself riding at the head of his soldiers, the banners of the empire snapping in the Anatolian wind, priests carrying icons and relics before the troops. The people had watched their empire crumble. Now they saw their emperor take the field as both general and holy warrior. Heraclius marched into Armenia, striking at Persian garrisons. The terrain was harsh. Jagged mountains, deep valleys, snow in winter and blazing sun in summer. But Heraclius knew how to fight in such conditions. His soldiers moved quickly, avoiding direct confrontation with larger Persian forces, ambushing supply trains, striking suddenly before disappearing into the hills. For the first time in years, the Romans were on the offensive. The Persian armies, spread thin across Syria and Egypt, struggled to respond. They had thought the empire broken. Now they faced an emperor who fought like a man with nothing left to lose. The campaign of 622 ended with Roman victories, and though limited, they were a spark of hope. Heraclius returned to Constantinople hailed as a savior, but he knew this was only the beginning. The war did not end in a single campaign. For the next 5 years, Heraclius waged a relentless war against Armenia and northern Mesopotamia. He struck deep into Persian territory, forcing Khosrow II to recall his armies from Syria. The fighting was brutal. Entire villages were burned. Soldiers endured freezing winters in the mountains and blistering summers on the plains. Battles raged around rivers and fortresses, with victories sometimes measured not in cities taken but in the survival of the army itself. But Heraclius had a strategy. He could not hope to match the Persians in sheer numbers. Instead, he waged war like a raider, choosing the time and place of battle, striking where Persians were weak. Slowly, year by year, he wore them down. Chroniclers describe how he inspired his men with fiery speeches, reminding them that they fought not just for land, but for the cross, for Christ, for the survival of their families. The war was framed as holy, and the soldiers believed it. Persia, once triumphant, was beginning to stumble. In 626, the war reached its most desperate moments. The Persians, allied with the nomadic Avars and Slavs, launched a bold plan. While Heraclius campaigned in the east, they would strike directly at the capital itself. A vast host gathered outside Constantinople. The Avars and Slavs attacked from the land side, while the Persians sent ships across the Bosphorus to join them. For the first time in centuries, the very heart of Rome was under siege. Inside the city, panic gripped the people. The emperor was far away. Supplies were limited. But Constantinople had one advantage no other city in the world possessed: the Theodosian walls. These colossal fortifications, triple layers of stone and towers, had stood since the 5th century. No army had ever breached them. Now they would be tested as never before. The defenders, soldiers, citizens, even monks, manned the walls day and night. Arrows, stones, and fire rained down on the attackers. Priests carried icons of the Virgin Mary through the streets, and people swore that she herself appeared upon the ramparts, protecting her city. The Persians tried to ferry troops across the water, but the Roman navy struck them down. The Avars launched massive siege towers, but the walls held firm. After weeks of fierce fighting, the allied host broke. The siege had failed. Constantinople, the queen of cities, had survived. It was a turning point. The empire had stared death in the face and endured. With his capital safe, Heraclius went on the attack. He gathered new allies, the Turkic Khazars of the steppe, and together they marched deep into Persian territory. Imagine it: Roman soldiers side by side with mounted steppe warriors, banners fluttering against the vast skies of Mesopotamia, advancing toward the very heart of Persia. The Persians, drained and divided, struggled to resist. Khosrow II had ruled with cruelty and arrogance. Now, as defeats mounted, his nobles began to whisper against him. In 627, the two great armies met near the ruins of Nineveh. The battlefield was bleak: rolling plains, winter fog, the ground hard with frost. Heraclius, despite illness and exhaustion, led his men personally. He knew this could be the battle that decided the fate of empires. The Persians struck first, confident in their numbers, but Heraclius had chosen his ground well. The fog concealed his maneuvers, and when the Persians advanced, the Romans counterattacked with precision. For hours the battle raged. Chroniclers describe Heraclius himself riding into combat, sword in hand, fighting like a common soldier. His courage steadied his men, and slowly the Persians broke. By day's end, the Persian army lay shattered. Roman soldiers trampled the standards of their enemy into the frozen earth. It was a victory as decisive as it was unexpected. The empire that had seemed doomed now stood triumphant. The news of Nineveh shook Persia to its core. Khosrow II, once the conqueror of Jerusalem and Egypt, was now seen as a failure. His nobles, weary of war and angered by his tyranny, turned against him. Within weeks he was overthrown and executed by his own son. The war was over. Rome and Persia, exhausted beyond measure, signed a peace. The Persians would withdraw from all conquered lands. The true cross would be returned. The Roman Empire, against all odds, had survived. The year was 630. After nearly 3 decades of disaster and struggle, Heraclius returned to Jerusalem. It was a moment crafted for history books and for sermons. The emperor himself, clad in simple robes, walked barefoot through the gates of the holy city. Before him was carried the true cross, the relic stolen by the Persians 16 years earlier. Crowds lined the streets. Monks and priests chanted hymns. The people wept openly as their emperor carried the cross to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. For them this was not merely a victory, it was the vindication of faith itself. God had tested his empire and it had endured. Heraclius was hailed as a new Constantine, the equal of the first Christian emperor. Chroniclers compared him to King David of the Bible, the warrior king who defeated mighty enemies through faith and courage. And for a moment it seemed the Roman Empire was reborn again, just as in Justinian's day. But beneath the glittering ceremonies, the empire was hollowed. The wars had lasted nearly 30 years. Both empires, Rome and Persia, were exhausted beyond recognition. For Rome, the losses were staggering. Syria, Palestine, and Egypt had been occupied for more than a decade. Their cities were scarred, their fields ruined, their populations displaced. The treasury was empty. Years of melting church plate and confiscating private wealth had barely kept the armies paid. The countryside of Anatolia had been stripped bare to feed troops on campaign. Farmers struggled to recover. For Persia, the situation was even worse. Their king was dead, executed by his own nobles. The nobility was fractured, with rival princes and generals seizing power. Their armies were broken, their fortresses abandoned, their confidence shattered. Rome had won, yes, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. A triumph so costly it nearly amounted to defeat. The 2 great lions of the ancient world had fought to exhaustion. And in the deserts of Arabia, a new predator had been sharpening its claws. While Romans and Persians bled each other dry, something remarkable had taken root to the south. In the oases and caravan towns of Arabia, a prophet named Muhammad had begun to preach a new faith. When Heraclius marched barefoot into Jerusalem in 630, Muhammad was still alive, but within 2 years the prophet would die, leaving behind a united Arab community inspired by his message. For centuries the Arabs had been the overlooked neighbors of the great empires, useful as mercenaries, troublesome as raiders, but never a true threat. Now, driven by faith, discipline, and the hunger of a people long excluded from the wealth of empire, they exploded outward. In 633, Arab armies struck the Persians. Within a few years, Persia collapsed completely. The Sassanid dynasty, centuries old, was swept away. The empire of Khosrow II, once master of Jerusalem and Egypt, was gone forever. The Romans resisted longer, but they too were too weak to stop the tide. Syria and Palestine fell in the 630s. Egypt followed in 641. Heraclius, once hailed as the savior of the empire, lived long enough to see nearly all his victories undone. He died in 641, a broken man, the taste of triumph turned bitter. Looking back, historians see the War of Rome and Persia as the last act of an ancient play. For 700 years the 2 empires had fought, sometimes in shadow, sometimes in open battle. They had been the twin pillars of the old world, each defining itself against the other, and in the end they destroyed each other. Persia vanished. The proud Sassanid kings, heirs to Cyrus and Darius, were gone. Their empire dissolved into memory. Rome survived but transformed. The empire that once dreamed of uniting the Mediterranean was now a smaller, Greek-speaking state. Its heart was not Rome, nor even Jerusalem, but Constantinople. It would live on for centuries, but as something new, the Byzantine Empire. The old world of Caesars and Shahanshahs had ended. In its place, a new world had begun, a world of caliphs and sultans, a world where the Mediterranean was no longer the center of power, but just one part of a far larger stage. What can we learn from this war? First, that even the greatest empires are not invincible. Rome and Persia were the superpowers of their day, unmatched in wealth, armies, and prestige, yet they bled each other dry until neither could stand. Second, that history is not always a straight line. Justinian had dreamed of restoring Rome's glory, Heraclius had seemed to achieve it, and yet, within a single generation, much of that dream had crumbled. Victories can be fleeting, even when they feel eternal. And third, that history often turns not on the battles we expect, but on the ones that follow. Rome and Persia fought for Jerusalem, for Egypt, for the cross itself, but their true legacy was what came after, the rise of Islam, the reshaping of the ancient world into something new. When Justinian died in 565, the empire seemed reborn. When Heraclius carried the true cross back into Jerusalem in 630, it seemed reborn again. But between those two moments stretched a generation of fire and blood. Cities burned, armies clashed, emperors rose and fell. The rivalry of Rome and Persia, centuries old, reached its climax and ended with both empires broken. This was not just another war. It was the last Roman-Persian war, the final roar of two ancient lions before the desert winds carried in a new age. It was the war that broke two empires, and from its ruins, the world we know today began to take shape. What happens to a world after an empire that lasted for centuries finally falls? When the Roman legions no longer march, when aqueducts crumble, and when cities that once glittered with marble fall silent, what takes their place? This is the story of Europe in the early 600s, a land caught between memory and survival, a place where the shadow of Rome still lingered, but new peoples and new powers were beginning to rise. It was the year 600. More than a century had passed since the last emperor in the West had been deposed. Yet the memory of Rome was everywhere. Roads still cut through hills and valleys, though many were broken and overgrown. Old Roman towns still stood, their walls weathered, their amphitheaters abandoned, their forums turned into grazing grounds. But life had not disappeared. In these ruins, people built huts from timber and stone. Farmers plowed the same soil their Roman ancestors had once worked. Though the grand villas and estates had often collapsed. The empire was gone, but the habits of survival remained. In the east, the Roman Empire had not vanished at all. It lived on in Constantinople, the Byzantine Empire. But for Western Europe, the old Roman world had splintered into many kingdoms. The order of emperors and governors had been replaced by warlords and kings, each ruling over smaller lands. In what had once been Roman Gaul, a new dynasty had risen, the Merovingians, the kings of the Franks. Their long hair was said to mark their sacred power. They ruled from cities like Paris and Reims, blending Roman traditions with their old Frankish customs. Yet Merovingian rule was often unstable. Kings died young, and their kingdoms were divided between sons. leading to rivalry and feuding. Still, they kept alive the memory of kingship, and under them the Franks remained one of the strongest forces in Western Europe. In the countryside, Roman villas had turned into small villages. Latin was still spoken, though slowly it was changing into the early forms of French. Christianity had spread widely here, though many old pagan customs lingered. Priests and bishops guided not just faith, but often daily order. Across the Channel, Britain had been cut off from Rome for more than 200 years. Roman legions had left in the 400s, and since then waves of Germanic peoples, Angles, Saxons and Jutes had settled. They brought their own language, which would eventually become English. By 600, several Anglo-Saxon kingdoms had formed: Northumbria in the north, Mercia in the center, Wessex in the south and Kent in the southeast. These kingdoms often fought each other, but they were also building the foundations of a new culture. Christianity, once strong under Rome, had nearly disappeared in much of Britain. But now missionaries were returning. Pope Gregory the Great had sent monks to convert the Anglo-Saxons, and in Kent, King Ethelbert welcomed them. Slowly new churches were being built, and the faith was returning. South of the Alps, Italy itself was no longer the heart of empire. The city of Rome still stood, its ancient monuments looming over smaller, poorer neighborhoods. The Senate was gone, the emperors long departed. Now Rome was a city of bishops and pilgrims. Most of Italy was controlled by the Lombards, a Germanic people who had invaded in the late 500s. They ruled from Pavia, carving the peninsula into duchies. Their power was great, but not absolute. Parts of Italy were still held by the Byzantines, including Ravenna and a few coastal areas. This meant Italy was divided, with two different rulers laying claim to the old Roman lands. The Lombards were fierce warriors, but like many Germanic peoples, they were slowly converting to Christianity. Their courts mixed Roman law with their own traditions, producing a patchwork society. Further west, in the Iberian Peninsula, the Visigoths ruled. They had once been Arians, a Christian sect that clashed with the Catholic Church, but in 589 King Recared had converted to Catholicism, bringing his people with him. This gave the Visigoths stronger ties to the rest of Christian Europe. The Visigothic kingdom stretched across most of modern Spain and Portugal. Toledo served as its capital, with councils of bishops playing a large role in law and government. Yet beneath this order, the kingdom was fragile, troubled by noble rivalries and succession crises. Within just a few generations, the Visigoths would face an invasion unlike any before, but in 600 they still believed their rule was secure. In Central and Eastern Europe, new peoples were moving. The Slavs, once scattered tribes, were expanding across the lands east of the Elbe and south into the Balkans. They cleared forests, built wooden villages, and spread their language across vast areas. Alongside them came the Avars, a nomadic people who built a khaganate in the Carpathian Basin. From their strongholds they launched raids into Byzantine lands. To Constantinople, the Avars and Slavs were a constant threat on the northern frontier. Through all of Europe's fragmentation, one institution tied much of it together: the Christian Church. Bishops and monasteries carried on learning and preserved books. Monks copied manuscripts in candlelit rooms, keeping alive knowledge of the Bible, Roman law, and even classical authors. In Rome, the Pope was growing in importance. Though politically weak, the papacy held spiritual authority. Pope Gregory the Great, who died in 604, had sent missionaries to England and written widely, shaping medieval Christianity. So the year 650 approached, and Europe was still a place of shadows and survival. The Roman Empire was gone, but its ghost lingered in roads, cities, and laws. Germanic kings ruled over Latin-speaking peasants. New peoples like the Slavs were pushing in, while the Church quietly bound the continent with faith. Europe was fragile, divided and poor compared to its Roman past. Yet within this seeming weakness lay the seeds of the medieval world to come. The Franks, the Anglo-Saxons, the Lombards, the Visigoths, each would play a part in shaping the next centuries. What holds a continent together when kingdoms rise and fall, when invasions continue, and when wealth has faded? In the years between 650 and 700, Europe was no longer the world of emperors and legions, but of monks and bishops, kings and warlords, and ordinary people trying to keep faith and stability alive. This was the age when the Church became the heart of Europe's identity, while new powers slowly emerged from its fragmented lands. By the mid-600s, the Christian Church had become one of the strongest unifying forces in Europe. Kings ruled small territories, but bishops and abbots often held more influence than generals. In monasteries scattered across forests and valleys, monks lived quiet lives of prayer and work. They rose before dawn, copied texts in scriptoria, tilled the soil, and provided food and shelter for travelers. The most famous rule of life, the rule of Saint Benedict, spread widely. It emphasized discipline, prayer, and stability, qualities desperately needed in unsettled times. The monasteries became islands of learning. They preserved books of scripture and classical authors alike. In an age when war and famine often destroyed, the monks wrote, prayed, and kept knowledge alive. In Italy, the Lombards still ruled much of the land, but the city of Rome remained special. The Byzantine Empire controlled parts of Italy through its exarchate in Ravenna, yet their power was distant. The real heart of Rome's influence was the papacy. Popes in this era had little military power, but their authority as leaders of the Western Church grew stronger. They negotiated with kings, sent missionaries, and offered moral guidance to a continent in need of direction. Rome's ancient ruins may have crumbled, but its bishop, the Pope, held a spiritual crown that would grow ever more important. The Lombards, meanwhile, were no longer the wild invaders of earlier times. By the later 600s they were settling, building cities and blending with the local population. Their rulers issued laws that combined Germanic custom with Roman precedent. Duchies like Spoleto and Benevento thrived in southern Italy, while their capital in Pavia remained the heart of their kingdom. Though they had once been Arians, most Lombards now accepted Catholic Christianity, bringing them closer to the rest of Europe. Yet Italy was still divided. The Byzantines clung to Ravenna and to parts of the south, while Rome itself remained in the strange position of being both Byzantine territory and papal city. This patchwork would remain a source of conflict for centuries. To the west, the Visigothic kingdom of Spain was nearing its final days. Their capital in Toledo was a center of councils where bishops and nobles gathered to guide the kingdom. The Visigoths had converted to Catholicism decades earlier, and the church now played a central role in their governance. But their unity was fragile. Rivalries among nobles, constant plots, and contested successions weakened the state. By the late 600s, when kings like Wamba and Egica tried to reform the realm, they faced deep resistance. The Iberian Peninsula seemed stable from the outside, but its cracks were widening. Within a generation, these cracks would break wide open. North of the Pyrenees, the Franks under the Merovingians continued to rule Gaul. But by the mid-600s, their kings had grown weaker. Royal power often fell into the hands of the mayors of the palace, chief officials who controlled armies and finances. While kings held sacred authority and long hair as symbols of rule, the real power was shifting. This quiet change would eventually bring new leaders to the forefront, the Carolingian family. For now, the Merovingians still wore the crown, even if others guided their hands. In England, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were slowly taking shape. Christianity had returned through the mission of Augustine in Kent, and by the later 600s it had spread widely. Northumbria became a shining center of culture. Monasteries like Lindisfarne and Wearmouth Jarrow produced learning and art. The famous Book of Kells and Lindisfarne Gospels, with their dazzling decoration, came from this tradition. Kings such as Oswald and Oswiu supported the church, and missionaries from Ireland and Rome debated how best to guide the faithful. England was still divided into many kingdoms, but it was also a place of renewal. The blending of Germanic energy and Christian order gave it a distinct character that would shape its future. In Eastern Europe, the Slavs continued to expand. They built simple wooden settlements, farmed new lands, and spread their culture widely. Their villages were small, but their numbers grew steadily, and they filled the lands that Rome had once ruled. To their west and south, the Avars maintained their khaganate in the Carpathian Basin. They were feared for their raids, striking into Byzantine territory. Yet their hold was not eternal. New peoples, especially the Bulgars, would soon rise and challenge them. The Byzantine Empire, though far stronger than the kingdoms of the West, was struggling. Wars with the new Islamic Caliphate drained its strength. The emperors in Constantinople could not focus fully on the West, and their authority in Italy and the Balkans weakened. Still, Constantinople itself stood as a glittering city. Its walls, markets, and churches remained a beacon of survival. While Western Europe struggled in poverty, the Byzantine capital kept alive a reminder of Rome's grandeur. As the year 700 approached, Europe remained divided. Franks, Lombards, Visigoths, Anglo-Saxons, and Slavs each carved their place. The Church bound them together in faith, even as kingdoms splintered and shifted. It was not yet the Europe of empires or nations. It was a patchwork, fragile and diverse. But within its monasteries, its courts, and its villages, the seeds of a new order were quietly growing. Soon new leaders would emerge, and with them Europe would take a step closer to the medieval civilization we recognize today. In Gaul, the Merovingian kings still wore their crowns, but their power had withered. They were sometimes called do-nothing kings, for real authority lay with their mayors of the palace. The most powerful of these was Pepin of Herstal, who had consolidated Frankish lands under his control. His son, Charles Martel, was now rising to prominence. Known for his energy and skill, Charles would soon reshape the destiny of the Franks. But in 700 this was only beginning. The Carolingian family, as they would later be called, was quietly gathering the threads of power. In time they would replace the Merovingians entirely, for now they ruled from behind the throne, preparing the ground for greater things to come. Across the Channel, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were still divided, but a sense of unity was beginning to form through faith. By the early 700s, Christianity had reached most of the English kingdoms. Monks traveled between monasteries carrying not just scripture but also art and learning. Kingdoms like Northumbria and Mercia began to rise as regional powers. Rivalries were constant, but the idea of a shared faith gave them a common identity. The blending of Germanic warrior culture with Christian order created a new foundation for England's future. In Italy, the Lombards continued to rule, but their kingdom was changing. They were no longer simply conquerors. Many Lombard dukes and nobles had adopted Christianity, and their laws mixed Roman tradition with Lombard custom. The Pope in Rome, meanwhile, grew in influence. Though Rome itself was still officially Byzantine territory, imperial power was weak and far away. Popes dealt directly with kings, bishops, and even invaders. They became not just spiritual leaders but also negotiators and protectors of the city. This shift in Rome's role would, over centuries, change the very nature of European power. In Iberia, the Visigothic kingdom continued to appear stable, but beneath the surface it was cracking. Kings still ruled from Toledo and councils of bishops advised them, yet noble factions plotted and succession crises weakened unity. By the early 700s, the Visigoths faced growing tension. Their borders were not yet threatened, but far to the south, across the Strait of Gibraltar, the Islamic Caliphate had expanded across North Africa. Within just a decade, this storm would break upon Spain's shores. Far to the east, the Byzantine Empire faced one of its greatest struggles. The Islamic Caliphate, expanding rapidly after the death of Muhammad, had swept through Syria, Palestine, and Egypt. By 700, Byzantium had lost many of its richest provinces. The emperors in Constantinople fought desperately to hold the line. they reorganized their military, creating the theme system in which soldiers farmed the land they defended. This system gave them resilience, but the empire's resources were stretched thin. In 717, the empire would face a massive siege of Constantinople itself. Though that belongs to the next years, the early 700s was already full of tension. Byzantium was no longer the empire of Justinian. It was a fortress under constant attack. In Central and Eastern Europe, new peoples continued to shape the map. The Slavs expanded deeper into the Balkans, settling lands once firmly under Byzantine control. Their villages and fields grew, and their languages spread across vast regions. At the same time, the Bulgars, a Turkic people who had migrated into the Balkans, were establishing their own power. By the early 700s, they had founded the First Bulgarian Empire. This new state would soon clash with Byzantium, adding yet another pressure on the empire's borders. For most people in these years, history was lived not in battles or royal courts, but in the rhythm of daily life. Villagers worked the fields, grew grain, raised livestock, and prayed in small wooden churches. Markets gathered in towns, though trade was far smaller than in Roman times. Travel was slow, and most people lived within a few miles of where they were born. Yet the memory of Rome lingered in old stone roads, bridges, and ruins. Farmers might plow a field where once a Roman villa stood, or graze sheep near the broken arches of an aqueduct. Life was simpler, poorer, and harsher than in the days of the empire. But it was also steady. Families endured, faith guided, and communities grew. By 725, Europe stood at a crossroads. The Franks were rising, the Visigoths weakening, the Lombards stabilizing, and the Anglo-Saxons finding their fate. The Byzantines held on desperately, while new peoples like the Bulgars took root. No one could know it yet, but the next decades would bring dramatic clashes. Armies from the south would cross into Spain, warriors of the Franks would rally to defend their lands. The balance of Europe was shifting, slowly but surely, toward a new age. What happens when two great civilizations meet? Not through trade or words, but through war. In the mid-700s, Europe stood at the brink of one of its most defining clashes. To the south, the Islamic Caliphate had expanded across North Africa and into Spain. To the north, the Franks under Charles Martel prepared to defend their lands. This was the moment when the destiny of Europe would be tested in battle. In 711, a Berber commander named Tariq ibn Ziyad crossed the Strait of Gibraltar with an army of Muslims, mostly Berbers from North Africa. The Visigothic kingdom of Spain, weakened by noble feuds and unstable kingship, collapsed quickly before them. Legend tells of the last Visigothic king, Roderick, who fought bravely but was defeated at the Battle of Guadalete. Within a few short years, nearly the whole Iberian Peninsula was under Muslim control. By the mid-720s, only a small strip in the north remained in Christian hands. This new province became known as Al-Andalus, and its capital was established at Cordoba. Here, a rich blend of cultures, Arab, Berber, Iberian, and Roman, would flourish. But in the 720s, this was not yet a place of golden culture. It was still the frontier of conquest, pushing ever northward toward the Pyrenees. From Spain, Muslim armies pressed north, crossing into what is now France. They raided into Aquitaine and Burgundy, seizing treasure, defeating local lords, and threatening the heart of Frankish lands. The Frankish dukes in southern Gaul fought hard but could not resist alone. The task fell to Charles Martel, the mayor of the palace, who had already established himself as the strongest leader among the Franks. Charles was not a king, but his authority was greater than that of the Merovingians he served. He trained his warriors, rewarded them with lands, and built a professional corps of soldiers. This was the force that would meet the armies of Al-Andalus. In the autumn of 732, near the city of Tours, the clash came. A Muslim army under Abd al-Rahman al-Ghafiqi advanced deep into Frankish territory. Charles Martel gathered his forces, including heavily armed infantry. The two armies faced each other for 7 days, skirmishing and maneuvering. Finally, battle was joined. The Franks formed a solid wall of shields, and wave after wave of cavalry charges broke upon them. The fighting was fierce, and Abd al-Rahman was slain in the struggle. The Muslim forces, leaderless, withdrew under the cover of night. Charles Martel held the field. The battle was not the end of Muslim power in Spain, nor even the last raid into Gaul, but it was remembered as a turning point, the moment when the expansion of Islam into Europe was checked. For Charles, it was the victory that earned him the name Martel, the Hammer. After Tours, Charles Martel's reputation grew immensely. Though still only the mayor of the palace, he was the true ruler of the Franks. He continued to expand his influence, subduing rivals and strengthening his military. Charles also forged ties with the church. He granted lands to monasteries and supported bishops, though he also took church lands to reward his warriors when needed. His relationship with the papacy was pragmatic, but it laid the groundwork for future alliances. By the time of his death in 741, Charles Martel had turned the Franks into the dominant power of Western Europe. His descendants would build upon this foundation, leading to the rise of the Carolingian dynasty. While Charles rose in the north, Italy remained divided between the Lombards, the Byzantines, and the papacy. The Lombards still controlled most of the peninsula, but the Pope in Rome increasingly looked northward for alliances. The Byzantines could no longer provide strong protection, and the Lombards pressed hard against papal lands. This tension would eventually draw the Franks into Italian affairs, but in the mid-700s it remained unresolved. Rome was caught between two powers, the Lombards and Byzantium, while quietly cultivating friendships with the Franks. In Britain, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms continued to grow in strength and culture. Missionaries from England traveled into Europe, spreading Christianity among the pagan tribes of Germany and beyond. The most famous was Boniface, an Anglo-Saxon monk who journeyed into the forests of Germania. He cut down sacred oaks, built churches, and organized dioceses, bringing large parts of Central Europe into the Christian fold. This missionary work tied England more closely to Rome and to the Frankish world. The Church was becoming a continent-wide network, binding Europe together in shared belief even as political borders shifted constantly. While the Franks fought in Gaul, the Byzantines faced their own crisis. In 717, the Islamic Caliphate launched a massive siege of Constantinople. For a year, the city held against overwhelming odds. The Theodosian walls, the fleet armed with Greek fire, and the courage of its defenders saved them. When the siege finally lifted in 718, Constantinople had survived. The empire was battered but still alive. This survival ensured that Byzantium would remain a key player in the centuries to come. By the mid-700s, Europe's map was changing. In Spain, Al-Andalus was firmly established, its power extending northward. In Gaul, the Franks under Charles Martel had emerged as the strongest defenders of the West. In Italy, the Lombards threatened Rome, while the Pope sought northern allies. In England, faith and learning were growing, while missionaries carried Christianity into Germany. It was a time of both danger and opportunity. Europe was still divided, but a new order was taking shape. The foundations were being laid for an age of Carolingian power. How does a fragmented land of small kingdoms and fragile faith become the foundation of a great empire? Between 760 and 800, the pieces of Europe began to fall into place. A new dynasty replaced the old. The church bound itself to northern kings, and a ruler rose who would one day be called the father of Europe. After the death of Charles Martel in 741, his sons took power. The most successful was Pepin the Short, a shrewd and pragmatic leader. Like his father, Pepin ruled as mayor of the palace, while the Merovingian king remained only a figurehead. By the 750s, Pepin decided it was time to end the charade. He sought the approval of the Pope to take the crown for himself. In return, Pepin promised to defend the church and its lands. The Pope, desperate for protection against the Lombards in Italy, agreed. In 751, Pepin was anointed king of the Franks, the first of the Carolingian dynasty. The long-haired Merovingians were set aside, and a new royal line began. This alliance between the papacy and the Carolingians would shape Europe for centuries. The Lombards remained the great threat in Italy. They pressed against Rome, cutting into papal lands. The Pope appealed to Byzantium for aid, but the empire was too weak and too far, so the Pope turned to Pepin. In 754, Pope Stephen II crossed the Alps to meet Pepin in person. He anointed him again as king, strengthening the bond between the papacy and the Carolingians. In return, Pepin led campaigns into Italy, defeating the Lombards and securing lands for the Pope. These lands, given in the donation of Pepin, became the foundation of the Papal States, where the Pope ruled not just as a spiritual leader but also as a temporal prince. Rome had found its protector in the Franks. Under Pepin, the Carolingians strengthened their kingdom. They reformed administration, rewarded loyal nobles with land, and built stronger ties with the church. Pepin was not a conqueror on the scale of his son, but he established stability and authority. When Pepin died in 768, he left behind two sons, Charlemagne and Carloman. The kingdom was divided between them, as Frankish custom dictated. But Carloman died only a few years later, leaving Charlemagne as sole ruler. With this, the stage was set for one of the most remarkable reigns in European history. By the 770s, Europe was still a place of contrasts. In Spain, Al-Andalus had become a flourishing Muslim province, ruled by emirs and enriched by trade. Cordoba was growing into a great city. In Britain, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms continued to develop, their learning and monasteries producing works of lasting beauty. In Byzantium, emperors like Leo III defended against external threats while promoting new policies at home, including the controversial iconoclast movement, which banned the veneration of icons. In Central Europe, the Bulgars had established a strong state, while the Slavs filled much of the continent with villages and farms. But the center of momentum was shifting toward the Franks. When Charlemagne became king in 768, he wasted no time. Tall, commanding and tireless, he embodied the warrior king ideal. His first campaigns were against the Lombards in Italy. At the request of the Pope, Charlemagne marched south, besieged Pavia, and defeated the Lombard king Desiderius. In 774, he took the Lombard crown for himself, becoming king of the Lombards as well as of the Franks. Charlemagne also campaigned in Spain, though with less success. In 778, his forces retreated through the Pyrenees, where his rearguard was ambushed at Roncesvalles. This defeat would later inspire the legendary Song of Roland. But his most relentless wars were against the Saxons in the north. For over 30 years, Charlemagne fought to subdue the pagan Saxon tribes, eventually forcing their conversion to Christianity. These brutal wars were long and difficult, but they expanded Frankish power deep into Germany. Charlemagne's victories transformed the relationship between king and church. He presented himself not only as a warrior but as a defender of Christendom. The Pope, grateful for his protection, grew ever closer to him. By the late 700s, Charlemagne was the most powerful ruler in the West. His kingdom stretched from the Atlantic to the Danube, from the North Sea to central Italy. No Western ruler had held such authority since the fall of Rome. The papacy, caught between Lombards, Byzantines and rival nobles, looked to Charlemagne as its greatest ally. This alliance would culminate in the year 800 when the Pope placed a crown upon Charlemagne's head, reviving the idea of a Western empire. As the century drew to a close, Europe was no longer the fragmented, fragile land of the 600s. It was still divided, still poor compared to Rome or Byzantium. But it was stronger, more organized, and more deeply tied together by faith. The Franks under the Carolingians had risen to become the dominant power. The Pope had gained not only spiritual but temporal authority. England had found stability in its kingdoms and its faith. Spain had been transformed into Al-Andalus. Byzantium endured, though changed by wars and theology. And at the heart of it all stood Charlemagne, a ruler whose ambitions reached beyond kingship, toward empire. So by 800, Europe stood at the threshold of a new age. From ruins and uncertainty had risen new kingdoms, new faith, and new leaders. The darkness of the post-Roman centuries had not swallowed the continent. Instead, out of struggle and survival, a new world was taking shape. The crowning of Charlemagne would mark the dawn of medieval empire. But it was the years between 600 and 800, the quiet rise of powers, the endurance of faith, and the courage of kings that built the road to that moment. Two empires had fought for centuries, draining each other of strength. By the mid-600s, both were weary and scarred, and yet, history never stops. While they staggered, the rest of the world was shifting too, and the empire that would soon change history was neither Rome nor Persia. The early 7th century was a time of great change. For hundreds of years, the map of the Mediterranean and the Near East had been shaped by the duel of Rome and Persia. The rivalry had lasted so long that many thought it eternal. But now, as the year 600 approached, both empires were drained. Their armies had marched too many miles, their treasuries had been emptied too many times, and their people were tired of the burden. And when the giants stumbled, smaller kingdoms and distant lands stirred with new life. Europe in particular was entering what we now call the early Middle Ages, an age often seen as dark and troubled, yet also one of foundation and slow transformation. To the west of Constantinople, the old provinces of the Roman Empire had long since broken away. The Great Western Roman Empire had fallen in 476, more than a century earlier. Its ruins still stood in shattered aqueducts and abandoned amphitheaters. Latin inscriptions remained carved into stone. Roman law lingered in memory, but the political order was gone. In its place had risen a patchwork of new kingdoms, ruled by peoples who had once been outsiders. The Visigoths held sway in Spain, their kings ruling from Toledo. The Ostrogoths had once controlled Italy, though they were crushed by the Eastern Romans in the wars of Justinian. By 600, Italy was fractured once more, with the Lombards now in power, Germanic rulers who had crossed the Alps and carved out duchies from north to south. In Gaul, the old Roman provinces had given way to the Franks, a people who had begun as a confederation of tribes, but were now building a dynasty that would one day dominate Europe. Around this time, the Merovingian kings held court. Their long hair was a symbol of sacred rule, but behind them real power often lay in the hands of local lords and palace officials. The Frankish realm was not yet unified, often split among brothers and cousins, but it was already becoming a center of strength in Western Europe. Britain too had changed. The legions had left long ago, and waves of newcomers had crossed the North Sea. Angles, Saxons, and Jutes settled the land, driving back or absorbing the old Romano-British population. By the 600s, kingdoms like Northumbria, Mercia, and Wessex were forming, each with its own warlords and shifting borders. Christianity, carried by missionaries from Rome and Ireland, was beginning to take root among these pagan kings. Augustine of Canterbury arrived in 597, sent by Pope Gregory the Great, and from Kent the new faith slowly spread. Across Europe, the Christian Church was emerging as one of the few stable institutions. The Bishop of Rome, later called the Pope, grew in prestige. Gregory the Great, who ruled as Pope from 590 to 604, set patterns that lasted for centuries, sending missionaries, organizing charitable works, and writing sermons and commentaries that were read across Christendom. Yet the Church was not without division. In the East, Constantinople remained a powerful religious center. Disputes over theology, over the nature of Christ, and the wording of councils often shook the unity of the faith. Still, compared to the turbulence of kings and armies, the Church provided continuity. Monasteries spread, where monks copied texts, prayed, and worked the land. These communities preserved learning through the centuries of upheaval. Beyond the settled kingdoms lay other peoples, only half known to chroniclers. In Scandinavia, farmers, traders, and chieftains lived in small communities. Their ships ventured along coasts and rivers. The true Viking Age had not yet begun, but the seeds of it were already present in the skills of shipbuilding and seafaring. To the east, the Slavs were spreading through forests and plains, filling lands left empty by earlier migrations. The Avars, a nomadic people from the steppes, pressed into the Balkans, threatening the borders of Constantinople itself. For the Byzantines, these northern raiders were a constant headache, testing their defenses even as Persia strained them from the east. All across Europe and the Mediterranean, the memory of Rome lingered like a ghost. Roads still stretched across mountains and valleys, though weeds pushed through their cracks. Old Roman towns survived, but many shrank, their forums silent, their baths abandoned. Trade networks had withered, making life more local, more rural, more precarious. It was a world where survival mattered more than glory, where peasants labored to feed themselves and pay their lords, where kings rose and fell quickly, and where war was never far away. Yet it was also a world preparing for something new. The Franks would one day grow into the Carolingian Empire. The English kingdoms would unite into a realm that resisted invaders. The Church would knit much of Europe into a common faith. These were centuries of planting seeds that would not bear fruit for generations. And, all the while, Constantinople still stood. Its walls were mighty, its harbor busy, its emperors determined to keep the Roman legacy alive. Persia too, though shaken, remained proud and ambitious. But both were weaker than they appeared. Their duel had drained them, leaving open doors at their borders. Europe was restless, northern peoples pressed south, new kingdoms carved their place on the map. The Church bound communities with common belief, and in the midst of this fragile balance, no one could see what was forming just beyond the horizon. While Europe struggled in the shadow of Rome, and Persia wrestled with its own collapse, few noticed the deserts to the south. Yet it was there, in a land many dismissed as barren, that a force began to gather which would alter the map of the world. Arabia was a vast peninsula of sand, stone, and scattered oases. To outsiders it seemed harsh and empty. To those who lived there, it was home. A place of wind-swept deserts, rocky highlands, and coastal plains. The great desert, like the Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter, stretched for hundreds of miles without water, an ocean of sand that tested human endurance. Life clung to oases, where wells gave water and palm groves provided shade. Along the coasts, towns traded frankincense, spices, and textiles, connecting Arabia to the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, and beyond. Most of the people lived in tribes, bound together by family ties and loyalty to clan leaders. They raised camels, sheep, and goats, moving with the seasons. Their lives were hard, but they prized freedom and honor above submission to foreign rulers. The Arabs of the 6th and early 7th century valued poetry and memory. Poets were the record keepers of tribes, praising victories, lamenting losses, and preserving genealogies. In an oral culture, a sharp tongue could be as powerful as a sword. Conflict between tribes was common. Raids for camels or grazing land could erupt into blood feuds. Yet hospitality was equally valued. A guest, even a stranger, could expect protection and generosity once welcomed into a tent. Religion in Arabia was diverse. Many worshipped local gods and spirits, often connected to stones, wells, or sacred groves. The Kaaba in Mecca, a cube-shaped shrine, housed idols representing many deities, and tribes made pilgrimages there. But alongside these practices were Jews, Christians, and followers of other sects, scattered in different communities. Arabia was a crossroads of belief, just as it was a crossroads of trade. Among Arabia's towns, Mecca stood out. Nestled among barren hills, it was not lush, but it was important. Caravans passed through carrying goods from Yemen in the south towards Syria in the north. Spices, incense, and silk all found their way through Mecca. The city's guardians, the Quraysh tribe, grew wealthy by controlling trade and caring for the Kaaba. Nearby the oasis town of Yathrib, later called Medina, was another hub. Its fields of date palms provided food in a region otherwise poor in resources. Jewish tribes and Arab clans lived side by side, sometimes in cooperation, sometimes in tension. These towns were small compared to Constantinople or Ctesiphon, but they were vibrant nodes in a network that stretched across seas and deserts, and from one of them change would emerge. Arabia was not isolated. Roman and Persian merchants had long passed through, and foreign armies had occasionally campaigned at its edges. The people of Arabia knew of the great empires, but they were not dominated by them. This independence gave their society a flexibility that those weary empires lacked. The early 600s were a restless age. As Rome and Persia bled each other, their hold over trade routes weakened. This allowed local leaders and merchants to grow in importance. Arabia's tribes were fiercely independent, but also fragmented, each clan loyal only to itself. No one could imagine a single authority uniting them all, and yet unity was about to be attempted. In the year 570, in Mecca, a boy was born who would change history, Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised among his kin, known for honesty and reliability. As a young man, he worked as a merchant, traveling with caravans and earning respect for his fair dealings. At around the age of 40, during moments of solitude in the caves near Mecca, Muhammad began to receive visions and messages. These, he believed, came from the one true God, Allah. They commanded him to proclaim a new message, that there was no God but Allah, and that all people must turn to him. At first his preaching drew small circles of followers, family, friends, and the poor who found hope in his call for justice, but it also drew opposition. The Quraysh, guardians of Mecca's shrines and trade, feared that abandoning the old gods would disrupt their power. Conflict grew in Mecca. Muhammad's followers were mocked, harassed, and sometimes attacked. Yet the message spread. In 622, under pressure, Muhammad and his community left Mecca and journeyed to Yathrib. This migration, called the Hijra, marked the beginning of the Islamic calendar. In Medina, Muhammad was welcomed as both a religious leader and a statesman. He forged alliances among tribes, drafted agreements that balanced different communities, and built a new sense of unity. What had been a persecuted group became the foundation of a new community, the Ummah. From Medina, Muhammad's influence grew. Battles with the Meccans followed. Badr, Uhud, and Khandak were battles each shaping the community's identity. Against all odds, Muhammad's followers held their ground. By 630, Mecca itself was brought under his authority. The Kaaba was cleansed of idols and dedicated to the worship of the one God. When Muhammad died in 632, the tribes of Arabia, once scattered and divided, were more united than ever before. Leadership passed to his companions called the Caliphs, who carried the message beyond Arabia's deserts. The timing was extraordinary. Just as Rome and Persia were weakest, just as Europe was fragmented, a new power rose in a land no one had expected. The armies of the early caliphs, driven by faith and unity, would march into territories neither empire thought could ever be lost. What had begun as a voice in the desert would soon thunder across continents. In just one generation, a community of desert tribes became the rulers of half the known world. Their rise was not slow or hesitant, it came like a wave, reshaping kingdoms, toppling empires, and announcing that a new age had begun. When the Prophet Muhammad died in 632, Arabia stood more united than at any point in memory, yet his death also left a great question: who would lead? His closest companions gathered. They chose Abu Bakr, a trusted friend and father-in-law of Muhammad, as the first caliph, meaning successor. His task was immense. Some tribes wavered in loyalty, thinking that with Muhammad gone, they could return to old ways. Abu Bakr acted swiftly, waging what became known as the Ridda Wars, or Wars of Apostasy. Within 2 years, Arabia was once again secure under the new faith. The message was clear: unity would hold. Abu Bakr died in 634, leaving leadership to Umar ibn al-Khattab, remembered as Caliph Omar. His reign was only 10 years, yet it transformed the world. Omar believed that Arabia's unity could not survive if the tribes were left idle. Energy, once spent in feuds, had to be directed outward. He turned the armies north and east into the weakened lands of Rome and Persia. The Persian Empire had long seemed eternal, but its strength was a shadow of what it once was. Civil wars had left rival claimants to the throne. Nobles plotted against one another. The once proud armies were underpaid and weary. Into this turmoil marched the Arabs. At first the Persians dismissed them as raiders, but the battles told a different story. At Qadisiyah in 636 near the Euphrates, Arab forces under Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas met the Persians. For 3 days fighting raged. War elephants thundered across the field. Yet the Arab cavalry adapted, scattering the elephants and breaking Persian lines. The victory opened the road to the Persian capital. Soon after, Ctesiphon, the jewel of the Sassanid Empire, fell. Its treasures were carried back to Medina, astonishing men who had lived simple lives in tents and oases. The Persian king fled eastward, clinging to shrinking lands. By 651, the last Sassanid ruler, Yazdegerd III, was killed. An empire that had stood for centuries vanished. Persia did not disappear. Its people, culture, and traditions endured, but the Sassanid dynasty was gone forever. The East Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, fared better, but it too reeled. The Emperor Heraclius had only just won a brutal war against Persia when the Arabs arrived. His armies were exhausted, his treasury drained. In 636, at Yarmouk, the Arab and Byzantine forces clashed near the river Jordan. Dust storms blew across the battlefield. For days the armies struggled. In the end, Byzantine lines broke. Thousands fled or were cut down. Yarmouk was one of the most decisive battles of the age. It ended centuries of Roman control over Syria and Palestine. Jerusalem surrendered soon after. Omar himself traveled to accept the city's submission. He entered not as a conqueror demanding blood, but in humility, granting protections to the city's people and holy sites. The Christian patriarch handed him the keys to the city. It was a moment that echoed far beyond the walls of Jerusalem. From there, the conquest rolled on. Damascus fell. Egypt, with its fertile Nile and vital grain, was taken in 641 by armies led by Amr ibn al-As. The Byzantines held on to the seas, to Anatolia, and to Constantinople itself, but they had lost their richest provinces. What made the caliphate different was not just the speed of conquest, but the way it adapted. The Arabs did not try to erase the cultures they conquered. Instead, they often kept local administrators, allowed Christians and Jews to practice their faith if they paid a tax, and absorbed knowledge from the lands they ruled. Greek science, Persian administration, and Egyptian agriculture all blended into the new empire. The caliphs ruled from Medina at first, then later from Damascus under the Umayyad dynasty. They built mosques, established systems of taxation, and created new cities like Kufa and Basra. Within just a few decades, Arab armies stretched farther than Alexander the Great had marched. To the east, they crossed into Central Asia. To the west, they swept across North Africa. By the end of the 7th century, they stood at the gates of the Atlantic Ocean. The empire was now vast, covering lands from Persia to Egypt, from Arabia to the edges of Anatolia. For those who lived through it, the expansion was bewildering. In the villages of Syria, people who had prayed under Rome now paid taxes to the caliph. In Persia, the ancient fire temples of Zoroastrianism saw their patrons vanish, yet the faith endured among families. In Egypt, Coptic Christians found the new rulers often less heavy-handed than the Byzantines had been. For Europe, the news was shocking. In distant Francia or Lombard Italy, kings and bishops heard rumors of unstoppable armies and a new faith rising in the desert. Yet for now, the waves of conquest had not crossed the Mediterranean. That moment would come later. By the year 700, the old world order was gone. Persia was no more. Byzantium survived, but only half as strong. A new empire, born in Arabia, stretched across thousands of miles, and unlike the short-lived empires of conquerors before, this one carried not just armies, but a unifying faith, language and law. It was clear, the age of Rome and Persia was ending, the age of Islam had begun. After the first 4 caliphs, known as the rightly guided caliphs, power passed to a new dynasty, the Umayyads, beginning in 661 with Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan. The capital shifted from Medina, the Prophet's city, to Damascus in Syria. Damascus was not a desert town but a bustling, ancient city. Its markets linked the Mediterranean to the east. Its position was central for ruling an empire that stretched in all directions. From here, the Umayyads built a state that resembled the empires of old, with governors, tax systems, and armies stationed across vast territories. The Umayyads expanded what had begun as a movement of faith into a functioning imperial system. They minted coins with Arabic inscriptions, replaced Greek and Persian in administration with Arabic, and began to shape a shared cultural identity across the empire. To the east, Arab armies pressed deeper into Persia and beyond. In the 710s, they reached the lands of Transoxiana, across the Oxus River, today's Uzbekistan and surrounding regions. Cities like Samarkand and Bukhara, centers of trade along the Silk Road, came under their influence. The people of these regions were not easily subdued. Sogdian princes, Turkic tribes and other steppe peoples resisted fiercely, yet gradually Arab garrisons and alliances secured footholds. The Silk Road now linked directly into the Caliphate, carrying not only goods but ideas. Farther south, the frontier moved into the Indus Valley. In 711, under the general Muhammad ibn Qasim, Arab forces conquered Sindh in today's Pakistan. Ports on the Arabian Sea now tied the empire to Indian Ocean trade, linking it with India and even distant China. Meanwhile, to the west, Arab armies advanced along the North African coast. By the late 600s, they had taken Egypt. Now they pushed farther into Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco. These lands were rich in grain, olive oil, and trade routes. Resistance was strong, especially from the Berbers, the indigenous peoples of North Africa, yet many Berbers also joined the new movement, some converting to Islam, others serving in the armies that pressed farther west. By the end of the 7th century, Arab and Berber forces together had reached the Atlantic Ocean. Legends say that one commander rode his horse into the waves and declared, "If the sea were not here, we would continue to spread the message of God." From the Atlantic shore, the next step was obvious. Across the narrow straits lay the Iberian Peninsula. In 711, the governor of North Africa sent an army under Tariq ibn Ziyad. The army was small by the standards of great empires, perhaps 12,000 men, many of them Berbers, yet they faced a divided Visigothic kingdom weakened by civil wars. At the Battle of Guadalete, near the southern coast, Tariq's army crushed the Visigothic king Roderick. The victory opened the way north. Within a few years, much of Spain and Portugal fell under Muslim control, forming what became known as Al-Andalus. Cities like Córdoba, Seville, and Toledo became centers of learning and culture under the new rulers. By the 720s, Muslim forces had even crossed into southern France, winning battles near Narbonne and advancing towards the Loire. In 732, however, at the Battle of Tours, Frankish forces under Charles Martel turned them back. The battle did not end Muslim presence in Europe, but it set a limit. Spain would remain the center of Islamic civilization for centuries, but France stayed under the Franks. While expansion pressed west and east, the Byzantines still held on in the north. Twice the Umayyads attempted to capture Constantinople itself in 674 to 678 and again in 717 to 718. The city's mighty walls, combined with a secret weapon called Greek fire, repelled the sieges. For the first time, the Arab advance was decisively halted. Constantinople remained the jewel of the East, an impregnable fortress that ensured Byzantium's survival. Within their vast empire, the Umayyads ruled over a mosaic of peoples: Arabs, Persians, Greeks, Berbers, Copts, Syrians, and many more. Muslims forming the ruling elite, but Christians and Jews were allowed to keep their faiths under special taxes. Many local officials remained in place, ensuring continuity. Over time, Arabic language and Islamic culture spread, blending with local traditions. The Umayyads built monumental architecture to signal their new power. In Damascus, they transformed a Roman basilica into the magnificent Umayyad mosque, with golden mosaics that shimmered like paradise. In Jerusalem, they constructed the Dome of the Rock in 691, one of the most iconic Islamic monuments, on a site sacred to Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike. Despite their achievements, the Umayyads faced unrest. Many Muslims felt that the rulers had become too much like kings, straying from the simple life of the Prophet and his companions. Revolts flared, especially among those who believed leadership should stay within Muhammad's family, the party that would later be called the Shia. Meanwhile, non-Arab converts to Islam, known as Mawali, often felt second class compared to Arab Muslims, sparking tensions. These cracks would one day shatter the dynasty, but in the early 700s, the Umayyads still commanded the greatest empire of their time. By 750, the Caliphate stretched farther than any empire before, from the Atlantic shores of Morocco and Spain, across North Africa, through Egypt and Syria, across Mesopotamia and Persia, into Central Asia and down into the Indus Valley. It linked the trade of the Mediterranean with the Silk Road and the Indian Ocean. Ideas flowed with goods, mathematics from India, astronomy from Persia, philosophy from Greece. The empire was not just a political unit but a bridge between civilizations. Yet beneath its grandeur, the Umayyad dynasty faced growing opposition. In distant regions, governors grew powerful. In Persia, resentment simmered against Arab dominance. Among Muslims, debates over who should rule became sharper. Soon, a revolution would sweep the Umayyads away and replace them with a new dynasty, the Abbasids, who would shift the center of the Islamic world to Baghdad. Empires rarely last unchanged. The Umayyads had stretched the caliphate to its widest reach, but their rule bred resentment. Out of Persia and Iraq came a movement that would sweep them away and build a new center of power, one that prized knowledge as much as conquest, and whose influence would echo for centuries. By the mid-700s, dissatisfaction with Umayyad rule had grown deep. Many non-Arab Muslims, Persians, Syrians, Berbers, felt excluded from full equality. Religious factions argued that the Umayyads lived too much like kings. In 750, rebellion erupted, led by a coalition in Khorasan, a region in northeast Persia. The movement was named for its claim of descent from Al-Abbas, the Prophet's uncle. With Persian support and discontent spreading, the Abbasids overthrew the Umayyads in a series of battles. The last Umayyad caliph was defeated at the Battle of the Zab in Mesopotamia. Almost the entire dynasty was killed, though one prince escaped across the sea to Spain, where he founded the Emirate of Cordoba. But in the heart of the empire, the Abbasids now reigned. Unlike the Umayyads, who had ruled from Damascus, the Abbasids turned east. In 762, Caliph al-Mansur founded a new capital on the banks of the Tigris River, Baghdad. Baghdad was carefully designed, built as a round city with walls and gates. At its center stood the Caliphal Palace and the Great Mosque. Its location was strategic. Close to Persia, the heartland of Abbasid support, and well placed for trade routes connecting the Mediterranean, India, and Central Asia. Soon, Baghdad grew into one of the largest cities in the world, a hub of wealth and learning. Merchants brought goods from China and India, scholars gathered from distant lands, and poets filled the caliph's courts with verses. The Abbasid caliphs presented themselves not as Arab conquerors, but as universal rulers of a diverse empire. They embraced Persian styles of administration and ceremony. Courts became elaborate, with viziers, chief ministers, secretaries and judges managing the empire's affairs. Caliphs like Harun al-Rashid, 786 to 809, became legendary. In later tales, he was imagined wandering Baghdad in disguise, dispensing justice, a symbol of wisdom and generosity. His court was described in the Arabian Nights, a collection of stories that blended history with legend. The Abbasid rulers patronized scholarship, sponsoring translations of Greek works into Arabic and supporting mathematicians, astronomers, and physicians. Perhaps the greatest symbol of this era was the Bait al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Here scholars from across the world gathered. Works of Aristotle, Plato, Galen, and Euclid were translated into Arabic. Indian mathematics, including the concept of zero, entered the Islamic world and spread later to Europe. Astronomers mapped the stars, building observatories. Physicians compiled medical encyclopedias and advanced surgery and pharmacology. Geographers described lands as far away as China and Africa. Alchemists experimented with substances that would one day become the foundation of chemistry. Knowledge was not seen as foreign, but as part of a shared human inheritance to be gathered, studied, and improved. This openness made Baghdad a beacon of learning. For ordinary people, life under the Abbasids was diverse. Farmers along the Nile, the Euphrates, and the Indus grew crops that fed the empire. Traders carried goods on camels and ships, bringing spices, silk, paper, and precious metals. Cities thrived. Damascus, Basra, Kufa, Cairo, and Cordoba all grew under Islamic rule. Mosques became centers not only of worship but of education and community. Markets bustled with goods from 3 continents. Social life was governed by Islamic law, but also by custom and local tradition. Christians and Jews continued to live under Muslim rule as dhimmis, protected but taxed communities. Their skills in administration, scholarship, and trade enriched the empire. The Abbasid period was also a time of growing religious thought. Scholars of fiqh, or Islamic jurisprudence, developed schools of law: Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, Hanbali, each interpreting the Quran and Hadith in different ways. Mysticism grew too. Early Sufi orders sought closeness to God through meditation, poetry, and ascetic practice. Their writings, filled with love and yearning, spread across the Muslim world. But tensions existed. Debates over leadership, theology, and philosophy sometimes turned fierce. Movements like the Shia continued to resist Abbasid authority, insisting that only descendants of the Prophet's family could lead. The Abbasids inherited the vast Umayyad Empire, but maintaining it was difficult. On the frontiers, local governors often grew powerful. In North Africa, distant from Baghdad, revolts flared. In Spain, the surviving Umayyad prince established an independent emirate, refusing Abbasid control. To the east, Central Asia remained a frontier of shifting alliances with Turkic peoples. The Abbasids relied increasingly on Turkic soldiers, who would later play decisive roles in the empire's fate. Still, during the 8th and 9th centuries, the Abbasids held the heartlands firmly. Baghdad remained unmatched as a center of wealth and culture. Historians often speak of this era as the Golden Age of Islam, not only because of wealth and expansion, but because of the flourishing of knowledge. In mathematics, scholars like Al-Khwarizmi laid the foundations of algebra. His very name gave us the word algorithm. In medicine, Al-Razi and Ibn Sina wrote works that became standard texts for centuries. In astronomy, observatories in Baghdad and beyond mapped the heavens with precision. In philosophy, thinkers like Al-Farabi and later Averroes in Cordoba engaged with Aristotle and Plato, blending Greek thought with Islamic theology. Paper, introduced from China, spread rapidly, libraries multiplied, books became more accessible, fueling scholarship across the empire. The Abbasid Caliphate became a bridge between worlds. Greek, Persian, Indian, and later Chinese knowledge all flowed through Arabic translation. When Europe was still in its early medieval age, Baghdad's scholars preserved and advanced the heritage of antiquity. Centuries later, when Europe revived in the Renaissance, much of its learning would come through Arabic texts carried back from Spain and Sicily. Yet for all its brilliance, the Abbasid world was not without strain. Wealth and splendor in Baghdad contrasted with hardship in rural villages. Caliphs lived in palaces while peasants labored in fields. Power struggles in the court sometimes led to assassinations and intrigue. Still, in the long memory of history, this was an era of extraordinary creativity. The Abbasid built not only an empire of land, but an empire of the mind.
It was Christmas Day in the year 800. Inside St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, a Frankish king knelt before the Pope. As the golden crown was placed upon his head, the crowd cried out, "Long live the Emperor of the Romans!" In that moment, Europe's destiny shifted. For centuries, the West had lived in the shadow of Rome's fall, plagued by invasions and division. But now, under Charlemagne, a new empire was born, yet what began in glory would soon fragment. As brothers fought, Vikings sailed, and kings and popes wrestled for power. This is the story of Europe's rebirth. The Roman Empire in the West had fallen more than 300 years before, swept away by invasions, civil war, and collapse. Since then, the lands of Europe had been divided. Kingdoms rose and fell, tribes fought over territory, and cities shrank into shadows of their ancient glory. Yet now, in the year 800, the title of emperor was revived. To many, it was as if Rome itself had been reborn. But Charlemagne's empire was not Rome. It was a new creation, built not upon the marble of ancient forums, but upon wooden halls, monastic schools, and the bonds of loyalty between lords and warriors. The man who wore the crown was no Caesar. He was a king of the Franks, a people who had risen from the forests of Gaul and the banks of the Rhine. His authority rested not only on tradition but also on the sword, the cross, and his ability to command men across vast distances. Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, had inherited a powerful kingdom from his father, Pepin the Short, and his grandfather, Charles Martel, the victor of Tours. Through conquest and diplomacy, he expanded it into an empire that stretched across modern France, Germany, northern Italy, and beyond. He fought Saxons in the north, Lombards in Italy, and Avars in the east. With each victory, he gathered not only lands but also prestige. Yet his empire was not simply a realm of war. Charlemagne dreamed of renewal, a Christian empire where church and state worked together. He encouraged bishops and abbots to serve as administrators, spreading both learning and faith. He ordered the establishment of schools in monasteries and cathedrals so that young boys could learn to read, write, and copy texts. Out of this effort came what historians call the Carolingian Renaissance, a small but vital revival of learning that preserved much of classical knowledge. The script used by monks, Carolingian minuscule, was clear and legible, designed to avoid confusion. It is thanks to this writing that so many ancient texts survived, for without the patient work of scribes, much of Rome and Greece's wisdom might have vanished forever. Charlemagne's coronation by the Pope was more than a ceremony. It symbolized a new partnership. The Church gave legitimacy to kings, while kings defended the Church. For the Pope, crowning Charlemagne meant a protector against enemies in Rome. For Charlemagne, it meant that his rule was blessed by God and recognized as heir to the Caesars. But the empire he ruled was fragile. Unlike Rome, with its bureaucracy and roads, Charlemagne's empire relied on personal bonds. Counts and dukes governed provinces in his name, but their loyalty was never guaranteed. The emperor traveled constantly, holding assemblies, giving orders, rewarding followers, and reminding everyone of his presence. His rule was personal and direct, more like that of a great tribal king than a distant monarch. Even so, the idea of empire mattered. It gave Europeans a vision of unity, however imperfect. The memory of Rome, the promise of Christendom, and the figure of a crowned emperor bound together people who might otherwise have remained divided. For most people, however, the empire was distant. The lives of peasants in 800 AD were still marked by toil, seasons, and survival. They lived in wooden huts, worked the fields, and gave part of their harvest to their lords. Protection came from local warriors, while faith came from priests and monks. Monasteries dotted the landscape, offering not only prayer, but also safety, medicine, and education. In their scriptoria, monks bent over parchment by candlelight, copying gospels and classical works alike. In their cloisters, they sang chants that echoed through the stone walls, carrying faith into the silence of medieval nights. Life was harsh, but it was not without beauty. Festivals marked the turning of the year. Pilgrimages offered hope of healing or forgiveness. Tales and songs were told by firelight, celebrating heroes and saints. The Carolingian world was one of contrasts: violence and faith, hardship and learning, fear and renewal. Yet, even as Charlemagne's empire shone brightly, shadows gathered. His wars were relentless and rebellions flared. In Saxony, pagan tribes resisted conversion, rising again and again. In the east, the Avars and Slavs threatened the borders. In the south, Muslim raiders struck into the Mediterranean coasts. And perhaps most dangerous of all was the question of succession. When Charlemagne died in 1814, his realm passed to his son Louis the Pious. But Louis lacked his father's strength. After him, the empire splintered between his sons, leading to civil wars and the Treaty of Verdun in 1843, which divided the Carolingian lands into three parts. From this division, the future kingdoms of France, Germany, and Italy would emerge. Thus the empire crowned in glory in 800 was already sowing the seeds of fragmentation. The dream of unity would not last, though the memory of it would linger for centuries. By the year 800, Europe was a patchwork of kingdoms, tribes, and faiths. The Byzantine Empire still stood in the east, while Muslim rule stretched across Spain and into North Africa. In the north, the Viking Age was just beginning, as long ships prepared to set sail. But in the heart of the continent, a Frankish king wore a crown of empire. Charlemagne's reign marked a turning point, a moment when medieval Europe began to find its shape, not as Rome reborn, but as a new civilization of its own. It was a fragile dawn, but it was a dawn nonetheless. When Charlemagne died in 1814, he left behind an empire that stretched from the Pyrenees to the Elbe, from the North Sea to central Italy. Few rulers had commanded so much land in Western Europe since the fall of Rome, but the strength of his empire rested upon him personally. His armies, his diplomacy, his presence, these held it together. Without him, the vast structure began to loosen. His only surviving son, Louis the Pious, inherited the crown. Louis was devout and well-meaning, more monk than warrior. He sought to maintain his father's empire and to live up to the title of Emperor of the Romans. Yet Louis was less skilled in holding the loyalty of dukes and counts, and he faced the impossible task of dividing the realm among his heirs while keeping unity. The Carolingian custom, inherited from Frankish tradition, was to divide the kingdom among sons. Unlike Rome, where primogeniture or adoption might secure one heir, the Franks believed that every son deserved a share. This practice was a recipe for division. Louis the Pious tried to balance between his sons, Lothair, Louis the German, and Charles the Bald. At times he granted more land to one, only to anger the others. Rebellions broke out, alliances shifted, and civil war tore through the empire. The climax came after Louis's death in 840. His sons fought for supremacy, until in 843 they signed the Treaty of Verdun. This treaty split the Carolingian Empire into three parts. West Francia, the realm of Charles the Bald, would evolve into the Kingdom of France. East Francia, the land of Louis the German, would become the foundation of Germany. Middle Francia, stretching awkwardly from the North Sea through Italy under Lothair, would soon fracture further, but from it the Low Countries, Burgundy, and northern Italy would take shape. What had been one empire was now a mosaic. Europe's future nation-states were being born, not in peace but in rivalry. Even as the Carolingians fought each other, a new danger arose from the north. In the year 793, raiders struck the monastery of Lindisfarne in northern England. The attack shocked Christendom, not only for its violence, but for its sacrilege. Monks were slain, treasures seized, and holy places desecrated. Word spread quickly. The Northmen had come. These raiders, later called Vikings, came from Scandinavia, the lands of Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. Their longships were marvels of engineering. Swift, shallow drafted, able to cross open seas and rivers alike, they could appear suddenly on coasts and rivers, strike, and vanish before defenders arrived. In the 9th century, Viking raids became relentless. They attacked the coasts of Ireland and Britain, sailed up the Seine to Paris, and even reached Spain and Italy. No monastery was safe, no port secure. To contemporaries, it seemed as if the very fury of the pagans had been unleashed. Yet the Vikings were not merely raiders, they were also traders, explorers, and settlers. In Ireland, they founded towns like Dublin. In England, they carved out territories known as the Danelaw, where their laws and customs prevailed. In France, they pressed so hard on the Seine that eventually the French king granted them land in Normandy, land that would one day produce William the Conqueror. The Norse also pushed eastward, sailing along the rivers of Russia, trading with Byzantium and carrying goods from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Some of them became known as the Rus, and from them the future kingdom of Russia would take its name. But in Western Europe, it was their raids that left the deepest mark. For ordinary people, the sight of longships meant terror. Monasteries and villages alike were easy prey, and rulers often had no choice but to pay tribute, a practice known as Danegeld, to buy peace. The chaos of Viking raids, combined with the division of the Carolingian Empire, forced Europe to develop new ways of organizing society. Central authority was weak, kings could not protect every village, instead local lords built castles, fortified manors, and raised their own bands of knights. From this necessity grew the system we call feudalism. It was not invented overnight, nor was it uniform across Europe, but its essence was simple. In exchange for protection, peasants gave service and labor to lords, and lesser lords pledged loyalty to greater ones. Society became a web of personal bonds, vassals and lords, fiefs and oaths. Though often romanticized, feudalism was born out of fear, fear of raiders, fear of neighbors, fear of collapse. Castles became symbols of security, standing on hilltops or river crossings. Knights became the defenders of the land, bound by loyalty and, in time, by codes of honor. The 9th and 10th centuries were not only times of war, faith continued to shape daily life. Monasteries, though often attacked, also recovered and grew. Pilgrimages increased, with holy sites like Santiago de Compostela in Spain drawing travelers. The cult of saints expanded, and relics were treasured as sources of protection and miracles. At the same time, reform movements stirred. Some monasteries sought stricter discipline, leading to the rise of the Cluniac order in the 10th century. These monks emphasized prayer, learning, and independence from local lords, and their influence would spread across Europe. By the end of the 9th century, Europe was very different from the Europe Charlemagne had known. His empire was gone, replaced by smaller kingdoms and lordships. The Vikings had become a constant threat, reshaping the political landscape. Feudal bonds and castles were becoming the backbone of defense. And yet, in this time of fragmentation, the foundations of the High Middle Ages were being laid. France and Germany were taking shape. England was beginning to unify under kings like Alfred the Great. The church was reforming and expanding. Out of chaos came resilience. Europe did not collapse completely. Instead, it adapted, setting the stage for the centuries to come. By the dawn of the 10th century, Europe had weathered storms of invasion and civil war. Charlemagne's empire was gone. The Vikings were still prowling the seas and rivers. The local lords had fortified themselves in castles. Yet amid this turbulence, new kingdoms were forming. and the map of medieval Europe was beginning to take on more familiar shapes. Nowhere were the Viking attacks more relentless than in the British Isles. In the 9th century, the Norse had carved out settlements in Ireland, Scotland, and much of eastern England, creating the Danelaw. For a time it seemed as if the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms might be swept away entirely, but one king stood against the tide, Alfred of Wessex, later called Alfred the Great. Ruling from 871 to 899, Alfred fought the Viking invaders with resilience and cunning. He reorganized the military, creating a system of fortified towns called burhs, and a navy to challenge the Norse at sea. Alfred was not only a warrior king but also a scholar. He promoted learning, translated texts into English, and encouraged education in his court. His dream was that all free men should be able to read scripture in their own tongue. By the time of his death, Wessex had survived and even expanded, laying the foundation for the eventual unification of England. In the generations after Alfred, the Anglo-Saxon kings would continue to resist and sometimes even absorb Viking settlers. By the 10th century, England was beginning to resemble a single kingdom, though it would remain vulnerable to raids until the Norman conquest centuries later. On the continent, the Viking presence took another form. Along the Seine, Norse raiders struck Paris repeatedly. Exhausted by constant attacks, the Frankish king Charles the Simple struck a bargain. In 911, he granted land in the lower Seine valley to a Viking leader named Rollo, on the condition that Rollo convert to Christianity and defend that land against further raids. This land became known as Normandy, the land of the Northmen. Here Vikings settled, intermarried with the local population, and gradually adopted the French language and culture. Within a century, the Normans were no longer pagan raiders, but Christian lords, famous for their cavalry and their ambition. Normandy would one day change the course of history, for it was from here that William the Conqueror would launch his invasion of England in 1066. But even in the 10th century, Normandy stood as proof that the Viking Age was not only about destruction, it was also about transformation, as Norsemen became Europeans. Meanwhile, in Central Europe, a new empire was rising. After the Treaty of Verdun, East Francia had evolved into the Kingdom of Germany. Its kings sought to revive Charlemagne's legacy, not merely as rulers of a kingdom but as emperors of Christendom. The man who achieved this was Otto I, later known as Otto the Great. Crowned king in 936, Otto strengthened his realm through alliances with the church and victories on the battlefield. In 955 he won a decisive victory over the Magyars, nomadic raiders from the east, at the Battle of Lechfeld. This victory ended the Magyar threat and secured Germany's place in Europe. In 962, Otto traveled to Rome, where the Pope crowned him Emperor of the Romans. Thus was born what came to be known as the Holy Roman Empire. Though it claimed to be the heir of Rome and Charlemagne, in truth it was a patchwork of duchies, bishoprics, and kingdoms bound together by the emperor's authority and the church's blessing. The Holy Roman Empire would endure for centuries, a central player in European politics, though it was never a centralized state in the modern sense. It was more an idea, the belief that a single emperor ruled Christendom, under God, with Rome as his spiritual capital. While the West dealt with Vikings and fracturing empires, the East was experiencing a transformation of its own. Pagan tribes that had long lived on the frontiers of Christendom were now beginning to embrace the faith. The Slavs, stretching from Poland to the Balkans, were slowly converted. Missionaries such as Cyril and Methodius brought Christianity to Moravia in the 9th century, creating an alphabet to translate scripture into the Slavic tongue, the ancestors of today's Cyrillic script. In Hungary, the once feared Magyars settled into the Carpathian Basin. Under King Stephen I, crowned in the year 1000, They accepted Christianity and began building a kingdom that would endure as part of Christendom. Farther north, in Scandinavia, the process was slower. For much of the 10th century, the Danes, Swedes, and Norwegians still clung to their old gods, Odin, Thor, and Frey. But even here, kings began to convert, often for political advantage, tying themselves to the Christian kingdoms of Europe. By the end of the 10th century, Scandinavia was on the path to becoming Christian. By the close of the 10th century, Europe had changed profoundly. The Carolingian Empire was long gone, yet from its ruins new powers had emerged. England was uniting under strong kings, Normandy was rising as a new principality, Germany had given birth to the Holy Roman Empire, and the Slavs and Magyars were entering the Christian world. Viking raids still came, but increasingly they ended not with plunder but with settlement, conversion, and integration. Castles dotted the landscape, knights patrolled the countryside, and feudal bonds tied lords to vassals. The continent was still fragile, still fragmented, but it was also more connected than before. And looming on the horizon was the new millennium. For some, the year 1000 brought fear of the world's end. For others, it was a marker of renewal. In either case, Europe was preparing to enter its next great age, the High Middle Ages, when kingdoms, crusades, and cathedrals would dominate the story. As the first millennium drew to a close, Europe stood at a crossroads. For centuries it had endured invasions, civil wars, and the collapse of empire. Yet by the year 1000, something remarkable had happened. The tide of destruction had slowed, and the continent was entering an age of renewal. In the face of raids and insecurity, local power had become the foundation of society. Castles dotted the landscape, rising above villages and fields. These were not the stone fortresses we picture from fairy tales, but wooden motte and bailey strongholds, built quickly on raised earth, surrounded by palisades. From these strong points, lords defended their lands and offered protection to those who served them. This arrangement formed the essence of feudalism. At its heart was an exchange, land and protection given by a lord, service and loyalty pledged by a vassal. A knight might swear to fight for his lord, while peasants worked the land in return for safety. Above them all stood kings, who granted great fiefs to dukes and counts, though in practice many kings were weaker than their own nobles. Feudalism was not a system written down in law, but a web of relationships, oaths, and expectations. It bound society together at a time when central authority was weak. It gave Europe structure, however fragile, and laid the foundation for medieval political life. For the vast majority of people, life remained tied to the soil. Most were peasants, working as serfs under their lords. They farmed strips of land, owed labor to their master, and paid dues in kind, grain, livestock, or firewood. Their huts were simple, their diet humble, their lives bound to the rhythms of the seasons. Yet even within hardship, there was resilience. Villages were communities where families shared work, festivals, and faith. The church bell marked time for prayer, for mass, for planting and harvest. Saints' days brought moments of joy, with fairs, music, and feasts. Though life was short and uncertain, it was not without meaning. The church itself was undergoing transformation. In the centuries after Charlemagne, many monasteries and bishoprics had fallen under the control of local lords. Simony, the buying and selling of church offices, was widespread, and many priests married or lived in luxury. Reformers sought to change this, to restore purity and independence. The most influential reform began in Cluny, a monastery founded in Burgundy in 910. Unlike many monasteries, Cluny was placed directly under the authority of the Pope, free from local interference. Its monks followed the Benedictine rule with strict devotion, emphasizing prayer, discipline, and independence from worldly affairs. The Cluniac movement spread rapidly, inspiring hundreds of monasteries across Europe. These houses became centers of learning, art, and spirituality. Their churches rang with Gregorian chant, their scriptoria copied sacred texts, and their abbots guided kings and popes alike. By the 11th century, Cluny's influence reached every corner of Christendom. While the countryside remained the backbone of society, towns began to stir with new life. Many had shrunk after the fall of Rome, but around the year 1000 they began to revive. Markets grew at crossroads, river crossings, and near monasteries. Merchants and craftsmen gathered, and towns slowly expanded. Trade connected regions, salt from the coasts, wool from England, wine from France, furs from the north, and spices from faraway lands. Italian cities like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa grew wealthy through maritime trade with the Byzantine Empire and the Islamic world. The revival of towns also revived freedom. Some towns gained charters, freeing them from feudal obligations and allowing them to govern themselves. Burghers and merchants formed guilds, defending their rights and regulating their crafts. Though small at first, these urban communities would grow into powerful forces in medieval Europe. Amid this renewal, devotion to the holy places of Christendom grew stronger. Pilgrimages became common, with travelers setting out to visit shrines and relics across Europe. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, believed to hold the remains of the Apostle James, drew pilgrims from across the continent. Rome, with the tombs of Peter and Paul, remained a beacon. Yet the greatest destination of all was Jerusalem. For Christians, the holy city was the center of the world, the place of Christ's death and resurrection. Though it lay under Muslim rule, pilgrims continued to travel there, often with hardship and danger. Their stories brought the East into the imagination of the West, planting seeds of longing and zeal. By the mid-11th century, these currents, feudal warfare, church reform, pilgrimage, and devotion, began to converge into something new. A spirit of holy war was taking shape. Knights, once seen as violent thugs, were being called to channel their power into the service of God. The idea emerged that fighting could be a form of penance, that one might save the soul by defending the church. This idea would grow and by the end of the century erupt in the call for the First Crusade. But already in the decades after the year 1000, the mindset was forming that Europe was not only a patchwork of lords and peasants, but also a single Christendom, united by faith and mission. Thus, as the year 1000 passed, Europe was no longer the fragile, raided land of the Carolingians. It was still divided, still poor by comparison by Byzantium or the Islamic world, but it was stirring with energy. Castles and monasteries rose across the land, towns bustled, trade expanded, and faith renewed. The 11th century was a century of preparation for reform, for growth, for conflict. From its soil would rise the soaring cathedrals, the powerful kings, and the long wars of the High Middle Ages. The dawn that had broken with Charlemagne in 800 was now giving way to a fuller light. Medieval Europe was entering its stride.
When the 8th century opened, the wind that once carried the banners of empire was gentle again. The roaring power of the Turks had fallen silent, and in their place new riders appeared. The Uyghurs, masters of diplomacy and of words as much as war. They ruled the grasslands north of China, where rivers vanished into the steppe and herds of horses shimmered in the heat. Their Khagans were not destroyers but mediators. They kept peace between tribes, guarded the Silk Road, and learned to trade with gold instead of blood. Their capital, Ordubalik, was a miracle of its time. Walls of timber and clay, markets filled with Persian glass and Chinese silk, streets alive with the hum of 1,000 tongues. Here, East met West without sword or siege. The Uyghurs had taken to the strange dualist faith of Manichaeism, worshipping the eternal battle between light and darkness. Their temples glowed at dusk with colored lamps and murals of winged spirits. Priests copied sacred scrolls on silk. Merchants bowed before altars before setting out across the desert. They were a people who believed that to trade was to serve the light. Beyond their lands, the Tibetans had forged an empire among the mountains, fierce and high as their homeland. Their armies rode down into the valleys of China and Central Asia, clashing with the Tang. Yet even as they fought, they learned. From India came the teachings of Buddha, and Tibetan scribes carved new alphabets into stone so that their people could preserve the words of wisdom. From this age of conquest grew a civilization of monasteries, prayer flags, and endless sky. The Tang Empire, though bruised by rebellion, still stood like an ancient cedar tree. Caravans left the city of Chang'an each morning, camels heavy with silk, paper, and porcelain. They followed the desert tracks to Samarkand, to Merv, to Baghdad. Along these routes drifted perfumes, spices, and songs. A Persian lute might be heard in a Chinese tavern. A Buddhist monk might study astronomy beside an Arab mathematician. And the Silk Road was not one path but a web, a living network of faiths, colors, and languages. At its heart beat the idea that exchange itself was sacred. As the Tang weakened, the merchants and monks became the real conquerors of distance. They built small oasis kingdoms, Kocha, Khotan, Dunhuang, each a pearl strung along the trade routes. In caves outside Dunhuang, artists painted entire worlds on sandstone walls. The enlightened being Avalokiteshvara, kings offering lotus flowers, travelers under starlight. When storms buried the road, pilgrims waited there, praying for the wind to calm. Centuries later, their murals would still whisper of those nights when the desert was alive with human breath. To the west, in the oasis of Transoxiana, new powers rose. Persian, Arab, and Turkic peoples mingled, founding cities like Bukhara and Samarkand, names that would one day shine again under the Mongols. For now they were crossroads where paper from China met ink from the Caliphate. Scribes wrote in 3 scripts on 1 page, and mosques stood beside Buddhist shrines. The world was not divided yet, it was curious. Southward, the Indian Ocean carried the same spirit. Dhows with triangular sails left the harbors of Basra and Calicut, steering by the stars towards Ceylon and Sumatra. Their holds were filled with cloves, pepper, ivory, and sandalwood. The wind that moved them, the monsoon, was as dependable as fate itself, half the year eastward, half the year westward. Because of that rhythm, traders could leave home knowing they would return, and across the sea grew a quiet trust between civilizations. By the 9th century the Uyghurs had fallen, scattered by the Kyrgyz. Yet the peace they had kept did not vanish. From their memory remained the idea that the steppe could serve not only conquest but connection. New tribes inherited their roads, the Karluks, the Khitans, the Tanguts, each taking a fragment of the old order, each writing their own law in the dust. The steppe was a vast palimpsest, one empire erased, another written on top. In this 1,000-mile belt of grass and sand, men still measured wealth by horses and honor by hospitality. When night fell, the yurts glowed like lanterns, and elders told stories that traveled farther than any army. They spoke of a time when the sky itself had chosen rulers, when the Khan's tent was the center of the world. Those legends, carried from mouth to mouth, would one day ignite again. But for now the steppe slept, dreaming of a boy yet unborn. And beyond it, in every direction, Asia was stirring. The last Tang poets were writing verses about fallen leaves and lost loves. In Bengal, monks were copying sutras by lamplight. In Kyoto, courtiers brushed ink across scrolls while the moon rose over silent ponds. Everywhere there was movement, but it was not the movement of war, it was the slow heartbeat of civilization. The age of steel would come later. For now the continent belonged to scholars, sailors and traders, to those who built bridges instead of walls. Their legacy would not vanish even when fire returned to the horizon. When the fires of rebellion dimmed and the Tang dynasty drew its final breath, China stood at a crossroads between ruin and rebirth. Its empire, once radiant as the morning sun, had cracked under its own weight. The An-Lushan rebellion had drained its strength, and in the chaos that followed, soldiers became warlords, and provinces became kingdoms. The once unified heart of the Middle Kingdom fractured into pieces, but the soul of its civilization remained intact. Even in decline, the Tang left behind a legacy of beauty so vast that the centuries after it could not help but bloom again. From its ashes rose one of history's most remarkable ages, the era of Song China, where power shifted from generals to scholars, and the sword gave way to the brush. It was a new idea of greatness, not built on conquest but on intellect, invention and the quiet dignity of learning. In the year 960 the general Zhao Guanjin seized power and founded the Song dynasty. He was weary of war and dreamed of peace built through governance, art and reason. He surrounded himself not with soldiers but with thinkers, poets, philosophers, engineers and calligraphers. In the new capital of Kaifeng, the air hummed not with the clang of armor, but with the scratch of brushes on paper. Kaifeng became the beating heart of an urban civilization centuries ahead of its time. Its markets opened before dawn, its streets gleamed with lanterns after dark. Food vendors shouted the names of steaming dishes, dumplings, noodles, rice cakes, while musicians played bamboo flutes by the canal. Money flowed like water, not in gold or silver, but in paper, for the Song invented the first true banknotes. And in that exchange of ink and trust lay the seed of modern economy. The Song were not conquerors, yet their minds conquered distance. They mapped the stars and the seas. They turned humble materials into miracles. The compass, which gave direction to sailors, gunpowder, which would soon change war forever, and movable type printing, which allowed books to multiply like blossoms in spring. A single scholar could hold in his hands the wisdom of centuries, printed on thin rice paper, carried from one province to another. Knowledge became a river that no dam could stop. The age of the Song was an age of subtlety. Its artists painted not the glory of kings, but the silence of mountains. On wide silk scrolls rivers wound through mist, and solitary figures gazed at waterfalls that seemed to fall forever. They were not scenes of conquest but of contemplation, reflections of a civilization that had turned inward, seeking peace in nature's rhythm. In the same spirit, Confucianism was reborn, not as a dry ritual, but as philosophy renewed by the breath of the cosmos. Thinkers like Zhu Xi taught that moral harmony mirrored the order of the universe, that every stone and stream carried its own virtue. It was called Neo-Confucianism, a belief that combined reason with reverence. It spread to Korea, Japan, and Vietnam, shaping minds far beyond China's borders. Buddhism still thrived too, especially in the mountains and monasteries where monks copied sutras and brewed tea in silence. And in tea itself the Chinese found poetry. Green leaves steeped in hot water became a ritual of calm, a moment of balance between heaven and earth. In time, even the smallest gestures, the pouring of tea, the stroke of a brush, the folding of a robe, were seen as reflections of the greater harmony of things. But the Song were not only philosophers and painters, they built a world that belonged to the common man as well. Kaifeng and Hangzhou were the largest cities on earth, buzzing with merchants, artisans, and entertainers. Street theaters performed comedies for crowds of hundreds. Bookstores sold illustrated romances. Bridges arched over canals lined with willow trees. Travelers wrote of streetlights shining so bright that one could read at midnight. The government recorded births, built schools, managed irrigation, and measured harvests with precision. They even created a civil service exam system, so vast that a peasant's son, if gifted enough, might rise to govern the empire. The exams were grueling, years of study on ancient texts, but they forged a meritocracy unseen elsewhere in the medieval world. In the West, knights inherited their titles by blood. In China, scholars earned theirs by ink. Yet the Song's brilliance came with a shadow. While they cultivated wisdom, their armies withered. The Liao, Western Xia, and later the Jurchen states pressed against their borders, demanding tribute and threatening their lands. The Song emperors, confident in diplomacy and wealth, believed they could buy peace forever. But beyond the Great Wall, a different logic ruled, the logic of the steppe, where peace was only the pause between storms. Meanwhile, China's inventions sailed far beyond its shores. Arab traders carried compasses and paper to the Middle East. Korean artisans refined movable types. Japanese monks returned from China with books, architecture, and the practice of Zen. Southeast Asian kings sent ambassadors with gifts of ivory, pearls, and parrots. The Song fleet, one of the largest of its time, patrolled the South China Sea, its ships powered by sails and organized by strict code. Chinese merchants reached the islands of the Philippines and Indonesia, bringing porcelain that glimmered like moonlight. Even as its borders shrank, China's cultural influence expanded farther than ever before. It was no longer an empire of armies but of ideas, and those ideas would outlast every dynasty. By the late 1100s, the balance was changing again. The Jin dynasty ruling from the north forced the Song to abandon Kaifeng and retreat south to Hangzhou. There they built a new capital, Linan, a city of canals and gardens that Marco Polo would one day call the finest on earth. But the Song were now divided, their glory dimmed. While scholars debated philosophy and poets wrote of distant autumns, new horsemen were gathering on the horizon. Their drums could not yet be heard in the valleys of China, but the sky above the steppe was beginning to darken. In the peaceful courts of Hangzhou, nobles strolled among lotus ponds and admired the paintings of misty hills. Fishermen cast their nets into silver water. Monks tended to tea gardens on the slopes of sacred mountains. It was a world too beautiful to last, one that believed intellect could outshine war. But the wind from the north carried a whisper of hooves, faint, distant, inevitable. The Mongols were still children, herding goats under the blue sky. But in the century to come they would awaken, and all the art, the wisdom and the calm of Song China would face a trial unlike any before. For now, though, the lamps of civilization still burned bright, the world slept in golden peace, unaware of how brief the dream would be. While the Middle Kingdom looked inward to philosophy and art, farther south the subcontinent turned its gaze to the ocean. Between the 8th and 12th centuries, India was not a single realm but a mosaic, a continent of colors, creeds and kingdoms. Each valley and coastline carried its own story, yet all were tied together by faith, trade and the slow rhythm of the monsoon. In the misty plains of Bengal, the Pala Empire blossomed first. Its rulers were patrons of compassion and knowledge, guarding the last sanctuaries of Buddhism in India. The monasteries of Nalanda and Vikramashila were like small cities, filled with courtyards, libraries and gardens of whispering bamboo. Students from Tibet, Nepal and even distant China traveled barefoot for months to study there. They debated the nature of existence under banyan trees, carved prayer wheels from sandalwood, and at night read from palm leaf manuscripts by the light of flickering oil lamps. Inside Nalanda's walls, knowledge flowed like a sacred river. Astronomy, medicine, grammar, and philosophy, all were treated as paths toward enlightenment. When the wind rustled through the tall grasses outside, it sounded almost like chanting. It was a peaceful age, though fragile, for power in India was forever shifting. In the west rose the Rashtrakutas of Deccan, in the south the Cholas, and in the north the Rajput clans built fortresses on the desert hills of Rajasthan. In the dry lands where sand met stone, the Rajputs lived by codes as old as their swords. They sang of honor, loyalty, and love that outlasted death. Their forts crowned the cliffs of Chittor and Jaisalmer, glowing gold at sunset. From these citadels they fought endless wars, not always for conquest but for pride, for the right to exist under open sky. Poets call them lion-hearted. When an enemy breached their gates, the women performed jauhar, walking into sacred fire rather than face capture, while the men rode out one last time, their armor shining like dawn. It was tragedy and glory woven together, the spirit of a people who would bend to no master. Far to the south, the Chola dynasty rose from the fertile plains of the Kaveri River. Their kings were sailors and temple builders, merchants and conquerors. They ruled not only by land but by sea, their ships stretching the empire's reach across the Indian Ocean. From the 11th century onward, their fleets sailed eastward to Sri Lanka, the Maldives, and even Sumatra and Malaya. They left behind inscriptions in distant ports, proof that Indian mariners knew the world long before Europe's explorers were born. The Cholas believed that art was worship. In the great temple of Brihadiswara and Tanjavur, stone rose toward the heavens in perfect balance. Bronze sculptors cast graceful images of Shiva Nataraja, the cosmic dancer, his hair a circle of flame, his smile calm and eternal. Each figure captured the rhythm of creation and destruction, the heartbeat of the universe itself. Their rule was orderly and prosperous. The king was seen as guardian of Dharma, the cosmic law. Taxes from farmers and traders filled the temples with gold, and the irrigation channels turned dry land green. Under the Chola administration, villages ran themselves with consuls and written records, a rare achievement in the medieval world. But the Cholas' greatest strength lay in their mastery of the sea. They understood the monsoon winds, sailing with them to the east and returning when they changed. The ocean was not a barrier but a bridge, and across it spread India's culture, religion, and language. This was also an age of spiritual flowering. Hinduism, long intertwined with local traditions, evolved through devotion, the Bhakti movement. Saint poets like Appar, Sundarar, and Andal sang not to distant gods but to beloved deities who walked among people. Their hymns echoed through temples and rice fields, turning worship into song and daily life into prayer. The idea that love itself could lead to liberation spread from Tamil lands to the north, reshaping India's soul. Buddhism, meanwhile, was drifting eastward. From Bengal's monasteries, monks carried scriptures to Tibet and China, where they would be translated, reimagined, and preserved. In India, it slowly gave way to the resurgent faiths of Shiva and Vishnu, yet its spirit endured. In art, in ethics, in the quiet compassion woven through Indian thought. Across the ocean, the Srivijaya Empire of Sumatra was thriving. Its ports linked India and China, serving as rest stops for merchants and monks alike. The Srivijayan kings welcomed scholars from Nalanda and sent their own envoys back with gifts of spices and ivory. In their capital of Palembang, the air smelled of cloves and the sound of temple bells mingled with the creak of ships. Farther north, on the mainland, the Khmer Empire was beginning to rise, absorbing Indian art and language until Sanskrit words echoed in its palaces. The ocean had become a mirror of India's influence, its reflection shimmering on every shore. Beyond temples and kingdoms, ordinary life in medieval India carried its own poetry. Potters shaped earthen lamps, farmers chanted as they planted rice, and women painted their doorways with patterns of rice flour to invite good fortune. Children learned stories of Rama and Krishna from traveling storytellers who beat small drums to call a crowd. The scent of jasmine drifted through the night. The river flowed beneath silver moonlight. Even in hardship there was grace. The rhythms of day and night, of monsoon and dry season, gave life a pulse as ancient as time itself. By the late 12th century, winds were shifting again. New powers rose in the northwest. First Turkic warlords, then the Ghurids, whose advance would plant the seeds of the Delhi Sultanate. The Palas had fallen, the Cholas had begun to fade, but their legacy of learning, art, and maritime vision remained etched across Asia. Even as armies gathered in the passes of Afghanistan, merchants still set sail from Calicut and Nagapattinam, and poets still sang beneath the southern stars. For half a millennium, India had been less a kingdom than a civilization, united not by one ruler but by shared imagination. Its temples, ships, and songs had carried that imagination far beyond its shores, weaving India into the wider fabric of the world. And as the year 1200 approached, the winds that once carried trade began to carry change. Far to the north, the riders of the steppe were stirring, a force that would soon reshape the destinies of every land beneath the Asian sky. Far from the deserts and mountain passes of the north, the southern half of Asia was a world of water, a labyrinth of islands, deltas, and green peninsulas wrapped in mist. Here the monsoon ruled all things. It arrived like a heartbeat, steady and eternal, bringing life, trade, and stories from every direction. Between 800 and 1200 AD, kingdoms rose among palms and mangroves, glowing like lanterns upon the sea. In the center of the Indonesian archipelago lay Srivijaya, the Empire of the Straits. From its capital at Palembang on Sumatra, it watched the narrow channels through which every ship from India or China must pass. The Srivijayan kings ruled not by land but by tide. Their fleets were swift, their harbors safe, their pilots masters of the stars and winds. Gold, camphor, cloves, ivory, all flowed through their ports, and every vessel paid tribute before it dared the open sea. Yet Srivijaya was more than a marketplace. It was a sanctuary of Buddhism, a refuge for scholars after the fall of Nalanda. Monks studied Sanskrit and Pali. They carved wooden images of Avalokiteshvara, the enlightened being with many arms, to guard sailors on dangerous voyages. Temples rose amid tropical trees, their bells echoing over river and mangrove. When foreign pilgrims arrived, drenched from the monsoon, they were given food, robes, and the sound of chanting. To live in Srivijaya was to live between sea and sky, trusting both. Northward, beyond the Gulf of Siam, another realm was shaping itself, the Khmer Empire of Cambodia. In its early centuries it drew power from rice, rivers, and gods that seemed to walk beside men. The Khmers believed their king was divine, a bridge between heaven and earth, so they built cities to mirror the cosmos. Moats for oceans, towers for mountains, causeways for the paths of the sun. The greatest of these was Angkor Wat. Begun in the early 12th century under King Suryavarman II, 5 towers rose like lotus buds above a sea of stone, their carvings alive with myth, gods churning the ocean of milk, warriors locked in endless battle, apsaras dancing on clouds. When dawn spilled across the temple, the sandstone turned gold, and the reflection in the moat seemed another world beneath this one. Around Angkor stretched reservoirs and canals so vast they could feed 500,000 souls. Engineers mapped the seasons as carefully as priests mapped the stars. Water was their empire's blood, faith its breath. For centuries the city thrived, its avenues shaded by sugar palms and its shrines perfumed with incense. Then, when the rains changed and the enemies pressed from the west, Angkor began to fade into the forest. But the forest, merciful and slow, kept it safe. Even today, its roots hold the temples in a green embrace, as if nature herself were remembering. To the west, along the Irrawaddy River, rose the kingdom of Pagan, the cradle of Myanmar. Its kings ruled from a plain shimmering with thousands of stupas, meaning religious monuments. From the year 1050 onward, they built temples by the hundreds, each one a prayer in brick and gold. Pilgrims climbed their terraces to watch the sunrise spill over the river, bathing the land in amber light. Under King Anavrata, Buddhism became the soul of Pagan. Monks carried scriptures written on palm leaves. Artists painted the lives of the Buddha on cool plaster walls. Markets thrived, and merchants from Bengal and China met under canopies of woven bamboo. From the heights of Shwesagon Pagoda, the king could look across the plain and see not a battlefield but a horizon filled with faith. Each spire pointed upward, a reminder that even dust could reach heaven through devotion. East of Pagan, the lands that would become Thailand began to stir. The Thai peoples moved south from the mountains, blending with Mon and Khmer cultures. By the 12th century they had founded walled towns along the Menam River, trading rice, salt and elephants. Their future capital, Ayutthaya, was still centuries away, yet the spirit that would define it, grace, balance and tolerance, was already forming. From India came the stories of Rama, from China the art of porcelain and poetry. The Siamese combined them all, creating something unmistakably their own, a kingdom at peace with the world, built on the rhythm of the rains. Farther east, among countless islands and coral seas, lived the ancestors of the Filipino and Polynesian peoples. Sailors who read the waves as others read books. They built outrigger canoes that could cross oceans guided only by stars, wind, and birds. Their world was not divided by water, it was united by it. Villages traded obsidian, shells, and rice. Chiefs ruled by generosity rather than conquest. In time they would meet the traders of Srivijaya and the Chinese junks that drifted south, and the old maritime web of Asia would stretch even farther, linking village to empire, island to continent. Daily life in these lands followed the monsoon. When the rains came, fields turned into mirrors reflecting the sky. When they left, the air smelled of smoke and fruit. Women wove silk in stilt houses above flooded ground. Children ran through temples chasing butterflies. Musicians played bamboo zithers, while fishermen mended nets by lantern light. The nights were warm, full of cicadas and slow laughter. Everywhere nature was both god and companion. Kings built temples to honor it. Peasants whispered thanks before planting a seed. The jungle could devour cities, but it also fed them. A reminder that creation and destruction were never enemies, only partners in the same eternal dance. By the end of the 12th century, the entire tropical half of Asia had become a single breathing organism of trade and faith. Indian ships carried Sanskrit and bronze, Chinese fleets brought silk and porcelain, Arab sailors brought mathematics, astronomy, and the call to prayer. At every harbor, the languages mixed like currents, Tamil beside Malay, Arabic beside Pali. Spices, stories, and ideas moved faster than armies ever could. When travelers from the north reached these shores, they found kingdoms rich without arrogance, powerful without cruelty. Srivijaya, Pagan, Angkor, each glowed with a quiet confidence, a belief that balance was strength. They were worlds of harmony, still untouched by the storms that would soon roll from the steppe. And somewhere, far away under the blue vault of the Mongolian sky, a new power was gathering its breath. The southern seas slept in sunlight, unaware that the coming century would bring the sound of hooves across every horizon. At the far edge of the continent, where the mountains fall into the sea and the morning sun first touches the world, two nations shaped by beauty and discipline were writing their own chapters of the medieval age, Japan and Korea. Here the air smelled of pine and salt, the seasons ruled with quiet precision. Snow fell softly in winter, cherry blossoms rained in spring, and the sea shimmered like a mirror in summer. While empires rose and fell elsewhere, the islands of the east cultivated something rarer than power, serenity. In the year 794, Japan's emperor moved his capital to Heian-kyo, the city of peace and tranquility. Today it is known as Kyoto, but in that time it was a dream made of symmetry and light. Streets ran straight and wide, modeled after China's Chang'an, yet quieter, more restrained. The court of Heian was a world of color and refinement, where the brush was sharper than the blade. Aristocrats wore layered silk robes dyed in subtle hues, the green of new bamboo, the gray of distant rain. They perfumed their sleeves, wrote poems in reply to love letters, and painted fans with images of moonlit rivers. To live beautifully was to live well. In Heian, elegance was law. Within this cocoon of grace, a new voice emerged, a woman's voice. Writers like Murasaki Shikibu and Sei Shonagon created works that would outlast dynasties. Murasaki's Tale of Genji told of love and impermanence. Say's pillow book captured the smallest joys of daily life: the sound of rain on the roof, the scent of incense, the melancholy of autumn twilight. Their words became the heart of Japanese literature, whispered across 1,000 years. But outside the capital's painted screens, the world was changing. In the countryside, warriors were rising, men who measured worth not in poetry but in courage. They were the samurai, loyal to local lords known as daimyo, bound by duty, skill, and silence. At first they guarded estates, later they began to shape history itself. By the 12th century, two great clans, the Taira and the Minamoto, stood locked in rivalry. Their conflict, known as the Genpei War, would end the Heian peace forever. For 5 years, Japan became a stage of fire and foam. Battles on beaches, castles ablaze, samurai banners reflected in the waves. When it ended in 1185, the Minamoto had triumphed, and a new government rose at Kamakura, under Minamoto no Yoritomo, the first shogun. Power shifted from the imperial court to the warriors' camp. Yet even in this transition, Japan's spirit of refinement endured. The samurai, though born of war, adopted the grace of the poets they replaced. They valued discipline, composure, and the quiet acceptance of fate, the seeds of the code that would later be called Bushido. In the temples of Kyoto, monks continued to chant. In Kamakura, new schools of Zen Buddhism arrived from China, teaching that enlightenment could be found not through books but through silence. A monk might spend years tending a garden, arranging stones to echo the flow of rivers. A single brushstroke could reveal the universe. Even amid the clang of swords, Japan sought balance. Across the narrow sea, the Korean peninsula followed its own steady rhythm. The unified Silla kingdom, born in the 600s, had brought centuries of peace. By 900, its strength was fading, and the land divided into 3 rival states. But from their struggle rose a new dynasty, Goryeo. Its name would echo through time, becoming the root of the modern word Korea. The Goryeo kings ruled from their capital at Gaegyeong, where palaces stood beside mountains and scholars recited Confucian classics in tranquil courtyards. Buddhism flourished here as deeply as in Tibet or Japan. Monks built towering pagodas of granite, carved wooden statues of bodhisattvas with gentle smiles, and filled the air with the sound of bells that could be heard for miles. Faith was not only prayer, it was art. During this age, Korea achieved wonders of craftsmanship. The Tripitaka Koreana, a complete collection of Buddhist scriptures carved into more than 80,000 wooden blocks, was created at Haeinsa Temple. Each character was perfect, each stroke even, the work of generations who believed that precision was devotion. Korean artisans also discovered the beauty of celadon porcelain, jade green pottery so smooth it seemed to glow from within. Vases shaped like lotus buds and cranes became prized across Asia, admired even in the courts of the Song emperors. And like their neighbors, the Koreans valued learning. Their civil service exams mirrored those of China, but their spirit was gentler, a blend of scholarship and harmony. When envoys from distant lands visited, they spoke of Korea as a realm of courtesy and calm. From Kyoto to Gaegyeong, the eastern world of this era shared more than trade. It shared a philosophy that life's meaning lay not in conquest but in refinement. Where Europe raised cathedrals of stone, the East cultivated temples of silence and wood, open to wind and moonlight. A poem, a tea ceremony, a curve of a roof, these became sacred gestures, ways to touch eternity without disturbing it. Artists carved scenes of cranes, waves, and pine trees, symbols of purity and endurance. Music flowed from bamboo flutes. Ink painting replaced sculpture. Simplicity became the highest art. To watch falling snow, to pour tea with grace, to breathe in rhythm with the seasons. This was the civilization of the Far East. By the end of the 12th century, all of East Asia seemed at peace. China, though threatened, still glowed under the southern song. Japan had found balance between emperor and shogun. Korea prospered in trade and tranquility. Across the seas from the Philippines to the islands of Java, merchants exchanged gifts and stories. Yet the horizon was darkening. In the far north, under the vast Mongolian sky, a young man named Temujin was gathering the tribes. He was still unknown to the world, but the wind already carried whispers of his destiny. Soon his armies would thunder across the plains, and the stillness of 1,000 temples would tremble at the echo of hooves. For now, though, the night is peaceful. The stars hang bright above Kyoto, their reflections dancing in the temple ponds. A Korean monk finishes carving a prayer into wood. Somewhere in the dark a samurai sharpens his blade, not knowing he is standing on the edge of history. The lamps of Asia burn gently, their light drifting toward a dawn that will change everything. The world sleeps, unaware that the age of scholars is ending, and the age of conquerors is about to begin. It was the year 1000. Europe stood at the edge of a new dawn, uncertain, uneasy, yet quietly hopeful. For centuries people had whispered of the world's end, believing the turning of the millennium might bring the final trumpet of Judgment Day. But the skies remained calm, the stars unmoved, and the fields once again filled with the familiar rhythm of life. The world had not ended, instead it was beginning again. Across the quiet valleys of France, stone towers rose above misty forests. In Germany and Italy, small towns clustered around ancient Roman ruins. The old empire was gone, but its bones still shaped the roads and cities of medieval life. It was a time of rebuilding and rediscovery. Warriors and monks, peasants and princes, all played their part in weaving the complex fabric of medieval Europe. The Viking raids that once haunted the coastlines had mostly faded. The Northmen were settling, farming, and converting to Christianity. The great waves of migration were slowing. What emerged was a continent learning how to govern itself again. Power now rested not in emperors, but in lords and vassals. It was a system born of chaos, simple yet deeply personal. A peasant worked the land belonged to a knight, and the knight served a lord, and a lord owed loyalty to a king. But these bonds were not fixed in law. They were made and broken through oaths, marriages, and war. At the center of this world stood the castle, both fortress and home. From its cold stone walls, the medieval noble could watch over his domain, protect his people, and command his knights. The clang of the blacksmith's hammer and the creak of drawbridges echoed across Europe, from Normandy to the Rhineland, from Spain to the Carpathian hills. Inside these walls, the idea of chivalry was taking shape. An unwritten code of honor that blended Christian virtue with warrior pride. Knights swore to defend the weak, to fight bravely, and to serve God and their Lord. In truth, many failed to live up to these ideals, but the stories and songs they inspired would live for centuries. Meanwhile, faith was the pulse of daily life. Monasteries dotted the countryside like islands of calm. Monks rose before dawn to pray, copied ancient manuscripts by flickering candlelight, and tended fields in silence. Their work kept knowledge alive. Latin texts, classical philosophy, and scripture preserved through patient hands. The church was everywhere, blessing crops, recording births, hearing confessions, and settling disputes. Bishops held lands as large as kings, and the Pope's word carried both spiritual and political weight. Europe was not a single nation, but the Church gave it a single soul. One faith, one calendar, one shared sense of divine purpose. And yet, beneath that unity, tensions brewed. The eastern and western branches of Christianity were drifting apart. The Great Schism of 1054 would finally divide Rome and Constantinople, creating two worlds of faith, Catholic and Orthodox. It was a quiet fracture at first, but one that would shape centuries of history. By the mid-11th century, Europe was stirring with new energy. Population grew, forests fell to the plow, and towns slowly expanded. Stone churches replaced wooden chapels. Trade routes opened between Italy, Flanders, and the Baltic. Pilgrims set out across the continent to visit holy sites: Compostela in Spain, Rome in Italy, Jerusalem in the distant east. And everywhere, builders dreamed higher. Romanesque arches curved across monasteries, great towers reached toward heaven. These early cathedrals were not yet the soaring marvels of later centuries, but their heavy pillars and dim light created a solemn beauty. They spoke of a people reaching upward after centuries of survival. In the north, a new breed of warriors carried this energy across the seas: the Normans. Descendants of Vikings who had settled in France, they were fierce, disciplined, and restless. In 1066, led by William the Conqueror, they crossed the Channel and changed England forever. The Battle of Hastings was not just a clash of kings, it was the collision of two ages. The Anglo-Saxon world met the Norman one, a fusion that would define English law, architecture, and language. Castles sprouted across the green hills, and a new aristocracy took root. But the Normans were not content with England alone. They carved out realms in southern Italy, Sicily, and even the edges of the Byzantine Empire. Everywhere they went, they built fortresses, churches, and ports, leaving a trail of stone and ambition that would reshape Europe's map. And then, one day, a single sermon changed the course of history. In 1095, at the Council of Clermont, Pope Urban II called upon the Knights of Christendom to take up the cross, to reclaim Jerusalem from Muslim rule, and protect Eastern Christians. His word spread like fire through the courts and villages of Europe. Tens of thousands took the vow. They sewed crosses onto their tunics, sold their lands, and marched toward the unknown. The First Crusade had begun. For many it was a journey of faith, for others adventure or greed, but together they set in motion a movement that would echo through centuries, a mingling of zeal and brutality that revealed both the glory and darkness of the medieval heart. As the year 1100 approached, Europe no longer feared the end of the world. It had found a new mission, one that would carry its people beyond the seas, into deserts, cities, and legends. The road to Jerusalem stretched farther than any map could show, through forest and mountain, across the plains of Hungary and the deserts of Syria. Thousands walked and rode under the banner of the cross. They were knights and peasants, bishops and beggars, drawn together by faith, by hunger, by the promise of glory, or forgiveness. Some went for God, some went for gold. Most went simply because the world was changing, and they did not wish to be left behind. The First Crusade was no single army. but a tide of peoples moving eastward. Many perished before reaching the Holy Land, to famine, to disease, to their own lack of discipline, but those who survived saw things no European had seen in generations. Vast cities, golden mosques, libraries filled with ancient learning, and markets overflowing with silks and spices. To the weary knights from the cold stone halls of France and Germany, the East seemed like another world, older, brighter, richer, and yet they came as conquerors. In 1099, after years of suffering and siege, the Crusaders reached Jerusalem. They stormed its walls in a fury of faith and desperation. When the fighting ended, the holy city was theirs, and its streets were red. The massacre that followed would echo for centuries, but in the minds of those who survived, it was not horror they remembered. It was triumph. The will of God, they believed, had been fulfilled. In the aftermath, 4 small kingdoms were carved out of the Middle East: Jerusalem, Edessa, Antioch, and Tripoli. These were Europe's fragile footholds in the East. Each depended on reinforcements from home, on alliances with local powers, and on the constant flow of pilgrims who came to see the land of Christ with their own eyes. The rulers of these states learned quickly that faith alone could not hold a fortress. They built stone castles across Syria and Palestine, massive, beautiful strongholds like Crac de Chevaliers, whose white walls still gleam in the sunlight. Within them lived men who had come to see themselves not merely as soldiers, but as guardians of a sacred frontier. Trade followed war. Venetian and Genoese merchants opened routes through the Mediterranean, carrying silk and sugar, glass and gemstones. Europe began to taste the wealth of the East, and it would never again be content with the simple bread and iron of home. But it was not only treasure that traveled westward. Books crossed the seas too, ancient Greek and Arabic texts, preserved in the libraries of the East. From them, Europe rediscovered Aristotle, Galen, Euclid, the roots of philosophy, medicine, and mathematics. Monks and scholars translated these works into Latin, planting the first quiet seeds of what would one day become the Renaissance. It is one of history's small ironies, that a war of faith would awaken the mind, that violence could open the door to learning. As the Crusades continued, a new kind of knight appeared, the monk warrior. Men who took vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, but bore swords. The Knights Templar, founded in Jerusalem, guarded pilgrims on the road and defended the holy sites. The Hospitallers cared for the sick and wounded. The Teutonic Order would later rise in the north, bringing the crusading spirit to the Baltic. These orders grew rich and powerful, owning lands across Europe. They were admired and feared, men of both prayer and steel, bound by a code that few could truly live by. To the common people they seemed almost mythical, part saint, part soldier, serving a cause greater than kings. But faith and fortune are fleeting. In 1144, the county of Edessa, one of the first Crusader states, fell to Muslim forces. The shock reverberated through Christendom. From the pulpits of Europe came another call, a second crusade, led this time by kings themselves, Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany. The armies marched again, vast and glittering, but the land was unforgiving. The people they had come to liberate saw them as invaders, and the unity that had once driven the First Crusade was gone. The campaign ended in failure. Jerusalem remained Christian for now, but the dream of divine conquest had dimmed. The East, once seen as a place of salvation, now appeared endless and unknowable. Still, the great journey had changed Europe forever. Pilgrims and traders carried home spices, fabrics, and ideas. New maps were drawn, new words entered languages: sugar, cotton, lemon, algebra. and behind every cathedral and marketplace one could now feel the distant hum of the wider world. The medieval mind had begun to open, just a little. The horizon no longer ended at the edge of Christendom, somewhere beyond the sea. Other peoples lived, prayed, and built, and in the quiet hours of night, a few began to wonder what they might learn from them. The 12th century was a time of restlessness. Europe had tasted the world beyond its borders, and something within it began to stir. A hunger for greatness, for knowledge, for order. The crusading spirit did not fade, it simply changed shape. The same passion that had sent armies to Jerusalem now built cathedrals, raised universities, and wrote songs of love and honor. It was as if all the fervor of battle had turned inward, into art, thought, and faith. All across the continent, towns rose from timber to stone. Cathedrals began to pierce the sky. Chartres, Notre Dame, Canterbury, Rheims. Monuments to both human devotion and ingenuity. These were not just buildings, they were prayers made visible. Each arch, each stained glass window was a sermon of light, a glimpse of heaven rendered in color and stone. Inside, the air shimmered with incense and song. Pilgrims came barefoot from distant lands to see the sacred relics, a thorn from Christ's crown, a saint's bone, a drop of holy blood. In those dim interiors, surrounded by flickering candles, one could almost feel the divine breathing through the walls. But such wonders required money, vast sums. So cities grew rich from trade, bishops levied taxes, and guilds of craftsmen prospered. Europe, once scattered and poor, was becoming a web of wealth and power. With trade came knowledge, and with knowledge came questions. In Paris, Oxford, and Bologna, universities took shape, communities of scholars bound not by birth or title, but by curiosity. They studied the scriptures, but also Aristotle and Euclid, the medicine of Avicenna, the numbers of Al-Khwarizmi. For the first time in centuries, the old wisdom of Greece and the new discoveries of the Arabs shared the same parchment. To many, this seemed wondrous, to others, dangerous. Could human reason walk beside divine truth? The Church tried to draw the line, but thought, once awakened, cannot easily be chained. Not all learning was found in monasteries. In the courts of Aquitaine and Provence, poets sang of courtly love, of knights who served their ladies as faithfully as they served their lords. It was a strange, delicate world of idealized passion and impossible virtue. From it grew the great legends, Tristan and Isolde, Lancelot and Guinevere, the Holy Grail. These stories spread across Europe, blending Celtic myth, Christian symbolism, and the moral code of the knight. They gave the rough warrior class a dream of nobility, a mirror to polish their steel and souls alike. And somewhere in these songs, one hears the first whisper of modern Europe, a society beginning to imagine love, conscience, and honor as forces greater than the sword. Yet the same faith that inspired beauty also demanded obedience. As the Church's power grew, so did its will to purify. New orders arose. The Cistercians, led by Bernard of Clairvaux, sought simplicity and poverty. The Inquisition took root, hunting heresy wherever doubt dared to breathe. In southern France, the Cathars preached that the world was corrupt, that spirit and matter were eternal enemies. The Church saw them as a threat, and soon crusade was turned inward, Christian against Christian, a holy war in the very heart of Christendom. Such was the paradox of the age. The same fire that lit the cathedrals also kindled the stake. Beyond the seas, the struggle for the Holy Land continued. In 1187, Jerusalem fell once more, this time to Saladin, the great Muslim general whose courage and mercy would make him a legend even among his enemies. The news struck Europe like a thunderclap. Kings answered the call again. Richard the Lionheart of England, Philip Augustus of France, Frederick Barbarossa of the Holy Roman Empire, they led armies eastward in what would be known as the Third Crusade, a campaign as magnificent as it was tragic. Frederick drowned before reaching battle. Philip quarreled with Richard and returned home. Richard fought with brilliance but could not retake Jerusalem. In the end, a truce was made. Pilgrims would be allowed to visit the holy city, though it remained in Muslim hands. The crusade had failed, yet its stories of courage, betrayal, and distant honor became legend. As the 12th century drew to a close, Europe was stronger than ever, richer, wiser, yet no less restless. New powers were rising. France under the Capetians, England with its Plantagenet kings, and in the north the growing might of Scandinavia and the Baltic Crusaders. The age of wandering knights and holy wars was not yet over, but something deeper was changing, a slow shift from faith to reason, from the world of miracles to the world of men. The Middle Ages had reached its height. Soon it would begin to turn toward its end. By the year 1200, the medieval world stood at its height. Its cathedrals reached for heaven, its kings ruled with newfound confidence, and its faith, fierce and absolute, bound millions together beneath the cross. Yet in that very strength lay the seed of change. The dream of a united Christendom was beginning to strain under its own weight. Ambition had grown beside devotion, and men who once marched for salvation now marched for empire. In 1202, a new crusade was proclaimed, one meant to reclaim Jerusalem once and for all. Knights gathered from across Europe, their banners bright against the sea breeze of Venice, but the campaign began not with prayer, but with debt. The Crusaders owed money to the Venetian merchants who had built their ships. Unable to pay, they agreed to attack the city of Zara, a Christian port. Blood was spilled not for faith but for finance. And then came the fatal detour. Persuaded by politics and profit, the Crusaders turned their swords upon Constantinople, the greatest Christian city of the East. In 1204 they stormed its walls, looting, burning, and desecrating the Queen of Cities. The Hagia Sophia was stripped of its relics, its altars shattered, its priests slain. It was the greatest betrayal in medieval Christendom. East and West, once divided by theology, were now torn apart by greed. The Latin Empire they founded would last less than 60 years, but the wound it left would never heal. Back in the West, power was shifting from knights and nobles to monarchs. The feudal world that had once depended on personal oaths was hardening into kingdoms with laws, taxes, and courts. In France, the Capetian dynasty extended its reach, building the first true national administration. In England, after the conquests of William, the kings grew strong, until their ambitions met resistance. By 1215, angry barons forced King John to sign the Magna Carta, a document meant to limit royal power and affirm the rights of freemen. It was a small beginning, just parchment and ink, yet in time it would echo louder than any sword. In Spain, the Christian kingdoms pushed south in the long Reconquista, reclaiming lands once ruled by Muslim caliphs. In Italy, merchant republics like Venice, Genoa, and Florence began to flourish, their ships threading the Mediterranean like veins of gold and silk. Europe was no longer a backwater, it was becoming the crossroads of the world. Amid all this, the builders kept working. The early Gothic cathedrals gave way to masterpieces of height and light. Stone became lace, windows became oceans of color. At Chartres and Amiens, the very air seemed carved into harmony. These were not the works of kings alone, but of entire communities, generations of masons, glassmakers, and dreamers who built for a future they would never see. To walk inside was to step into eternity. Faith had given Europe its bones, now imagination gave it a soul. In Paris, Thomas Aquinas taught that faith and reason were not enemies, but reflections of the same truth. In Assisi, a young man named Francis renounced wealth and power to live in poverty, preaching to birds and beggars alike. And in countless monasteries and schools, men debated questions once thought too bold to ask: the nature of the universe, of justice, of man himself. The flame of inquiry, once dim, was beginning to glow brighter. The medieval mind was awakening. Yet far beyond Europe's borders, new forces were gathering. In the steppes of Central Asia, a leader named Temujin, known to the world as Genghis Khan, united the Mongol tribes under one banner. His horsemen would soon thunder across the world, reaching as far as Poland and Hungary. The peace of Christendom would tremble before a storm unlike any it had known. And still the Church called for more crusades, against Muslims, against heretics, even against other Christians. The word holy war had become familiar, perhaps too familiar. For every victory, a doubt crept deeper into the soul of Europe. What if the world was not meant to be conquered by faith, but understood? The 13th century began with confidence. Europe had survived famine, war, and betrayal, yet its heart still beat with a quiet faith. Cathedrals shimmered with new glass, universities buzzed with ideas. From the Atlantic to the Carpathians, it seemed that every field, every market, every city was alive with motion. But beneath that sense of order, the world was stretching, growing larger, stranger, and more connected than ever before. The spirit of holy war flickered on, but the fire was dying. The great crusader castles in the east stood like lonely islands in a hostile sea. The Islamic world had grown united under strong leaders, and one by one, the Christian states of Syria and Palestine began to fall. The Sixth Crusade of Emperor Frederick II reclaimed Jerusalem for a brief, bloodless moment through diplomacy, a curious peace in an age of swords, but it did not last. In 1291 the final fortress, Acre, fell. The Crusader banners were torn down, and with them ended 2 centuries of European presence in the Holy Land. There were no victors in the end, only lessons written in stone and memory. The Crusades had reshaped trade, faith, and imagination, but they had also left behind disillusion. The world seemed less holy now, more complex, more human. As pilgrims turned homeward, merchants took their place on the roads and seas. From Genoa to Bruges, from London to Lübeck, the pulse of Europe shifted from castles to marketplaces. Money replaced oaths, ledgers replaced swords. Guilds formed, brotherhoods of weavers, masons, and traders. Their symbols hung over shop doors like family crests. Cities grew noisy and proud, their bells marking the hours of commerce as surely as the monasteries marked the hours of prayer. In Italy, bankers of Florence invented new ways to lend and invest, while Venice and Genoa built fleets that rivaled any army. In the north, the Hanseatic League bound Baltic ports into a web of trade, carrying salt, furs, and grain. A merchant could now grow richer than a baron, and a city's will could rival a king's. The old boundaries of Christendom began to dissolve. Traders returned from the east with stories of Persia, India, and China, their voices filled with wonder. Among them was Marco Polo, who traveled farther than almost anyone of his time, across deserts and empires to the court of the great Khan. When he returned to Venice around 1295, few believed his tales of golden cities, paper money, and vast armies, but they listened, and something in the European mind began to turn toward exploration, toward the idea that the world was far wider than any map. What began as a pilgrimage of faith was becoming a journey of curiosity. Within Europe, the Church still reigned supreme, yet cracks were showing. Popes claimed authority over kings. Kings began to resist. Theologians questioned, poets observed, and peasants murmured. Still, the 13th century was a golden one in its own way, a balance between heaven and earth. In art and thought, the human face appeared again, in the smiles of Gothic statues, in the measured reason of Aquinas, in the gentle mysticism of Hildegard of Bingen. Even in faith there was warmth. In towns and cloisters people spoke not only of sin and salvation, but of love, divine and human, both reflections of the same eternal light. By the year 1300, Europe stood on the brink of change. The old world of knights and crusaders was fading. The new world of merchants, scholars, and travelers was awakening. Castles were giving way to courthouses. Monasteries were turning into schools. Faith was still strong, but reason was rising beside it like a twin flame. Across the seas, the Mongol Empire connected continents under a single vast peace, the Pax Mongolica, and through it, silk, paper, and ideas flowed faster than ever before. A man could now, in theory, travel from France to China, bearing the cross on his chest and the curiosity of the West in his eyes. The medieval world had reached its greatest breadth. Its people had built, fought, dreamed, and prayed for 300 years. Ahead lay new storms, plague, heresy, and empire, but also the slow birth of modern thought. For now, the bells of Christendom still rang through the valleys and over the fields, calling monks to prayer and merchants to trade. The air was full of voices, of faith, of reason, of song, and somewhere in that harmony of stone and wind, the world waited quietly for its next beginning. By the dawn of the 13th century, Asia was a tapestry of kingdoms and empires, each ancient, proud, and powerful. China, fractured after the fall of the Tang, was divided between dynasties. In the Middle East, the Abbasid Caliphate ruled from Baghdad, a city of light and learning. In India, the Delhi Sultanate had risen as a new Islamic power, and across the vast plains of Central Asia roamed tribes of horsemen, free, fierce, and ununited. From among them would rise a man whose name would echo across the world, Temujin, known to history as Genghis Khan. Born into hardship on the Mongolian steppe, Temujin united the tribes through cunning, alliance, and ruthless strength. In 1206 he was proclaimed Genghis Khan, universal ruler. From that moment the world changed. The Mongols rode not for plunder, but for conquest and control. Their armies moved like wind and fire, silent, sudden, unstoppable. In less than a lifetime they would build the largest land empire in human history. By 1215, the Mongols had crushed the Jin dynasty of northern China. By 1220, they had conquered the large oasis region of Khorasmia, Persia, and Central Asia. Their horsemen reached the Caspian Sea, the Caucasus, even the borders of Europe. They were not merely warriors, they were organizers. They brought order to the chaos of conquest, building roads, relays, and laws that would shape centuries to come. Under Genghis and his descendants, the Mongol Empire stretched from the Yellow Sea to the Mediterranean. It linked the great civilizations of the Old World for the first time in history. A traveler could ride from China to Persia beneath the same banner, the Great Khan's peace. Trade caravans carried silk, jade, spices, and ideas along the Silk Road. Paper, gunpowder, and printing crossed westward. Glass, astronomy, and medicine moved east. It was an empire of contrasts, brutal in war, yet tolerant in rule. The Mongols allowed every faith to worship freely, every scholar to speak. They valued talent above birth, loyalty above blood. In the burning heart of the 13th century, Asia became one vast connected world. When Genghis Khan died in 1227, his sons and grandsons divided the empire into realms: the Golden Horde in the west, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Yuan dynasty in China. Each would carry his legacy: ambition, adaptability, and vision. Under his grandson Kublai Khan, the Mongols completed their conquest of China, founding the Yuan dynasty in 1271. Kublai moved the capital to Beijing, opening China to the world. There he welcomed foreign travelers, among them a young Venetian named Marco Polo, who would later describe wonders unseen in Europe: paper money, porcelain, fireworks, and cities of 1,000,000 souls. Kublai sought not destruction, but civilization. He adopted Chinese customs, promoted trade, and invited scholars from Persia, India, and the Arab world. Under his reign, East and West touched minds, not swords. From roughly 1250 to 1350, Asia experienced what historians now call the Pax Mongolica, the Mongol Peace. It was an age of safety on the Silk Road, of cultural and economic exchange. Caravans crossed deserts under Mongol protection. Persian weavers learned from Chinese silk masters, Muslim astronomers taught in Beijing. Italian merchants founded trading posts along the Black Sea. For a brief moment in history, the world seemed united, not by ideology, but by curiosity and movement. By the early 1300s, the Mongol world had begun to fracture. The unity that once stretched from Korea to the Mediterranean was unraveling, not through war, but through distance, ambition, and time. The empire that once spoke with a single voice now echoed with many, Khans ruling in their own lands, each claiming descent from Genghis, each dreaming of restoring his glory. In the western plains, the Golden Horde ruled from the Volga River to the Black Sea. Its horsemen watched over the Silk Road's final stretches into Europe. They taxed trade, protected caravans, and kept the memory of Mongol might alive. But new forces were rising beyond their reach. In the west, Slavic principalities began to resist, led by the city of Moscow, whose princes grew rich and patient under Mongol rule, before one day turning against it. To the south, the Ilkhanate of Persia fell into chaos after its rulers converted to Islam and lost control of their armies. By mid-century, Persia's cities were a patchwork of dynasties and warlords, waiting for a new conqueror to bring them together again. Farther east, the Mongol Yuan dynasty in China was beginning to crack. Though Kublai Khan had built cities of beauty and tolerance, His successors faced famine, corruption, and rebellion. The Chinese people longed for restoration, for a dynasty of their own blood. Out of this unrest rose a peasant monk turned general, Zhu Yuanzhang. He led armies under a red banner, sweeping the Mongols northward until in 1368 he declared a new age, the Ming dynasty. Under the Ming, China awakened. Walls were rebuilt, cities restored, and the great canals cleared for trade. The emperor ruled from the Forbidden City, a palace of red and gold built upon the vision of eternal harmony. Art flourished, printing spread knowledge, and ships sailed once more from Chinese ports toward unknown horizons. The Mongol century had ended, but its echoes still shaped the world it left behind. Even as empires fractured, the Silk Road lived on. Caravans crossed Central Asia under banners of local khans and new Islamic rulers. Persian artisans, Arab scholars, and Turkic merchants mingled with Chinese traders, keeping alive the vast web of connection that the Mongols had once forged. In cities like Samarkand, Kashgar, and Bukhara, the air shimmered with languages and colors. Spices from India, mixed with silks from China, and manuscripts from Baghdad, found their way to Korea and Japan. Though the empire was gone, the idea of one world connected by trade endured. Then, from the ruins of the Mongol world, another flame rose. A man named Timur or Tamerlane. Born in the 1330s near Samarkand, he claimed descent from Genghis Khan, though by spirit more than by blood. Timur sought not unity but immortality through conquest. His armies swept across Persia, Central Asia, India, and Anatolia, leaving behind cities of marble and ashes. He rebuilt Samarkand into a jewel of blue domes and gardens, filled with poets, astronomers, and architects. To Timur, beauty and destruction were two sides of the same coin, both proof of divine favor. His empire stretched from Delhi to Damascus, and though it crumbled after his death in 1405, his dream endured. He was the last of the great steppe conquerors, and the bridge between the Mongol age and the early modern world. Even in the shadow of war, culture flourished. In Persia, calligraphers and poets like Hafiz and Rumi filled the air with verse and mysticism. Their words carried far beyond their borders, reminders that art, not empire, lasts longest. In Anatolia, new Turkish states rose from the ashes of the Seljuks. Among them, a small principality around Bursa and Edirne grew quietly powerful, the Ottoman Empire, whose future would define centuries to come. And in India, the Delhi Sultanate blended Persian art with Indian tradition, giving rise to a hybrid world of arches, domes, and faiths that coexisted in fragile balance. The 1300s were an age of transition, of falling stars and new constellations. The Mongol peace had ended, but its roads and ideas remained. New empires were forming, Islamic, Chinese, and Turkic, each shaped by the last century's storms. Asia was no longer one empire, it was a continent of possibilities. The next age would belong not to conquerors, but to builders, sailors, and dreamers. The 15th century dawned like a quiet sunrise after a long storm. The Mongols had faded into memory, their empire scattered among new kingdoms and dynasties. Yet their roads, ideas, and technologies had woven Asia together in ways no empire ever could. Now, from the ruins of conquest, a new order was rising, an age not of horsemen, but of builders, sailors, and thinkers. In China, the Ming dynasty stood tall. From the imperial city of Beijing, The emperors ruled under heaven's mandate, a symbol of stability after a century of chaos. The capital itself was a masterpiece. Walls of red, roofs of gold, gardens arranged in cosmic balance. Within its heart lay the Forbidden City, where each gate, stone, and corridor aligned with celestial order. China's strength now flowed not from conquest, but from organization and art. Under Emperor Yongle, the Ming rebuilt the Great Wall, extended the Grand Canal, and filled libraries with printed books. But the Ming did not turn inward, they looked to the sea. In 1405, Admiral Cheng He, commanding a fleet of vast treasure ships, sailed across the Indian Ocean, to India, Arabia, and even the coast of Africa. His ships were floating cities, armed, gilded, and filled with scholars, merchants, and diplomats. For decades, Chinese sails graced every horizon, from Java to Zanzibar. They brought silk, porcelain, and peace, a vision of the world not conquered but connected. Then, just as suddenly, the voyages ceased, the fleets returned, and the emperor ordered the docks sealed. China turned inward once more, content to guard its perfection. The waves were silent again, but the memory of those sails would one day echo in another ocean, when ships from the far west came seeking the same routes. While China ruled the east, a new power was reshaping the west. In 1453, after centuries of siege, Constantinople, capital of the Byzantine Empire, finally fell. The conqueror was Mehmed II, the Ottoman Sultan. He rode through the ancient gates and renamed the city Istanbul, the new heart of a new empire. The fall of Constantinople marked not only the end of the Middle Ages in Europe, but the beginning of the Ottoman world, a realm that stretched across Anatolia, the Balkans, and Arabia. The Ottomans were heirs to many civilizations: Greek knowledge, Persian art, Arab science, and Turkic strength. Their cities became crossroads of the world, where Christian, Muslim, and Jewish scholars debated beneath the same stars. The mosques of Istanbul rose like mountains of marble and light, adorned with calligraphy that shimmered like constellations. From these lands, the modern Middle East was born. In the heart of Central Asia, the descendants of Timur still ruled, proud but divided. His empire had splintered into khanates and kingdoms, each guarding fragments of his glory. Yet his capital, Samarkand, remained one of the world's great jewels. Domes of turquoise and gold crowned the city. Gardens bloomed with imported flowers. Astronomers mapped the heavens under the great Ulugh Beg, Timur's grandson. There, knowledge became an empire. Ulugh Beg built an observatory of stone and precision, measuring the movements of the stars with unmatched accuracy. His work would later influence European astronomy, proof that even as power faded, wisdom endured. But beyond Samarkand, the steppe began to quiet. The age of nomads was ending. Gunpowder, cities, and commerce had replaced the thunder of hooves. In India, the Delhi Sultanate still held power, though its strength wavered under the weight of internal struggle. Yet from its diversity emerged something rare, a blending of cultures, languages, and beliefs. Persian poets wrote verses in Hindi. Indian architects built mosques beside temples. Traders carried jewels and spices from Bengal to Baghdad. At the edges of the Deccan Plateau, new kingdoms like Vijayanagara rose in defiance. A Hindu empire of art, sculpture, and music, where rivers of stone temples still stand today. India in the 1400s was a world of contradictions, divided in faith, united in beauty. Across Asia, trade pulsed like lifeblood through cities and ports. Silks, spices, and gems moved from sea to sea, carrying whispers of new inventions: compasses, gunpowder, and printing presses. From Japan, the Ashikaga shoguns ruled in elegance, supporting Zen gardens, calligraphy, and the flowering of art known as Muramachi culture. Samurai clans sought balance between sword and spirit, duty and beauty. To the south, the islands of Southeast Asia, Java, Sumatra, and the Philippines glowed with kingdoms enriched by maritime trade. The Majapahit Empire held sway over much of the Indonesian archipelago, its ports filled with Arab, Chinese, and Indian sailors. Here worlds met and mingled, east and west, old and new. By 1500, Asia had changed beyond recognition. The Mongol age had faded, but its roads still pulsed beneath the surface of history. Empires rose in its wake: Ming, Ottoman, Timurid, Delhi, Vijayanagara, and Japan's shogunates, each brilliant in its own way. It was an age of knowledge and recovery, of peace born from centuries of war. But far beyond Asia's shores, another force was stirring. Ships from Europe following stars once charted by others. The Silk Road that had bound the world by land was about to be replaced by the Sea Road, and Asia would once again stand at the center of global history, this time as the prize everyone sought. While empires rose and fell on the mainland, another Asia thrived along the seas. To the east and south, beyond the mountains and deserts, were lands of islands, archipelagos, and hidden kingdoms, places where the monsoon carried not armies but sails. From Japan to the Spice Islands, this was a world of traders and temples, where religion, art, and sea winds shaped civilization as much as swords or empires ever could. In Japan, the 1200s began under the rule of the Kamakura shogunate, a government of warriors led not by an emperor, but by the shogun, commander of the samurai. The emperor remained divine, but the true power lay with the sword. For the first time in history, Japan became a nation governed by the discipline of warriors, honor, loyalty, and restraint. They called it Bushido, the way of the warrior. When the Mongols came, they met this spirit. In 1274 and 1281, fleets from Kublai Khan invaded, carrying tens of thousands of soldiers across the sea. Both times, storm rose from the ocean, typhoons so fierce they shattered the Mongol armadas. The Japanese called them kamikaze, divine winds, believing the gods themselves had protected their islands. After the invasions, Japan turned inward, cherishing its isolation. Over time, the Ashikaga shogunate replaced the Kamakura rulers, moving the capital to Kyoto, where art, gardens, and tea ceremonies refined the samurai spirit. The sword and the poem became equals, one for duty, one for peace. Between the 1300s and 1500s, Japan experienced both war and serenity. Feudal lords, daimyo, ruled their own provinces, but culture flourished in Kyoto. This was the age of Zen. Temples of raked sand and stone reflected inner stillness. Painters captured mountains with single brushstrokes. Poets wrote of falling petals and fleeting seasons. Even in battle, beauty was never forgotten. The warrior learned to live each day as though it were his last, not in despair, but in gratitude. Across the sea, the Koryo kingdom, from which the word Korea comes, flourished between 918 and 1392. It was a land of elegance and intellect, where art and scholarship were sacred duties. Koryo artisans perfected Celadon pottery. its smooth jade-green glaze considered among the most beautiful in the world. Buddhist temples crowned mountain ridges, their bells echoing through mist and pine. The kingdom's scholars also created one of the earliest metal movable type printing systems, decades before Gutenberg's press in Europe, spreading knowledge across Asia long before the printing revolution. By the late 1300s, a new dynasty, Joseon, replaced Koryo. Under its rule, Korea became a Confucian state, orderly and disciplined, valuing education above all. It was an age of peace and reflection, a quiet strength that would endure for centuries. Farther south, where the jungle met the ocean, rose some of the most extraordinary civilizations of the medieval world, empires built not on land but on water. The Khmer Empire, centered at Angkor in modern Cambodia, reached its zenith in the 1200s. Its temples, Angkor Wat and Bayon, were not just places of worship, but cosmic diagrams carved in stone. Every tower represented a mountain, every moat a sea, every carving a story of gods and kings. At dawn, sunlight poured through corridors aligned with solstices, illuminating faces of calm divinity. It was architecture as prayer. The earth itself turned into scripture. But by the 1400s, Angkor began to fade, as rivers shifted and neighboring kingdoms arose. Still, the Khmer spirit endured in art and faith, flowing into the new Buddhist cultures of mainland Southeast Asia. To the east, along the islands of Indonesia, the Majapahit Empire emerged, a maritime realm that united hundreds of islands under trade and diplomacy. From its capital at Trovelan in Java, Majapahit's fleets controlled the seas between India and China. Spices, gold, and silk filled its ports, and its kings ruled not by war, but by alliance and ceremony. Poets at courts wrote epics in Old Javanese. Priests blended Hinduism, Buddhism, and local traditions into a harmonious spiritual world. The empire's influence reached as far as the Philippines, Malaysia, and Borneo, where countless small kingdoms thrived on trade winds and coral routes. They called their world the Nusantara, the island realm. By the 1400s, Southeast Asia had become the crossroads of the Old World. Arab traders brought Islam to the ports of Malacca and Sumatra, where new sultanates rose from old kingdoms. The Malacca Sultanate became one of the richest cities in the world, its harbors filled with ships from Arabia, India, China, and beyond. Here languages mixed, faiths coexisted, and gold changed hands faster than anywhere else on earth. From the frozen north to the equatorial south, Asia had transformed. It was no longer a continent divided by deserts and empires, but a living web, bound by sea and story, temple and trade. By 1500, ships from Portugal began to appear in the Indian Ocean. Cannon met compass, and the age of sail began. The world that had once been endless was now shrinking, not in size but in mystery. The kingdoms of Asia had reached their full bloom. Their temples gleamed, their poetry sang, their merchants sailed. They did not yet know they stood on the threshold of another kind of world, one of maps, machines, and empires that would arrive with the wind. The age of Asian empires had ended. The dust of Mongol hooves had settled into the soil of continents. Across Asia the world stood still for a moment. The 13th to 15th centuries had carried Asia from fire to harmony. What began with conquest ended with contemplation. What began in chaos ended in art. From the Mongol plains to the Great Wall, from the steppes of Samarkand to the harbors of Malacca, the continent had been torn apart and rewoven. The Silk Road still shimmered across deserts, its caravans now slower but richer in memory. Every grain of dust had once been stirred by the march of armies. Now it glowed with the light of lanterns carried by merchants and monks. Each empire had left something behind, a line of poetry, a tower of stone, a prayer whispered into the wind. The Mongols taught movement, the Ming taught endurance, the Timurids taught beauty, the Ottomans taught balance, the Japanese taught silence, and all together they taught the rhythm of renewal. Asia was never a single empire, it was a symphony. Each civilization played its part, each note distinct yet bound by harmony. In the north, bells of bronze rang from Chinese temples. In the west, the call to prayer rose from domes of turquoise. In the south, the hum of chanting echoed through forests and rice fields. And in the islands, drums carried news across the sea, heartbeat to heartbeat. For 1,000 years, these sounds overlapped, blending into one long melody, the music of humanity itself. By 1500, Asia stood ready for the world to find it again. It had survived storms of conquest, floods of faith, the rise and fall of dynasties. Its people had learned that time was not a line but a circle, each age fading only to return in another form. The knowledge of the stars, the language of paper, the strength of steel, all were born here, carried outward on waves and caravans. The world would soon claim these gifts, but they had always belonged to Asia first. Even as ships from distant lands approached, the continent remained calm. Empires had risen and fallen before. They would rise and fall again. In every corner of Asia, dawn still broke as it always had, over Beijing's walls, over Samarkand's domes, over Kyoto's gardens and Angkor's ruins. Light touched the same mountains it had touched for 10,000 years. No matter who ruled, the land endured. Its rivers remembered, its people rebuilt, its spirit never slept. History would call these centuries the Middle Ages, a bridge between worlds. But to those who lived within them, it was simply life, full of color, faith, and sound. And so ends the story of medieval Asia, an age of riders and scholars, temples and towers, poets and kings, from the steppes to the seas. It remains a story not of endings, but of continuity. For every empire that fell, another dream began. And through it all, the spirit of Asia endured, vast, patient, unbroken. Close your eyes and drift back in time to the year 1346. Europe is not yet the Europe you know. Cities are smaller, streets are narrower, and the night is darker than you can imagine, lit only by flickering torches of the faint glow of the moon. Villages are scattered across wide fields, where peasants toil from dawn to dusk, bent over the soil. A loaf of bread, a jug of ale, and perhaps a little cheese are the common meals. Chickens cluck in the yards, cows provide milk, and pigs root in the mud. Life is hard, but predictable. Children chase each other in the dirt. Priests ring church bells that mark the rhythm of the day. Matins, mass, vespers compline. Merchants haul goods along dusty roads, their wagons creaking. Nobles sit in their manors, feasting on venison, honey, and spiced wine, while minstrels sing of distant battles and lost loves. The people live close to the earth and close to God. They fear famine and war, but they do not yet fear the shadow that is coming, a shadow so vast it will leave no village untouched, no family unscathed, no life unchanged. This shadow will later be called by many names: the Great Pestilence, the Great Mortality, the Black Death. Far away, beyond the horizon of Europe, in the bustling cities of Central Asia, traders are already whispering of a strange and terrible disease. It begins with fever, then swellings the size of apples appear beneath the arms or in the groin. Within days, the afflicted cough blood and die. Some say it comes from the steppes, carried by the wind. Others say it is born in the filth of cities, or that it is God's punishment for sin. The truth is more ordinary, yet more terrifying. It rides in the bodies of black rats, in the fleas that bite them, and in the blood those fleas suck, and wherever people travel, the rats follow. Caravans of camels cross the Silk Road, bringing silks, spices, and porcelain, and with them the unseen passengers. Ships leave the ports of the Black Sea, their holds filled with grain, wine, and cloth, and with rats scurrying in the darkness. War too spreads the plague. In 1346, at the Crimean port of Kaffa, a Mongol army besieges a Genoese trading colony. The attackers fall sick, their bodies covered in sores, their breath rattling. In desperation, they hurl the corpses of the dead over the city walls. Whether this act truly carried the plague into Europe or not, the story spreads. Whispered like a ghost tale, the disease itself is at war with mankind. By 1347, the plague has reached Constantinople, jewel of the Byzantine Empire. There, in the narrow streets filled with markets and churches, people begin to die in droves. Bells toll endlessly. The emperor orders processions and prayers, but the death carts roll on. From there, ships sail westward, carrying goods and doom. In October 1347, 12 Genoese galleys arrive at the Sicilian port of Messina. The sailors are sick, their skin covered with dark blotches, their bodies weak. They beg to be allowed ashore, but soon it is clear death has come with them. Within days, the plague spreads through Messina. Houses fall silent, doors are barred, and priests walk the streets clutching crucifixes. From Sicily, the plague sails on. Like a dark tide that no one can stop, it reaches Marseille in France, Pisa and Genoa in Italy, and from there it spreads inland, carried by merchants, pilgrims and beggars. By early 1348, the plague has reached the great cities of Europe. Florence, proud and beautiful, full of art and learning, is struck. Giovanni Boccaccio, a young man then, watches as half the city falls ill. He later writes in his book Decameron of how friends abandon friends, children are left by parents, and the sick are shunned in fear. In Paris, students of the university argue over its cause. Some say it comes from poisonous mists, from the alignment of the planets, or from foul vapors rising from the earth. Learned men draw charts of stars and write treatises, but none can halt the invisible enemy. In London, narrow streets echo with the cries of the dying. The air itself seems heavy, thick with dread. Priests hurry to give last rites, sometimes to whole families at once. Churchyards fill so quickly that new pits are dug outside the city walls. The disease shows itself in terrible ways. At first, a fever, sudden and fierce, then swellings, called buboes, appear under the arms or in the groin, painful and swollen, black or purple with blood. The name Black Death comes from these dark marks that spread across the skin. Sometimes the victim lingers for days, moaning in pain. Other times death comes within hours, swift and merciless. No one is safe, rich and poor, priest and peasant, child and elder, all fall alike. The very randomness terrifies people. If wealth, prayer, or learning cannot save you, what hope remains? As the plague spreads, people flee, but flight only carries the disease further. Merchants leave the cities only to bring death to villages. Noble families retreat to their country estates, but soon the servants fall ill, and then the masters themselves. In some towns, doors are painted with red crosses to show the plague has entered. Neighbors avoid the marked houses, crossing themselves and hurrying past. In others, the streets grow eerily silent, shutters closed, markets empty. Yet even as death surrounds them, some live recklessly, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die, they say. Taverns fill with those who drown their fear in wine and laughter, but laughter often turns to coughing and coughing to silence. By the summer of 1348, all of Europe whispers of the pestilence. Messengers bring news from afar. It has struck in Spain. It has reached the Rhine. It is moving toward England. Kings order days of fasting and prayer. Priests lead processions barefoot, carrying relics. People lash themselves in the streets, hoping their suffering will appease God. But the plague cares for none of it. It moves as it will, silent and unseen, and wherever it passes, graves multiply. By the spring of 1348, the plague no longer traveled as rumor. It was a living presence, a shadow that darkened every street. From Sicily it spread into Italy, and from there into the heart of Europe. In Florence, Boccaccio wrote of how death struck so fast that fathers abandoned sons, wives abandoned husbands, and even priests avoided the sick. Corpses lay in houses unburied, for no one dared to touch them. Dogs and pigs roamed the streets, gnawing at what had once been neighbors. In Avignon, where the Pope resided, the stench of death grew unbearable. So many died that the barges floated down the Rhone River, piled high with bodies. The Pope himself was said to sit between two great fires, believing the flames would cleanse the air, and yet the disease leapt onward. Everyone now knew the signs: a fever, sudden and sharp, buboes swelling in the armpits or groin, dark and painful, black spots blooming across the skin, coughing blood, and then silence. Doctors, desperate and bewildered, wore long robes and strange masks shaped like birds' beaks, stuffed with herbs to ward off the poisoned air. They bled patients, burned incense, prescribed potions of gold, mercury, or crushed emeralds. Nothing worked. The richer could hire physicians, but the physicians died too. The poor turned to charms, prayers, or wandering preachers. As the plague deepened, a strange sight appeared in the towns of Germany and beyond. Groups of men called flagellants marched barefoot through the streets. They wore white robes marked with red crosses. They sang hymns, beat drums, and most of all, they whipped themselves with knotted cords until their backs ran red with blood. They believed that by punishing themselves, they could atone for the sins of the world and drive away the plague. Crowds gathered to watch, some joining in, hoping that their suffering might appease God. But the plague did not stop, and as weeks passed, authorities began to fear these processions. They spread panic and sometimes hatred too. Fear often seeks someone to blame. In many places, whispers spread. It is the Jews. They poisoned the wells. These lies led to violence. In Strasbourg, in 1349, nearly 2,000 Jews were burned alive by angry mobs. In other towns, Jewish communities were driven out, tortured or massacred. The truth, that plague came from fleas and rats, was unknown. But hatred offered a cruel comfort to those who felt powerless. Not all joined in the violence. Some rulers tried to protect the Jews, declaring them innocent, but suspicion was strong, and fear stronger still. Everywhere life collapsed. In villages, whole families perished, their cottages left to fall into ruin. In towns, shops closed, markets emptied, churches filled with the dead. In England, chroniclers wrote that the living were scarce enough to bury the dead. At least 1 in 3, and perhaps as many as 1 in 2, died. Fields went unplowed, harvests rotted, animals wandered untended, wolves returned to some abandoned places, bells tolled endlessly, and then fell silent, for even the bell ringers were gone. Yet in the midst of ruin, some survived. Children without parents, widows without husbands, peasants without lords. The world had not ended, though it sometimes felt as if it had. In many cities, laws and customs crumbled. With so many officials dead, courts stopped functioning. With so many priests gone, confessions went unheard. With so many gravediggers dead, bodies piled high in pits. Some people turned to sin, thinking the end of the world was at hand. Thieves plundered empty houses, soldiers deserted armies. Servants refused to serve. Others sought holiness. They lived as hermits, fasting and praying. They walked barefoot in pilgrimages. They confessed their sins daily, certain each day might be their last. But whether in sin or sanctity, none could escape the reach of the plague. Not all stories were of despair. In some towns, groups of young men and women fled into the countryside, living together in small bands. They sang, played music, and tried to forget the sorrow. Boccaccio's Decameron is such a tale. 10 young Florentines retreating to a villa, telling stories to distract themselves from death. In villages, neighbors sometimes helped each other, sharing food, burying the dead, watching over orphans. In monasteries, monks cared for the sick. even as they fell ill themselves. And in some places, the plague struck less fiercely, sparing pockets of life amid oceans of death. From Italy and France, the Black Death spread outward. In 1348, it reached Spain and England. By 1349, it struck deep into Germany and Scandinavia. By 1350, it had crossed into Russia. No corner of Europe was untouched. From the castles of kings to the huts of peasants, from the crowded alleys of cities to the lonely monasteries on mountain peaks, the plague claimed its victims. It was truly the great mortality. By 1351, the terrible tide had begun to ebb. The plague still struck here and there, but the great wave of death that had swept across Europe at last receded. The living crept out from shuttered houses, bells rang again in churches, markets opened, though smaller and quieter. Survivors walked through villages where weeds grew tall in untended fields, where doors hung open and no smoke rose from chimneys. Grief hung over every town, yet life stirred once more. Babies were born, couples married, fields were plowed again. The shadow remained, but it was no longer endless. How many had perished? None could be certain. Chroniclers gave wild numbers: half of England, 2/3 of Florence, whole towns in Germany erased. Modern scholars estimate that perhaps 1 in 3, or even 1 in 2, of all Europeans died. Some 25 to 50 million souls. It was as if an axe had been swung across the continent, cutting away families, communities, whole generations. And yet, in the strange mathematics of history, the survivors found themselves in a new world. With so many dead, the old order of feudalism cracked. Before the plague, peasants had been bound to the land, laboring for lords. After, there were fewer hands to work the fields. Landowners begged for labor, offering better wages, freer terms. Peasants discovered their worth. Some left their villages, seeking better lives elsewhere. Some rose in rebellion when lords tried to chain them again. In England, decades later, the Peasants' Revolt of 1381 would roar with the voices of those who remembered how the world had changed. Towns, too, shifted. Guilds lost members, but survivors could charge higher prices. Orphans inherited lands. Widows took over businesses. The web of society rewove itself, tighter and different. The plague tested faith as never before. Priests had died in great numbers, tending the sick. Monasteries were emptied. Some said the church had failed, unable to protect the people. Pilgrimages grew as survivors sought to give thanks or beg for mercy, but skepticism grew as well. If prayers could not stop the plague, perhaps new ways of thinking were needed. In art, grim images of death multiplied. The Danse Macabre, the Dance of Death, showing skeletons leading kings, bishops, peasants, all alike to the grave. Painters and poets reminded the living, death spares no one. Yet alongside fear grew compassion. Hospitals were founded, charities supported, alms given to the poor. Faith bent, but did not break. The Black Death left scars not only on the land but on the imagination. Stories of ghostly processions of the dead, of omens in the sky, of miracles and horrors spread through villages. Songs were sung of sorrow and survival. Generations later, people still whispered of the time when the world seemed to end. Children born after the plague grew up hearing tales of silence, of pits filled with bodies, of neighbors vanished overnight. History was written not only in chronicles, but in memories passed by firelight. Though the Great Wave of 1347 to 1351 ended, the Black Death was not gone. It returned again and again, in smaller outbreaks for centuries. Towns would breathe a sigh of relief, only to find the bells tolling once more. But never again did it kill so many so swiftly as in those first dreadful years. Slowly, Europe learned to live with its shadow. In strange ways, the Black Death prepared the soil for what would come after. Labor shortages weakened feudal bonds, new wealth shifted power. Faith both deepened and doubted. Art grew darker, but also more human. Out of grief, a new awareness of life emerged. People saw how brief existence could be, and so they sought beauty, knowledge, joy. Within a century, the Renaissance would bloom, not despite the plague, but partly because of the world it left behind. Imagine now a small village. Years after the plague has passed, the fields are green again, children play in the dust, chasing chickens and laughing. Women bake bread, the scent drifting on the breeze. Men mend tools, dig soil, plant seeds. The memory of the great mortality is still there, but it no longer rules the day. The sun still rises, the bells still ring, and life continues, fragile but enduring. And as night falls, stars shine above, the same stars that shone over those who lived and died through the Black Death. The plague was a storm, fierce and unrelenting. It tore through Europe, leaving silence in its wake. But storms pass, and so did this one. From the wreckage, a new world slowly rose. A world scarred, but also reshaped. A world that would dream new dreams. And you, listening now, can let go of the terror, the sorrow, the noise of history. Close your eyes. Imagine the quiet of a medieval night, after the bells have stopped, after the cries have faded. The world sleeps, and so may you. Rest. The story has ended. Tomorrow will come, as it always has. At the opening of the 14th century, Europe appeared strong and self-confident. From the Atlantic to the Baltic, villages and towns multiplied across the landscape. Cathedrals rose like stone prayers. Merchants threaded their way through the great trade routes linking Bruges, Venice, and Constantinople. The continent was no longer a patchwork of isolated fiefs, but a living network of commerce and faith. Yet beneath that surface of prosperity lay fault lines, social, spiritual, and environmental, that would soon reshape the medieval world. In 1300, Europe held perhaps 75 million souls, more people than ever before. The land was intensely farmed, from the English Midlands to the plains of Hungary. Peasants tilled narrow strips with a heavy plough, rotating crops to draw the most from the soil. Windmills and watermills turned in every valley. Rivers carried grain and timber to crowded markets. It was a world of seasonal rhythm, seed time and harvest, fast and feast. And most people never traveled more than a day's walk from home. Still, the boundaries between regions were more porous than they had been in centuries. Pilgrims walked to Santiago and Rome. Italian merchants sold cloth in London and silver in Prague. The world was opening. Across Europe, kings sought to turn personal rule into lasting institutions. In France, Philip the Fair and his heirs extended royal justice and taxation, pulling nobles and bishops into a centralized state. In England, Parliament was taking shape as a regular assembly for law and finance. The Holy Roman Empire, stretching from the North Sea to the Alps, remained a mosaic of duchies and bishoprics. Its emperor a negotiator rather than an absolute monarch. To the east, the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania were expanding, while the Teutonic Knights pushed Christian frontiers toward the Baltic. In the Iberian Peninsula, Castile, Aragon, and Portugal had driven Muslim power into Granada, and their ports buzzed with Atlantic commerce. Each realm had its own laws and tongue, but the Latin Church bound them within a common civilization. Religion was the axis of daily life. Bells marked the hours, and the year was a wheel of holy days. The church was everywhere, its priests teaching, its monks copying, its bishops judging. The papacy in Rome still claimed authority over all Christendom, and few doubted its moral power. Yet the very breadth of that power bred tension. Kings resented papal taxes. Thinkers at Paris and Oxford asked how reason fit with faith. It was the beginning of a long dialogue between belief and knowledge that would shape Europe's future. Beneath the cathedrals and courts lived a society of layers. Nobles fought and ruled, clergy prayed and wrote, and peasants labored. But a new force was rising, the townsfolk. From Ghent and Florence to Nuremberg and Lübeck, guilds of weavers, smiths, and merchants organized themselves into corporate bodies, buying freedom from lords and electing their own officials. Coins circulated widely. Account books replaced barter. Trade joined north and south. English wool fed Flemish looms. Venetian ships brought spices from the Levant, and German silver paid for it all. Money and mobility began to erode the rigid feudal hierarchy. Yet the prosperity was fragile. Harvests depended on weather, and Europe was entering a cooler and wetter age, what later historians call the Little Ice Age. Crops failed, famine stalked villages, and rural poverty deepened. The population that had grown so quickly pressed hard against the limits of resources. In some regions, forest was cleared to the mountaintops. In others, soil was tired and thin. People began to move, to towns, to foreign armies, to new fields in the east. Movement brought contacts, and contacts brought disease. The stage was set for crisis. Communication and travel were faster than ever before. Post riders carried letters for kings. Universities shared books and ideas. The Italian ports teemed with Greek and Arab merchants. Marco Polo's tales of China had circulated for a generation, and maps were growing crowded with new coasts. Europeans were beginning to see themselves as part of a larger world, though they did not yet know how large. In art and thought, the spirit of the 14th century was already shifting. The Gothic style soared toward heaven, but its artists were experimenting with light and perspective. Scholars in Oxford and Paris discussed motion and mathematics in ways that anticipated modern science. In Italy, writers like Dante and Petrarch were turning inward, exploring human emotion and memory. Their voices did not yet end the Middle Ages, but they made its walls transparent. Thus stood Europe around 1300, fertile, faithful, ambitious, and unaware of how delicate its balance had become. Kings strengthened their crowns, merchants expanded their markets, artists sought new light, but storms, political, religious, and natural, were gathering beyond the horizon. The century to come would test every institution of the old order and prepare Europe for a new age of power and thought. At the turn of the 14th century, religion was still the cement that held Europe together. Nearly every soul in Christendom was baptized, buried, and judged under the sign of the cross. But the church that had once stood unchallenged now faced rivals not in faith but in power. As kings and emperors built bureaucracies and counted taxes, the popes struggled to remain above worldly politics, and increasingly failed to do so. In 1309, Pope Clement V left Rome for Avignon in southern France, beginning what later ages called the Babylonian captivity of the papacy. For nearly 70 years, the popes ruled from palaces on the Rhone rather than from St. Peter's. The city was safer, richer, and close to French protection, but also close to French influence. To many Italians, the move symbolized corruption and weakness. Rome fell into ruin. Pilgrims turned away, yet Avignon glowed with wealth and splendor. Frescoes by Giotto's followers, grand banquets, the hum of clerks copying decrees. It was an earthly court for a heavenly power. The Avignon era coincided with the rise of monarchies that no longer bowed easily to Rome. France had the strongest claim to papal favor, but even there, rulers taxed clergy and appointed bishops as if they were royal officers. In England, the crown seized church lands to pay for war. In Germany, the emperor's authority waned, and local princes chose their own confessors and abbots. The papal dream of universal supremacy, a Christendom under one shepherd, was slipping away. Each kingdom began to see itself not only as Christian, but as distinct. Loyalty to the crown and country was becoming as powerful as loyalty to the church. In time, this slow shift would redefine what it meant to belong to a nation. In 1378, a crisis shattered the unity of the Western Church. Two popes, one in Rome and one in Avignon, each claimed divine legitimacy. Then, to make matters worse, a third was elected by compromise and confusion. Europe split its obedience. France and Spain followed one pope. England and much of Germany followed another. The rest tried to ignore both. Priests in the same town prayed for rival pontiffs. Councils were called, decrees thundered, but unity came only in 1417, when the Council of Constance finally deposed or persuaded all claimants to resign and elected Martin V. The church was whole again, but scarred. The people had seen its human face, proud, political, divided. Faith survived, but confidence in the hierarchy did not. Even before the schism ended, voices across Europe had begun to call for renewal. In England, the scholar John Wycliffe argued that the true church was not made of popes and prelates, but of all believers. He translated the Bible into English so that ordinary people could read it themselves, a radical act in an age when Latin guarded the word. In Bohemia, Jan Hus preached similar ideas, denouncing corruption and indulgences. For this he was burned at the stake in 1415. But his followers, the Hussites, rose in revolt, founding a movement that would echo into the Reformation centuries later. These reformers were not atheists. They were believers who loved the faith enough to question its keepers. Their courage opened cracks in the medieval wall of authority, small at first but widening with every decade. Not all sought reform through conflict. Across Europe, a quieter renewal took root in the mystical tradition. Figures like Catherine of Siena, Julian of Norwich, and Meister Eckhart turned inward, seeking direct experience of the divine through contemplation rather than ritual. "All shall be well," wrote Julian, in words that still comfort hearts centuries later. These mystics offered an alternative path, not rebellion but intimacy, and their writings hinted at the new human-centered spirituality that the Renaissance would later celebrate. By 1450, the church remained vast and powerful. Its monasteries owned fields and forests. Its universities trained Europe's thinkers. But its moral monopoly was broken. Kings collected their own taxes. Towns funded their own cathedrals. Merchants gave to charity without priestly mediation. The papacy recovered Rome, yet its authority was now a matter of negotiation, not command. Faith itself endured, in the bells that marked the hours, the candles burning before saints' statues, and the prayers whispered by soldiers before battle, but it had changed color. The simple unity of the early Middle Ages was gone. In its place stood a more complicated world, spiritual but skeptical, devout but restless. Across the map, religion and politics intertwined differently. In Italy, popes were patrons of art as much as shepherds of souls. In France, royal theologians defended the crown's divine right. In England, the Lollards spread Wycliffe's ideas in secret, passing small handwritten tracts. In Germany and Bohemia, reform and rebellion blurred together. In Scandinavia, Christianity remained stable but distant from southern controversies. No single center could hold them all. Christendom had become a chorus of competing voices, not yet a reformation but no longer a perfect harmony. The decline of papal authority did not destroy Europe's faith, it transformed it. The church that entered the 14th century as an empire of spirit emerged from the 15th as one institution among many, still sacred but now sharing the stage with monarchs, merchants and thinkers. And as its power receded, a new kind of curiosity was awakening. People would soon look to nature, to art, and to themselves for meaning. By the late 14th century, Europe's battlefields no longer resembled those of its ancestors. The age of the mounted knight, gleaming in armor and bound by chivalric oath, was fading into memory. The new century would see armies of men who fought not for honor, but for pay. Soldiers, mercenaries, and conscripts. War, once a matter of personal valor, was becoming a profession, and with it, the shape of medieval society began to bend. Knighthood had long been the ideal of the medieval world. Tales of Arthur and Roland still filled the halls, and tournaments dazzled towns with color and ceremony. But the reality of war had changed. Crossbows, longbows, and gunpowder rendered heavy armor less decisive. A peasant with a bow could slay a noble from a distance. Courage alone could not close the gap. In France and England, the long conflict later called the 100 Years' War revealed the limits of the old order. Mounted charges fell to disciplined archers. Castles yielded to siege cannons. Captains learned to plan battles rather than charge into them. Honor was no longer enough. Logistics, money, and morale decided who would rule. The cost of war grew beyond what nobles could personally fund. Kings now needed treasuries, accountants, and permanent armies. Out of this need emerged the mercenary companies, professional soldiers who fought for whoever paid them. In Italy, the condottieri became infamous, men like Sir John Hawkwood, who sold his sword to Florence one year and Milan the next. Their banners fluttered across the plains of Lombardy, and their loyalty was measured by gold. These companies brought order and devastation alike. Disciplined on the field, ruthless off it, when unpaid, they turned their weapons on the countryside, leaving villages burned and harvests ruined. To medieval eyes, this shift was unsettling. Warfare had once been a moral act, bound by oaths and divine sanction. Now it was a trade, part of the machinery of politics and profit. As the engines of war grew, so did the burden on the poor. Taxes rose, fields were trampled, and famine returned with every campaign. Common folk who had endured centuries of feudal dues began to question the world that demanded so much from them. In France, the Jacquerie Rebellion in 1358, though brief, echoed for generations. Peasants armed with tools stormed castles and manors, crying out against their lords. In England, the Peasant Revolt in 1381 brought thousands to London, led by Wat Tyler and inspired by radical preachers like John Ball, who asked, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" Both uprisings were crushed, yet they left behind an idea that would never die, that common people, too, could shape history. While war and rebellion shook the countryside, Europe's cities flourished. Guilds and merchants gained wealth and independence. In Florence, bankers like the Medici rose from common stock to control governments. In Flanders, weavers and dyers turned wool into gold. Along the Baltic, the Hanseatic League united northern ports into a commercial confederation, trading salt, fish, and furs as far as Russia and Scandinavia. The medieval town became a laboratory of change. In its crowded streets, old hierarchies blurred. A clever craftsman or merchant could gain influence once reserved for nobles. Money became the new language of power, and commerce the quiet rival of feudalism. Even war fed innovation. Gunpowder, first imported from China through the Islamic world, reshaped the battlefield. The earliest hand cannons were clumsy and unreliable, but every decade improved them. Siege warfare transformed. High walls, once impregnable, were now targets for iron balls. Artillery demanded mathematicians, engineers, and blacksmiths. New kinds of mines for a new kind of war. The ripple spread beyond the army. Clocks appeared in towns and monasteries, measuring time not by the sun but by mechanical precision. Eyeglasses allowed scribes and scholars to work longer. And though the printing press still lay in the future, Europe was already buzzing with manuscript culture. Books copied faster, shared farther. Knowledge was becoming portable. War and trade both required organization. In royal chanceries, clerks with ink-stained fingers kept ledgers of taxes, laws, and treaties. Literacy, once confined to monks, now served the state. Kings surrounded themselves with educated advisors, men trained in law and accountancy rather than battle. This quiet shift eroded the nobility's monopoly on influence. A clever merchant or lawyer could rise higher than a baron who had never learned to write. Europe was moving toward the age of administration, where power flowed through paper as much as through swords. By 1400, the old feudal web was unraveling. Serfdom was declining. Money wages replaced forced labor. In towns, apprentices hoped to rise through skill, not inheritance. Education was spreading, carried by friars and universities alike. Yet for all its progress, medieval society remained uneasy. The wounds of war, plague, and famine lingered. Fields lay empty where villages had died out. City gates closed early against beggars and strangers. Even in its renewal, the continent bore scars. The early 15th century was a time of contradictions, cruelty and creativity, despair and discovery. The knight and the monk still stood as symbols of honor and faith, yet merchants and thinkers were now the true architects of Europe's future. The next generation would inherit a world of new horizons, one that had learned, through blood and toil, that change could no longer be stopped. By the middle of the 15th century, Europe was beginning to hum again. The long storms of famine, war, and plague had not destroyed civilization. They had transformed it. In many regions, the population began to recover. Abandoned lands were tilled once more, and the pulse of trade, silenced for a generation, beat with new rhythm. The map of power was changing. No longer dominated solely by feudal lords of crusading kings, Europe was now ruled by merchants, financiers, and ambitious city-states. The rebirth of commerce and learning was already underway, though few yet called it a renaissance. After the disasters of the 1300s, the early 1400s brought a slow but steady revival. Villages rebuilt, and markets reopened. Farmers adopted new methods, mixing crops, breeding sturdier animals, and trading surplus grain in nearby towns. Wages rose as labor grew scarce, and peasants who once had no freedom could now negotiate or move to where they were better paid. This quiet social revolution undermined what remained of serfdom. At the same time, trade routes knit Europe together more tightly than ever before. Ships sailed from the Hanseatic ports of Lübeck and Hamburg to London and Bruges, carrying timber, fish, and iron. From the Mediterranean came spices, silk, and glass. Italian merchants dominated this flow, not only buying and selling, but inventing systems of credit and banking that let money travel without gold ever changing hands. The Florentine florin became as trusted as the coin of any king. Nowhere was this energy more visible than in Italy, where city-states like Venice, Florence, Genoa, and Milan stood as small worlds unto themselves. Fiercely independent, fabulously wealthy, and endlessly ambitious. Venice, mistress of the Adriatic, ruled an empire of sea routes and colonies. Her fleets carried goods from Constantinople to Flanders, guarded by galleys bristling with cannon. Florence, set inland on the Arno, became the financial heart of Europe. Its banking families, the Medici, the Strozzi, the Bardi, financed kings and popes alike. Genoa rivaled them on the western seas, trading with North Africa and the Levant. Milan, strong in arms and industry, forged its fortune in metal and silk. Each city-state was both a marketplace and a stage for art, politics, and intrigue. Rivalry between them fostered innovation in governance, architecture, and ideas. In this world of wealth and motion, a new way of thinking began to stir, a fascination with humanity itself. Scholars rediscovered long-neglected manuscripts of ancient Greece and Rome, copying them by hand in clear, elegant script. Latin, once confined to the church, became the language of poetry, philosophy, and history. Men like Petrarch, Boccaccio, and later Bruni and Alberti looked backward to understand the present. They called this pursuit humanitas, the study of what it means to be human. Art, too, began to change. Painters experimented with perspective, giving depth to walls that had once been flat with saints and halos. Sculptors turned marble into living flesh. Cathedrals no longer reached only toward heaven. Palaces celebrated earthly beauty. This shift did not yet end the Middle Ages. Monks still prayed, and pilgrims still walked, but it marked a quiet turning inward. Faith remained, yet reason and curiosity began to share the stage. Beyond Italy, monarchs were learning to rule not only by birthright but by bookkeeping. In France, Charles VII restored unity after decades of war and built the first standing army paid by the crown. In England, Henry VI presided over a realm where parliament and trade guilds mattered as much as knights and lords. In Spain, the crowns of Castile and Aragon began to edge closer, preparing for the union that would soon reshape the Atlantic world. The age of the self-sufficient lord was over. Even the mightiest monarch now depended on loans from bankers and merchants. Power was shifting from the sword to the purse, from the castle to the counting house. Far to the north, another kind of rebirth flickered. The cities of Flanders, especially Bruges and Ghent, became centers of art and commerce. Their painters, Van Eyck, van der Weyden, and others pioneered the use of oil paint to capture the shimmer of fabric and the glow of candlelight. While Italian artists turned to classical myth, the Northerners found grandeur in the ordinary. A merchant's study, a quiet prayer, a wedding portrait. The same spirit spread to the courts of Burgundy, Bohemia, and the Rhineland. It was a Europe waking from a long sleep, but in different dreams. Southern elegance and Northern realism, both rooted in a sense that life itself was worth painting, studying, and understanding. Commerce pushed Europeans farther than they had gone in centuries. Sailors from Portugal crept along the coast of Africa, searching for gold and a route to the Indies. Genoese and Venetian merchants still crossed the eastern Mediterranean, meeting Arab traders in the markets of Alexandria and Damascus. Through them flowed not only goods but ideas, algebra, astronomy, medicine, preserved and refined by Islamic scholars. Each voyage and bargain tied Europe closer to the wider world. The old borders of Christendom were becoming horizons. Education was no longer only the privilege of monks. Universities thrived in Paris, Oxford, Prague, and Bologna. Their students studied theology and law, but also mathematics, rhetoric, and natural philosophy. Libraries swelled with texts copied by hand on parchment, and new schools of thought debated how faith and reason could coexist. By mid-century, the printing press was still just a dream, but scribes were already writing faster, standardizing spelling, and creating small, portable books that could be owned by scholars, merchants, or priests. Knowledge was leaving the monastery for the marketplace. By 1450, Europe had become a patchwork of contrasts, warlike yet creative, devout yet questioning, traditional yet restless. The same energy that built cathedrals now carved marble statues and mapped coastlines. The age of knights and cathedrals was not over, but the age of scholars and explorers was near. The old medieval order had not fallen, it had transformed itself into the foundation of something new. A civilization that would soon stretch its sails across oceans and its thoughts across the stars. By the middle of the 15th century, Europe stood at the crossroads between the age of faith and the age of reason. The landscape was still crowned with monasteries and castles, but their meaning had changed. In those stone walls and narrow streets, A new world was being born, slowly, unevenly, and without announcement. The people of 1450 did not know that the Middle Ages were ending. They only sensed that something was shifting beneath their feet. 2 centuries earlier, Europe had been a feudal mosaic, isolated manors, nightly wars, and a church towering above all. By 1450, it had become a network of nations. Kings ruled not by personal vassalage, but by law and taxation. Written records, royal courts, and bureaucracies stretched the reach of government into every province. Borders were clearer, languages more defined. A Frenchman, an Englishman, or a Castilian now spoke not only as a Christian, but as a subject of a realm. Trade, once a perilous venture, had become the bloodstream of society. Silver flowed from Bohemian mines, cloth from Flanders and England, spices from Alexandria, and manuscripts from Florence. Great fairs and merchant leagues bound the towns together like the links of a chain. Roads and sea routes, once haunted by bandits and pirates, were patrolled by royal forces. For the first time since Rome, a traveler could move through half the continent under a common sense of order. Religion still shaped every sunrise and prayer, but its tone had softened. The terrors of the Black Death and the scandals of the Great Schism had left deep marks. Faith was no longer blind, it was searching. Priests preached charity as much as judgment, and monasteries reformed their rules to recapture spiritual purity. At the same time, the humanist scholars were giving Europe new eyes. They spoke of virtue and wisdom drawn from classical models, not to replace Christianity, but to refine it. The ancient writers seemed to offer moral clarity and balance in a world tired of fear. It was not rebellion, but renewal. The conviction that truth could be found both in scripture and in reason. Across Italy, scribes copied the letters of Cicero. In France, poets rediscovered the grace of old tongues. And in Germany, thinkers debated how God's order could be understood through study of nature. Europe's faith was changing color again, no longer dark with guilt, but glowing with curiosity. The 15th century was also an age of invention. The mechanical clock, ticking in church towers, divided time into equal hours and minutes, changing how people worked and prayed. The compass and the astrolabe made navigation more daring. Mariners pushed beyond known waters with confidence. The printing press, perfected within a generation of 1450, would soon multiply words as never before, giving knowledge wings. Gunpowder had already rewritten warfare. Stone castles, once symbols of permanence, were crumbling under cannon fire. Kings built fortresses of brick and earth, angled to deflect shot. Battles were now fought by soldiers with pikes and muskets, drilled and paid in coin. The age of the knight was ending, replaced by the age of armies. Every invention whispered the same truth, that the human mind was restless, inventive, and capable of mastering the world. Beyond the horizon, a new chapter was stirring. The Portuguese were sailing farther south along Africa's coast. Genoese navigators dreamed of western routes to Asia. Compasses pointed unshaken through storms, and maps grew crowded with uncharted coasts. The world was larger than Europe had imagined, and soon Europeans would seek to claim it. But discovery began not with ships but with vision. The same spirit that draws scholars to rediscover Plato would drive sailors to risk the unknown. The Renaissance thirst for knowledge would soon spill beyond the Mediterranean, across oceans not yet crossed. In every city and kingdom, daily life was being remade. Merchants built palaces from trade, nobles sought culture to match their titles, and peasants, though still burdened, had begun to demand dignity. In towns, new classes emerged: bankers, craftsmen, printers, whose fortunes came not from birth but from skill. Women, too, found quiet places in this change, as patrons of art, as writers, and as rulers. Isabella of Castile was still a young woman, but her marriage would soon unite Spain. In Italy, women like Battista Malatesta corresponded with scholars as equals. Though limited by law and custom, their influence was felt in the schools, courts, and households where the new world was taking shape. Historians later marked 1450 as the twilight of the medieval world, though the people of that year still prayed to the same saints and built in the same Gothic style. Yet something fundamental had shifted. Kings no longer ruled by divine favor alone, but by bureaucracy and coin. The church remained powerful, but now shared the stage with universities and merchants. Art and learning, once confined to monasteries, had moved into the open air of cities. The continent had endured famine, plague, and war, and from those crucibles emerged resilience. The human spirit, tested and refined, was ready to imagine a wider horizon. As bells rang across Europe on a spring morning in 1450, they marked not only another day of prayer, but the dawn of a new age that would change everything. The light falling through cathedral windows touched a different kind of faith, one that looked both upward and inward. The world was not yet modern, but it was no longer medieval. A century of struggle had tempered Europe into something new, curious, creative, and unafraid of its own mind. The long Middle Ages had done their work. Now the age of discovery, of science, of art, and of global horizons was waiting just beyond the sea. Long before the sails of Europe ever crossed the horizon, there was another world, a world of mountains that scraped the clouds, rivers that ran for 1,000 miles, and empires that rose and fell in complete isolation. This was the Americas of the Middle Ages, a parallel civilization unseen by the rest of humanity. When Europe struggled through feudal wars and plagues, when Asia built dynasties and trade empires, across the ocean a different story unfolded. One shaped by maize instead of wheat, obsidian instead of steel, and gods born of rain, fire, and jaguar. Between the 5th and the 15th centuries, the Americas were alive with cities, calendars, and kings. Their people built pyramids that touched the sky, terraced mountains into gardens, and mapped the heavens with mathematics. In 500 AD, the Americas were already ancient. The descendants of hunters who had crossed from Asia thousands of years earlier had filled the land from the Arctic to Patagonia. But unlike Eurasia, there were no great crossroads, no Silk Roads or Roman empires to tie it together. Each region became its own experiment in civilization. The north was a tapestry of tribes, forests, and rivers, a world of trade and migration. The middle latitudes in Mesoamerica held kingdoms that rivaled anything in medieval Europe. And in the Andes, on the roof of the world, societies mastered engineering centuries ahead of their time. The continents were isolated but not stagnant. Trade moved through networks of rivers and trails. Shells from the Pacific found their way inland. Obsidian from Mexico reached Guatemala, and copper from the Great Lakes gleamed in the hands of chiefs 1,000 miles away. Civilization had found its rhythm, steady, spiritual, and deeply bound to the earth. In North America, the story began quietly. From the Mississippi River to the Gulf of Mexico, communities were growing into something new. Farmers cultivated maize, beans, and squash, the three sisters, that would sustain millions for centuries. By 600 AD, great mound builders were shaping the landscape. Their cities were marked by enormous earthen pyramids, plazas, and astronomical alignments. One day, these traditions would culminate in the city of Cahokia, near present-day St. Louis, a metropolis larger than London in its time. Farther west in the deserts of the southwest, the ancestral Puebloans carved homes into cliffs and built kivas, circular chambers aligned with the sun. Their villages, Chaco Canyon, Mesa Verde, and hundreds more were linked by roads straight as arrows. In the cold north, Inuit and Aleut peoples thrived where few could survive, mastering sea ice, whales, and the endless twilight. Their tools were as sophisticated as any in the world, evidence of ingenuity shaped by necessity. The Americas were not waiting for discovery, they were already discovered by their own people. While Europe was entering its early Middle Ages, in the rainforests of Central America, cities of stone and color rose from the jungle canopy. This was the golden age of the Maya. From 600 to 900 AD, they built a constellation of city-states, Tikal, Palenque, Calakmul, Copan, each ruled by dynasties that recorded their triumphs on stelae of carved limestone. They mapped the planets with mathematical precision, invented a true written language, and measured time across millennia. Their pyramids rivaled Egypt's in scale and symbolism, designed not as tombs, but as stairways to the heavens. The Maya understood the cycles of Venus, the eclipses of the moon, and the exact length of the solar year, all without metal, beasts of burden, or wheels. It was not an empire but a galaxy of nations, each bound by religion, trade, and rivalry. Yet by the 900s the great cities began to fade. Climate change, over-farming, and civil war brought decline. But the Maya did not vanish. They adapted, migrating north toward the Yucatan, where new powers would soon emerge. After the Maya world dimmed, a new fire lit the central Mexican plateau. From around 900 AD, the Toltecs rose in the valley of Tula. They built temples lined with stone warriors, staring toward the horizon with obsidian eyes. The Toltecs were builders, traders, and warriors. Their influence spread across Mesoamerica. Their art, religion, and legends would later inspire the Aztecs themselves. To later generations, Toltec became a word for wisdom, craftsmanship, and nobility, much like Roman in Europe. And from their ruins, myths would grow. Tales of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god who would one day return. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, in the shadow of the Andes, another cradle of civilization was thriving. Long before the Inca, cultures like the Moche and Nazca had already mastered irrigation and artistry. By 600 AD, new powers emerged, the Wari near the highlands of Peru and the Tiwanaku near Lake Titicaca. The Wari built roads and planned cities with precision, their influence spreading across valleys and mountains. The Tiwanaku carved monumental temples, worshipped sun and stone, and traded across altitudes from jungle to desert. Together they created the blueprint for what the Inca would later inherit, the concept of a centralized multi-ethnic empire governed through roads, labor, and reciprocity. By the time Europe reached its high Middle Ages, the Andes already had their own. From Alaska to the Amazon, civilization in the Americas evolved without iron, without the wheel, and without the horse, yet achieved miracles of architecture, astronomy, and agriculture. While castles rose in France and cathedrals in Rome, pyramids stood silent beneath tropical storms, their carvings tracing gods that no outsider would know for 1,000 years. This was a world entirely its own, unmeasured, unrecorded by the rest of humanity, but as rich and layered as any civilization in history. And it was still growing, because by the year 1000, new cities were rising again, in the jungles, on the mountains, and along the great rivers. The story of medieval America was only halfway told. By the year 1000, the forests and rivers of North America were alive with movement. The land was dotted with villages and towns, their people bound together not by kings or empires, but by trade, story, and ritual. To the south, in the valleys of the Mississippi, a new kind of civilization was forming, one that looked nothing like the castles of Europe or the temples of Mesoamerica, but held the same mystery of purpose and power. Near the confluence of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers rose Cahokia, the largest city north of Mexico. At its height around 1100 AD, it covered more than 10 square kilometers, a true metropolis of its time. Tens of thousands of people lived there, farmers, artisans, and spiritual leaders who gathered to build something monumental. They raised earthen pyramids, more than 100 in all, arranged around vast plazas and aligned with the sun. The largest, Monk's Mount, rose higher than a 10-story building. It was the center of ceremony and governance, a place where the earth itself had been shaped to reflect the heavens. Cahokia's people observed the stars from a great circle of posts, a woodhenge, that marked solstices and equinoxes. They grew maize in the fields beyond, crafted shell ornaments, and traded copper, mica, and obsidian brought from distant lands. And then, as mysteriously as it appeared, it declined. By the 1300s the plazas were empty, the mounds overgrown. Perhaps floods, famine, or social collapse drove its people away. But its memory lingered, passed through oral traditions, the city where the earth touched the sky. Cahokia was not alone. Across the eastern woodlands stretched a network of mound-building cultures, from the Ohio River to the Gulf of Mexico. Each site had its own rhythm, its own purpose. Some were towns, others sacred centers where the living met the spirits of their ancestors. Trade routes tied them together like threads of invisible silk. Copper from the Great Lakes, shells from the Atlantic, obsidian from the Rockies. All passed from hand to hand, village to village. The exchange was not only of goods, but of beliefs and ceremonies. Stories traveled with the traders, of animal spirits, celestial beings, and the underworld below the rivers. Through story, the vast continent remained connected, a spiritual unity where no empire ruled. West of the great rivers stretched the endless grasslands, the plains. Here, life was bound to the bison. Hunting tribes followed their migrations, using every part of the animal, meat for food, hides for shelter, bones for tools. Contrary to modern images, the horse had not yet arrived. People traveled on foot, carrying goods in wooden frames called travois, pulled by dogs. The plains were not barren. They were crossroads. From the forests came pottery and shells, from the mountains came obsidian and turquoise. At meeting grounds like the Black Hills, tribes exchanged gifts, stories, and marriages, weaving bonds stronger than borders. Farther southwest, in the sun-baked mesas of what is now New Mexico and Arizona, the ancestral Puebloans reached their height. Their cities, Chaco Canyon, Mesa Verde, and Wupatki, were marvels of stone and symmetry. Chaco, the heart of the region, was a city of ceremonial roads and great houses aligned with lunar cycles. Its largest structure, Pueblo Bonito, contained hundreds of rooms, built with precision that rivaled any European monastery of the same era. Trade caravans carried turquoise, macaw feathers, and copper bells from Mexico. Religion, astronomy, and craftsmanship were inseparable. Life itself was a ceremony. But by the 1200s the rains began to fail. Drought and famine scattered the people across the Four Corners region. They became the ancestors of today's Hopi and Zuni, who still preserve the memory of that golden time in their songs. To the north, across the subarctic forests and frozen coasts, life followed another rhythm. The Inuit and Aleut mastered a world of ice and wind. They built boats of sealskin, houses of snow, and tools of bone with artistry born of survival. Their harpoons could strike a moving whale, their sleds glided over frozen rivers as smooth as steel. In their language there were dozens of words for snow, each describing a different mood of the earth. To the east, along the coasts of Canada and New England, maritime peoples like the Beothuk and Micmac hunted seals and fished in icy waters, crafting stories of spirits that lived in waves and storms. For them the sea was not a barrier, it was a road. By 1300 AD, North America was a symphony of life. Cities, villages, and tribes moving in cycles of abundance and struggle. Some built monuments to the stars, others carved prayers into canyon walls. Each believed their land was sacred, that the earth itself breathed and spoke. There were no kings of all America, no single empire to record their history. Yet their memory endured, not in books or stone inscriptions, but in the continuity of their descendants. When the first European ships would one day appear on distant shores, these civilizations would seem invisible to foreign eyes. But in truth, they were vast, sophisticated, and complete, a mirror to the old world, reflecting its own kind of greatness. By the turn of the millennium, the heart of the Americas, the lands we now call Mexico and Central America, glowed with the pulse of civilization. Stone cities rose among jungles and plateaus, and the air shimmered with the smell of burning copal, maize, and rain. Here time itself was sacred. The calendar was not merely a tool, it was a heartbeat of the universe. The people who lived under it believed the gods had built and destroyed the world many times before, and might do so again. Every dawn was a renewal of creation, every sunset a quiet end of the world. After centuries of brilliance, the great Maya cities of the southern lowlands had faded into forest silence. But farther north, new powers emerged. In the limestone plains of the Yucatan, cities like Uxmal, Mayapan, and Chichen Itza thrived between 1000 and 12,000 AD. Here the Maya mingled with the Itza and other peoples of Mexican ancestry, blending art, language, and religion into something new. Chichen Itza became a city of pyramids and colonnades, with temples that caught the sun precisely at equinox, when a serpent of light slithered down the steps of El Castillo. In their courts, astronomers observed the stars with instruments of stone and memory, predicting eclipses and charting Venus, the morning and evening star that ruled their calendar. Their temples were decorated with carvings of warriors, serpents, and celestial jaguars. Each symbol carried meaning. Each god carried time. But as centuries passed, even this renaissance dimmed. By the 1400s, many Maya cities had fallen again into silence, their descendants living in scattered towns, keeping the language and the lore alive while the jungles reclaimed the stone. Yet, like the embers of a fire, the Maya world never truly died. In the highlands of central Mexico, around the same time, the Toltecs built their capital at Tula. Massive stone columns stood in ranks, warriors of eternal vigilance, carved with spears, butterflies, and serpents. Their temples bore murals of jaguar priests and sacred fire. The Toltecs believed the cosmos was a fragile balance between creation and destruction, a balance that required human blood. Their legend spoke of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, god of knowledge and light. He was said to have ruled as a benevolent king, only to be betrayed and exiled to the east, a story that would echo for centuries in the myths of later peoples. Tula's influence spread far. Its artisans traded obsidian and turquoise. Its soldiers marched as far as the Gulf. But by the 1200s, drought and warfare broke the city's heart. When it fell, its stories became myth. And those myths became the inheritance of the next great civilization to rise from the Valley of Mexico. Around the 13th century, wandering tribes from the north arrived in the central highlands. They called themselves Mexica, children of the sun and of the god Huitzilopochtli. For generations they were nomads, serving as mercenaries and settlers for stronger kingdoms. But prophecy guided them. They were to build their home where they found an eagle perched on a cactus, devouring a serpent. In 1325 they found it, on a swampy island in the Lake Texcoco. There they built Tenochtitlan, a city that would become the jewel of the Americas. Its streets ran with canals like Venice. Its temples gleamed with paint and gold. At its heart stood the Templo Mayor, twin pyramids rising above the water, dedicated to the sun and the rain. By the 1400s, the Aztecs had forged an empire that stretched from the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific. Through war, tribute, and alliance, they commanded millions. Their markets overflowed with cacao, cotton, jade, and obsidian. Their scribes recorded history in painted codices. Their poets spoke of flowers and death as twin forms of beauty. But the Aztec world was also one of shadows, a world where sacrifice fed the cosmos. They believed the sun required human hearts to rise each morning. To them it was not cruelty, but duty, a cosmic debt repaid. Every festival, every victory, every calendar cycle was a reenactment of creation itself. The Maya, the Toltecs, the Aztecs, each built upon the last, not by inheritance but by inspiration. Their cities rose and fell like constellations, lighting the land for a time before fading into darkness. Each left behind art, language, and gods that spoke of balance, of life and death, rain and fire, time and renewal. To walk among their ruins today is to feel the hum of eternity. Stone stairways still lead upward, though no priest climbs them now. The carvings still whisper of storms, serpents, and kings who once ruled the rhythm of the sky. Between the year 1000 and 1500 AD, Mesoamerica became one of the most advanced regions on Earth, not through conquest but through culture. Its people built a world governed by harmony with the elements and reverence for the past. When Europe would one day arrive, they would not find an untamed wilderness, but a civilization as old and intricate as their own. While Europe built cathedrals of stone and Asia painted silk with empires, the people of the Andes carved their civilization into the bones of the earth. They did not conquer nature, they worked with it, weaving their world from stone, soil, and sky. From Colombia to Chile stretched a chain of civilizations, each rising in the shadow of the last, culminating at the very end of the Middle Ages in one of the greatest achievements in human history, the Inca Empire. But centuries before the Inca, the highlands and coasts already pulsed with life and innovation. Around the year 1000, the great highland empires of Wari and Tiwanaku had begun to fade. Their cities, once alive with artisans, priests, and farmers, now stood quiet under the sun. But they left behind something greater than monuments: ideas. They had mastered terraced farming, irrigation canals, and roads that climbed impossible slopes. They proved that unity could exist across the most unforgiving terrain. Their influence lingered in pottery, textiles, and the geometry of architecture. Even centuries later, Inca engineers would follow their example, connecting cities with roads that could survive earthquakes and storms. In a land where the mountains ruled, the people learned to build as if the mountains themselves were allies. After the Wari and Tiwanaku faded, the Andes became a mosaic of smaller kingdoms and cultures. The Chimu, Chachapoya, Lupaca, Aymara, and dozens more. On the northern coast of Peru, the Chimu Empire rose in the city of Chan Chan, the largest adobe city in the world. Its walls stretched for kilometers, carved with waves and fish to honor the sea. The Chimu were masters of irrigation and metallurgy, crafting gold and silver into delicate ornaments that shimmered like sunlight on water. In the misty cloud forests farther inland, the Chachapoya, the warriors of the clouds, built fortresses on mountain ridges and buried their dead in cliffside tombs. Their world was green, damp, and filled with mystery, a bridge between the Andes and the Amazon. Each culture found its own rhythm with the land. Some followed rivers, some climbed mountains, all built with purpose to endure. High in the valley of Cusco, sometime around the early 1200s, a small kingdom began to gather strength. It was led by a people who called themselves the Inca, children of the sun god Inti. They were few at first, a single valley among dozens, but through diplomacy, warfare, and divine vision, they expanded outward, uniting the fractured Andes into one vast empire. By the 1400s, under the rule of Pachacuti, the Inca realm had become the largest in the pre-Columbian Americas, stretching 4,000 kilometers along the spine of South America. It was called Tawantinsuyu, the land of the four quarters. Its roads crossed deserts, jungles, and glaciers. Its bridges hung over canyons deeper than cathedrals. Every stone in their cities fit perfectly into the next, no mortar, no gaps, as if cut by the gods themselves. Cusco became the navel of the world, its streets arranged like a puma, its temples lined with gold. Above all stood Machu Picchu, a city hidden among clouds, terraces of green and grey, where sun and shadow met in perfect silence. It was both sanctuary and symbol, the summit of Andean harmony. The Inca world was not built on wealth or conquest alone, but on reciprocity, a philosophy called Aini, meaning today for you, tomorrow for me. Communities worked together on royal projects, building terraces, roads, and temples that served all. There was no coin, no private land, instead labor was the currency of loyalty. The empire provided food from state storehouses, shelter for travelers, and order through an intricate web of governors, priests, and engineers. The Inca measured time through stars and rituals. They tracked the heavens from stone towers, predicting solstices that guided their harvests. They built with precision so great that even today their walls withstand earthquakes that destroy modern cities. By the 15th century, the Andean world stood at its peak. Caravans of llamas carried goods along royal highways. Messengers, chasquis, sprinted across mountains with knotted cords of information called quipus, a system of record-keeping unmatched in elegance. Temples gleamed with gold not as currency, but as the sweat of the sun, sacred offerings to Inti, to Pachamama, the earth, and to Viracocha, the creator. In the cities, stone walls shone in the light of dawn. On the terraces, maize and potatoes grew in endless rows, reaching toward heaven, and through it all, the empire hummed like a living organism, united, patient, vast. The Inca did not think of themselves as conquerors. They believed they were restoring order to a world already sacred. To build was to honor creation itself. And then, without warning, the age of the Andes would end, not by its own decay, but by the arrival of a world it had never seen. But that is another story, a story of collision, faith, and fire. The 15th century, across the Atlantic, kingdoms fought and traded, empires rose and fell, and maps were being redrawn by explorers who believed the edge of the world still waited to be found. But here in the vast lands of the Americas, time followed its own rhythm, steady, circular, untouched by the storm gathering beyond the sea. The world was complete. It did not yet know it was about to end. In the forests and plains of North America, societies thrived quietly in the rhythm of the seasons. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy, known later as the Iroquois, had united powerful nations under a great law of peace. Their council fires burned in longhouses where decisions were made not by kings, but by consensus. Each voice was heard, each tribe had its place, a democracy born from the forest. Their system would one day inspire future generations far across the ocean. To the west, the Pueblo people still watched the stars from their adobe homes, farming the dry lands with ancient skill. In the Great Plains, the bison roamed in herds so vast that they darkened the horizon. The people followed their migration as they had for centuries, bound to the heartbeat of the land. The north was not silent, it was in harmony. Farther south, the Valley of Mexico glimmered beneath the high sun. Tenochtitlan, capital of the Aztec Empire, had become one of the largest cities on earth. Its canals sparkled with boats of flowers and fruits. Its markets teemed with thousands of traders. The people walked on streets made of stone and faith. Faith that the gods would keep the sun alive if humanity paid its due. Each temple, each ceremony, each offering was part of a cosmic balance. The Aztecs believed their world was the fifth and final stage, a fragile creation sustained only by sacrifice. They did not fear death, they feared cosmic silence. Yet alongside their ritual life bloomed poetry and art, words that spoke of love, nature, and the shortness of existence. In their songs the Aztecs dreamed of flowers that never wilt, and hearts that beat forever beneath the sun. Their civilization at its peak was as complex and vibrant as any on Earth. In the Andes, the Inca Empire continued to grow, uniting dozens of nations from the deserts of Chile to the jungles of Ecuador. From their capital in Cusco, the Sapa Inca ruled as the child of the sun, Messengers ran across mountain roads, carrying the empire's heartbeat from valley to valley. The terraces glowed green under a sky of silver peaks. Machu Picchu stood in silence, a crown of stone wrapped in cloud. Untouched, unseen by the wider world, the Inca world was orderly, peaceful, and immense. Its people worked in harmony, believing their emperor sustained the balance of heaven and earth. To them, the world was eternal, the mountains unshakable, the sun unchanging. Farther east, in the depths of the Amazon, life followed different laws. Tribes along the great rivers lived in harmony with the jungle, their knowledge of plants, animals, and medicine more advanced than outsiders would believe for centuries to come. To them, the world was alive. Every tree had a spirit, every river a song. The rainforest itself was a cathedral, its canopy the roof of the world. Along the southern tip of the continent, in the lands of Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego, small bands of hunters moved through wind and ice. They had no temples, no kings, only endurance, memory, and firelight in the dark. Each region of the Americas, forest, desert, mountain, and plain, lived in its own kind of greatness. By 1490, the Americas had reached their height. 50 million people lived across these continents. Cities, empires, and tribes thrived, all without wheels, iron, or horses, yet with mastery of stone, water, and stars. They built civilizations that measured time more precisely than any clock, mapped the heavens without telescopes, and farmed land so efficiently that some of their crops would one day feed the entire world. It was a world vast, self-contained, and complete, 1,000 cultures bound by the same heartbeat, respect for balance. And then, beyond the horizon, sails began to rise. They were small at first, barely specks against the endless sea, but they carried with them a new age, one that would change the earth forever. The last night of the old world fell quietly. The fires burned as they always had. The stars shone over mountains and jungles unchanged, and across the ocean dawn was breaking. By the mid-15th century, Europe stood on a fragile bridge between worlds, one foot still sunk in the medieval past, and the other reaching toward the age of discovery, art, and empires. The year 1450 was not a single turning point, but rather the crest of centuries of change. The Black Death had loosened its grip, yet its shadow lingered in every city and village. Feudal lords, once supreme, now found their power thinning like old parchment under the new light of commerce, invention, and ambition. In Western Europe, the 100 Years' War had dragged its weary carcass across generations, shaping nations and breaking knights. France was finally finding its feet again under Charles VII, the same monarch who had been inspired decades earlier by a peasant girl named Joan of Arc. England, exhausted and fractured, was slipping toward internal chaos, what would soon erupt as the Wars of the Roses. Across the Channel, the long French reconquest had shattered England's once mighty holdings on the continent, and the dream of an English France died with the last campaigns. The medieval balance of power had cracked. But the story of this decade was not only about wars and crowns. It was about transformation. A strange new energy coursed through Europe. It could be felt in the printing presses of Mainz, in the artist workshops of Florence, in the astronomers' quiet notebooks, and in the merchants' ledgers of Venice. Something vast was awakening. The Gutenberg press, perfected around 1450, may not have seemed like much to the nobles and clergy of the time, just a curious contraption of wood and metal. Yet its invention was one of those moments when human civilization quietly changed forever. For the first time, knowledge was no longer bound to the slow hands of monks in candlelit scriptoria. Ideas could spread faster than armies. Bibles, poems, philosophies, and pamphlets began to multiply. And with each printed page, the medieval mind loosened its hold on the European imagination. Farther south, Italy burned with restless brilliance. The old city-states, Florence, Venice, Milan, and Naples, competed not only in trade and politics but in beauty itself. Scholars rediscovered the forgotten wisdom of Greece and Rome, collecting manuscripts and translating them with a feverish devotion. Artists and patrons alike sensed they were living at the dawn of something new. In the workshops of Florence, apprentices painted light and shadow with an attention that would have seemed almost divine to their ancestors. It was the early Renaissance, a word that would later come to define an entire era of rebirth. But while Italy's cities glittered, the eastern horizon darkened. Beyond the crumbling walls of the Byzantine Empire, a new power was rising: the Ottoman Turks, led by a young and ambitious sultan, Mehmed II. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire had stood as a proud relic of Rome's legacy, though reduced to little more than the walls of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. It was a flickering candle in a vast storm. Europe watched, half in fear and half in indifference, as the last guardian of antiquity stood alone. By 1450, Mehmed ascended the Ottoman throne, inheriting a realm vast and hungry. He was not content to be remembered as just another sultan. He sought to become a second Alexander, a new Caesar of the East. His eyes were fixed upon the shimmering prize, Constantinople. The city once called the Queen of Cities, the link between two continents and two ages. The Byzantine Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos, ruling over a weary and nearly hollow empire, prepared for the inevitable. His fortresses were crumbling, his coffers nearly empty, and his allies, the Christian powers of Europe, sent little more than words and prayers. Some Venetian ships arrived, some Genoese soldiers offered aid, but most of Europe was distracted by its own feuds and reforms. The ancient city stood alone against a force that dwarfed it tenfold. Meanwhile, in Central Europe, the Holy Roman Empire continued its strange dance of unity and disunity. Emperor Frederick III reigned over a patchwork of semi-independent princes, bishops, and free cities. He was cautious, often mocked for his passivity. Yet his patient rule would outlast many of his more aggressive contemporaries. His motto, AEIOU, was a cryptic promise that all the world is subject to Austria, a whisper of imperial ambition that would echo through later centuries. To the north, the Hanseatic League still connected the cities of the Baltic and the North Sea, binding merchants from Lübeck to London in a web of trade and diplomacy. The age of chivalric crusades had faded, replaced by the commerce as conquest. Gold and spices were the new weapons, and ships became the new armies. In the east, Poland-Lithuania formed one of the largest realms in Europe, though stretched thin across vast forests and steppes. The Teutonic Order, once a powerful military brotherhood, had been humbled after its defeat at Grunwald, 1410, and never fully recovered. The medieval dream of holy war had turned into the practical politics of kings and merchants. And far beyond the mountains, Russia was stirring under the leadership of Vasily II of Moscow, who would soon be succeeded by his son Ivan III, the man destined to free Russia from Mongol rule. The seeds of a new empire were being planted even as the old ones fell. Across all of Europe, change was accelerating. Old alliances faltered, old enemies vanished, and new horizons appeared. The gunpowder age was now unstoppable. Cannons thundered where knights once charged, and castles that had stood for centuries cracked under the weight of iron balls. The armored knight, symbol of medieval might, was slowly becoming obsolete, his gleaming armor a relic of a bygone age. By 1452, the stage was set for one of history's most dramatic and symbolic events, the fall of Constantinople. But before that final curtain, Europe remained unaware that the death of one empire would mark the rebirth of another world. The Middle Ages were not ending with a single explosion, but with a long sigh. The sigh of kingdoms, churches, and traditions fading into history. The age of stone and sword was yielding to the age of reason and gunpowder, faith and curiosity, fear and awakening. Europe was about to awaken from its long medieval dream. In the spring of 1452, the air in Constantinople was heavy with prophecy. Merchants had whispered that omens had appeared over the Bosphorus, a halo around the moon, the flight of strange birds, and faint tremors in the ground. Priests led processions through narrow streets, chanting for divine mercy. Yet even their faith could not silence the distant thunder of drums rolling across the plains of Thrace. To the east, the young Sultan Mehmed II was preparing his army for something the world had not seen since the time of Caesar, the siege of a world capital. He was only 21 years old, but his ambition was ancient. Mehmed did not see himself merely as ruler of the Turks. He saw himself as the heir to Rome itself. To take Constantinople was not only to capture a city, but to claim the mantle of empire, to transform the Islamic world and strike at the heart of Christendom. The Byzantines had been expecting such a moment for years. The emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos, reigned over what was once the Eastern Roman Empire. Now reduced to a handful of territories, crumbling walls, and fewer than 10,000 soldiers. Still, he ruled with dignity and resolve. Those who met him spoke of a man both weary and unbreakable, determined to die on his throne if the city fell. Better the Turkish turban than the Latin tiara, some of his people had said, bitterly recalling the betrayal of the Fourth Crusade 2 centuries earlier, when Western Christians had plundered the city they were sworn to protect. Now the Byzantines faced their final trial alone. In the winter of 1452, Mehmed began constructing a fortress on the European side of the Bosphorus, Rumeli Hisari, the fortress of the Roman land. Its walls rose with astonishing speed, built by thousands of laborers under the supervision of Mehmed himself. Each stone that was laid tightened the Ottoman noose around Constantinople. From its towers, heavy cannons commanded the strait, stopping any ships that tried to bring aid to the city. The message was clear: the days of Byzantium were numbered. The defenders of Constantinople were a mosaic of nations. There were Greeks, Venetians, and Genoese, mercenaries, sailors, and monks, fighting side by side on the ancient ramparts of Theodosian walls, which had withstood 1,000 years of assaults. The greatest of their foreign allies was Giovanni Giustiniani, a Genoese captain who arrived with 700 well-trained men. His courage and discipline gave the defenders hope, but even he knew the odds were hopeless. On April 6, 1453, Mehmed's massive army, estimated at 80,000 men, including elite janissaries, siege engineers, and foreign specialists, surrounded Constantinople. His navy sealed the Golden Horn, forming an iron ring of ships and cannon around the fabled city. The siege had begun. For nearly 7 weeks the earth trembled with bombardment. Mehmed had brought with him giant bombards, the largest ever built, designed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. The main cannon, a monstrous tube of bronze 27 feet long, hurled stone balls weighing hundreds of kilograms. Its roar echoed across the Bosphorus, shaking domes and shattering towers. Each shot left craters in the ancient walls, but the defenders worked tirelessly, repairing breaches under cover of darkness. Day after day the city held. Inside the walls life became surreal. Priests carried icons through the streets, praying for a miracle. The population, men, women, children, took shifts on the battlements, filling the gaps where soldiers had fallen. In the evenings the horizon glowed red from cannon fire. And every night the defenders looked out across the sea, hoping to see the sails of a Christian fleet, a hope that never came. One small Venetian fleet did attempt to break through, and for a brief moment cheers ran across the harbor as a handful of ships slipped past Ottoman fire, but they were too few, too late. By late May, the outer walls of Constantinople were crumbling. Giustiniani had been wounded and his retreat from the walls shattered morale. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing the end was near, gathered his remaining men and addressed them one final time. Chroniclers later recalled his words, "My brothers, let us not lament our fate. Heaven has seen fit to place us in this trial. Whoever wishes to die, let him follow me." At dawn on May 29, 1453, the final assault began. Waves of Ottoman soldiers crashed against the walls, first irregular troops, then Anatolian veterans, and finally the Janissaries themselves, the Sultan's elite. The defenders fought with desperate valor, hurling stones, arrows, and boiling oil. But the sheer weight of numbers was overwhelming. Somewhere near the gate of Saint Romanus, the walls gave way. The emperor threw off his imperial regalia and plunged into battle, sword in hand. His last words were never recorded, only that he fought until he was surrounded and cut down. The last emperor of Rome died on his feet. By midday, the banner of the crescent moon flew over the towers of Constantinople. Mehmed rode through the gates in silence. He dismounted at the great church of Hagia Sophia, entered its vast dome and ordered it to be converted into a mosque. As he gazed at the mosaics glittering in the half-light, he whispered verses from Persian poetry. The spider weaves the curtains in the palace of kings. The owl calls the watches in the towers of Afrasiab. Afrasiab, who was a mythical king from Iranian legend. The city that had once been the heart of the Christian East had fallen. After more than 1,100 years, the Byzantine Empire was no more. Yet, even in its destruction, Constantinople became a bridge between worlds. Greek scholars fled westward, carrying with them manuscripts, philosophy, and science. The Renaissance, already stirring in Italy, was fueled by the knowledge that escaped the fallen empire. The fall of the East became the rebirth of the West. Europe trembled at the news. Churches tolled their bells and sermons spoke of the apocalypse. But soon the shock gave way to something else, a growing realization that the old medieval order, the one held together by popes, crusaders, and kings, could not stand unchanged. New frontiers beckoned. The maps of the world were about to be redrawn. In the halls of Venice, Florence, and Lisbon, merchants and navigators began to whisper of finding a new route to the Indies, one that would bypass Ottoman lands entirely. A generation later, their dreams would lead to caravels on the Atlantic and names like Columbus, Vasco da Gama, and Magellan. The fall of Constantinople closed one chapter of human history, but in doing so, it opened another. The news spread across Europe like thunder rolling over distant hills. Constantinople, the eternal city, the shield of Christendom, the heir of Rome, had fallen. In monasteries and palaces alike, the story passed from trembling lips to parchment, each telling shaded with disbelief. Messengers arrived in Venice, then in Rome, then in Paris. The Venetian Senate sat in grim silence when they heard the words, "The city is taken." In Rome, Pope Nicholas V wept openly, declaring day of mourning and calling for a new crusade. But his words carried the weary echo of a song sung too many times. Europe no longer moved at the command of popes and crosses. It moved by trade, invention, and ambition. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 was more than a military event. It was a psychological earthquake. It was as if the last surviving piece of the ancient world had finally vanished into dust. For nearly 1,000 years, the Byzantine Empire had stood as a golden thread tying together antiquity and Christendom. Now, that thread had been cut, and the medieval tapestry was unraveling. The Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, wasted no time transforming his new capital. Constantinople became Istanbul, the jewel of a new empire that stretched from the Balkans to Anatolia. The Hagia Sophia became a mosque, its mosaics plastered over but not destroyed. Mehmed wanted not the annihilation of the city, but its resurrection under his name. He invited merchants, scholars, and architects to repopulate the empty streets. Within a few years, Istanbul was alive again, no longer Byzantine but Ottoman. Europe watched in shock and fascination. In the courts of Italy, scholars debated whether Mehmed might be a new Alexander. Brutal but visionary. His letters to Western rulers, written in eloquent Greek and Latin, astonished diplomats. He spoke of uniting East and West under a single enlightened empire. Few believed him, but all respected the magnitude of his ambition. Meanwhile, the fall of the Byzantine capital sent refugees and manuscripts streaming westward. Greek scholars carrying precious texts found patronage in Italy, especially in Florence and Rome. Among them were the writings of Plato, Euclid, and Ptolemy, works unseen in Western Europe for centuries. The Renaissance burst into fuller bloom. Painters studied perspective, architects rediscovered symmetry, and philosophers began to speak of the dignity of man rather than the sinfulness of man. Out of Byzantium's ashes rose a new way of seeing the world. Yet not everyone was celebrating renewal. In Eastern Europe, the Hungarian kingdom under the fierce general John Hunyadi prepared for war. The Ottomans had not stopped with Constantinople. They pressed northward into the Balkans, threatening Serbia, Wallachia, and Hungary itself. In 1456, Mehmed's armies marched toward Belgrade, intending to take the fortress and open the road to Central Europe. It would become one of the last great battles of the medieval age. Hunyadi, an aging but brilliant commander, rallied his troops with the zeal of a crusader, though few in the West answered the Pope's new call to arms. At his side fought a fiery Franciscan monk, Giovanni da Capistrano, later called John of Capistrano, who inspired peasants, townsmen, and soldiers with sermons that echoed across the Danube. In July 1456, the siege of Belgrade began. For weeks the city endured bombardments as fierce as those that had destroyed Constantinople. Yet the defenders refused to yield. On July the 22nd, Hunyadi launched a counterattack. personally leading his cavalry through the breach. The Ottomans, exhausted and taken by surprise, broke ranks. Mehmed himself was wounded. The Turkish army retreated, leaving behind thousands of dead. When word of the victory reached Rome, Pope Calixtus III ordered church bells to ring at noon each day, a tradition that, in many places, continues to this day. Belgrade had held. It was not the end of the Ottoman advance, but it was the last great Christian triumph fought in the spirit of the Crusades. After Hunyadi's death, soon after the battle, the dream of a united Christian defense faded again into division and politics. While the Eastern Front smoldered, Western Europe was shedding its medieval skin. In France, Charles VII continued rebuilding his kingdom, reforming armies and consolidating royal power. In England, chaos deepened into the Wars of the Roses, a dynastic struggle between the houses of Lancaster and York that would drench the island in blood for decades. The age of feudal barons was dying, but it would not die quietly. The battlefields of England were filled not with armored knights in shining mail, but with longbowmen, billmen, and cannon. Gunpowder had become the true equalizer, the sound of modernity announcing itself in thunder and smoke. In the Iberian Peninsula, the kingdoms of Castile, Aragon, and Portugal were laying the foundations of future empires. The final Muslim stronghold in Spain, the Emirate of Granada, still survived, but its days were numbered. Portuguese ships were already pushing beyond the known world, charting the coasts of Africa, guided by Prince Henry the Navigator. A new spirit of exploration, half faith, half greed, was spreading like wildfire. While the East had fallen to Islam, the West was preparing to circle the globe. Back in the eastern Mediterranean, the Empire of Trebizond, once a glittering remnant of Byzantine glory, watched events in horror. Trebizond had long stood on the remote shores of the Black Sea, a city of merchants and scholars that preserved the memory of Byzantium. Its emperor David Komnenos ruled over little more than the city itself and its nearby valleys, but he still bore the title Basileus of the Romans. He hoped to survive through diplomacy, playing the Ottomans against their enemies. But Mehmed II was patient. He saw Trebizond not as a threat, but as unfinished business, the last echo of an empire he had already buried. In 1456 he began tightening the noose around it, taking nearby fortresses and coastal towns. Trebizond's days were numbered. As one historian would later write, in those years the light of the Middle Ages burned low, flickering in a few far corners, but no one could yet see the dawn that was coming. By the mid-1450s, Europe was no longer what it had been. The castles that had defined its skyline were obsolete. The crossbows and cannons of new empires ignored the codes of chivalry. Kings no longer ruled by divine right alone, but by money, gunpowder, and cunning diplomacy. Monks no longer copied books, they read them in print. And the great universities began to study not only theology, but philosophy, anatomy, and the stars. The old world was dying, but it was dying into something luminous, something restless, uncertain, and full of promise. By the late 1450s, the map of Europe looked unfamiliar even to those who had lived through the change. The Ottoman crescent now gleamed where the Roman double-headed eagle once flew. Constantinople was no longer a Christian beacon but a radiant capital of a Muslim empire stretching from Hungary to Mesopotamia. To the west, kingdoms were consolidating power, merchants were growing richer than nobles, and across every frontier, the whispers of a new age were growing louder. Yet in the Far East, beyond the mountains of Anatolia and the waters of the Black Sea, one fragile remnant of Byzantium still clung to life, the Empire of Trebizond. Perched between mountains and sea, Trebizond was a place of legend. Its steep streets overlooked harbors filled with the scent of salt and spice. The people spoke Greek with a song-like accent, and their merchants traded silk, furs, and silver with Persia and beyond. Its emperors claimed descent from the Komnenoi, the dynasty that had once ruled the vast Byzantine world from Constantinople itself. For 2 centuries Trebizond had survived by diplomacy, by tribute, and by luck. It was a city that had watched empire after empire crumble, and yet somehow remained untouched, until now. In 1457 Mehmed II turned his attention to this last ember of Rome. His empire was secure, his armies were unstoppable, and his fleets ruled the Aegean and the Black Sea. The Sultan could afford to wait, but patience was never his nature. He sent envoys to Emperor David Komnenos, demanding submission. The message was clear: surrender and live as a vassal, resist and be swept away like Constantinople. David hesitated. He had corresponded secretly with the rulers of Georgia and Persia, hoping to rally allies, perhaps even secure help from the Christian West. But no help came. Venice and Genoa were exhausted, embroiled in trade rivalries and wars of their own. The kings of Europe sent only condolences, not soldiers. In the summer of 1460, Ottoman ships appeared off the coast of Trebizond. Their sails blotted out the horizon. Mehmed's armies followed soon after, moving along the coastal roads with grim precision. The siege began that August. Within weeks, the city's defenses crumbled under bombardment. Realizing the hopelessness of resistance, David Komnenos surrendered on the condition that his family and people would be spared. Mehmed entered the city in triumph, as he had done in Constantinople 7 years earlier. The conqueror of empires stood on the walls of Trebizond and gazed out over the Black Sea. The last outpost of Byzantium had fallen. With that, the Roman Empire, born more than 2,000 years before, finally ceased to exist. From the Tiber to the Bosphorus to the Pontus, its light had flickered, dimmed, and gone out. Yet its spirit, its learning, art, and laws would live on in the minds of those who now looked to the future rather than the past. For the world that replaced it was no longer medieval. The rhythm of history had changed. Across Europe, new rulers were forging the states that would dominate the coming centuries. In France, the monarchy was rising from the ashes of war, centralizing power and creating the first standing armies. In England, rival dynasties bled each other dry. But out of that turmoil would emerge a new royal line, the Tudors, who would lead the nation into a global era. In Spain, the marriage of Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon was drawing near, a union that would unite their kingdoms, end the Reconquista, and fund voyages beyond the edge of the known world. And in Portugal, sailors whispered of the African coast, where the ocean curved toward the mysteries of India. Meanwhile, in the heart of Europe, the Habsburgs were quietly weaving their web of dynastic alliances. Frederick III's motto, AEIOU, no longer sounded so cryptic: all the world is subject to Austria. Through patience and marriage, rather than conquest, the foundations of a future empire were being laid. Even the church was changing. The papacy, once thundering with crusades and excommunications, was leaving to navigate a new political reality. Popes like Pius II and Nicholas V were less warriors and more patrons of art and humanism. They built libraries, sponsored painters, and corresponded with scholars. The sword of faith was giving way to the pen of reason. But the echoes of the old world were not yet silent. In Eastern Europe, battles still raged. The kingdom of Bosnia, caught between Hungarian ambition and Ottoman expansion, was falling. Serbia was already gone, its princes replaced by Ottoman governors. The once mighty Wallachian voivodes resisted desperately in their forests and mountains, led by figures like Vlad III Dracula, a name that would soon become legend, feared both for his cruelty and his defiance. To the north, Poland, Lithuania and Moscow watched the Ottoman advance with unease. In Moscow, Ivan III was beginning his rise, the ruler who would later cast off Mongol domination and call himself Tsar, a title derived from Caesar. Ironically, as the Empire of the West fell, its name was being reborn in the frozen lands of the East. Meanwhile, artists in Florence painted saints and angels with human faces and light that seemed divine. In Mainz, printers turned ink and lead into the greatest revolution in communication since the invention of writing. In Venice, ships unloaded books instead of relics. Knowledge itself was becoming a trade good. The Middle Ages were not ending in catastrophe, but in transformation, like ice melting into water, the same substance in a new form. The fall of Trebizond in 1461 was, in truth, a symbolic final chord, a soft and distant echo marking the end of a 1,000-year symphony. The melody of Rome, Byzantium, feudalism and crusades faded, replaced by the rhythms of exploration, art and invention. A new dawn was beginning to tint the sky, the Renaissance, the Age of Discovery, the Age of Empires. And though the banners of the Middle Ages were lowered, their threads would be woven into every flag, every cathedral and every book that followed. The story of medieval Europe did not truly end in 1461. It simply changed costume. From the chainmail of knights to the robes of scholars, from the chants of monks to the music of human voices speaking in the languages of science, poetry and reason. The world had grown wider and humanity was ready to explore it. The year 1461 marked the quiet turning of an age. Few alive then would have spoken of a renaissance, or an end of the Middle Ages. The people of that time still prayed to the same saints, farmed the same fields, and fought under the same banners. But beneath the familiar surface, the world had changed, profoundly, irreversibly, and forever. When Trebizond fell that year, there were no crusades, no messengers galloping west to cry for help. The last Byzantine emperor surrendered without ceremony, and the news barely stirred the courts of Europe. Constantinople had been the empire's heart. Trebizond was its shadow, vanishing quietly into history. Yet, in that silence, something new was being born. Across the continent, a strange duality had taken hold. The same years that saw the end of Byzantium also witnessed the rise of a Europe bursting with creativity and ambition. It was as if, at the moment the old Roman flame was extinguished, 1,000 smaller fires were lit across the West, in the minds of poets, painters and explorers. In Florence, Filippo Brunelleschi's dome had already transformed architecture, soaring like a stone miracle above the sky. Leon Battista Alberti wrote of proportion and beauty, arguing that mathematics and art were one. Donatello's bronze David, cast decades earlier, now stood as a symbol of human triumph rather than divine intervention. In Mainz, a man named Johannes Gutenberg had built a printing press that could reproduce words faster than any monk's pen. Few yet realized what it meant, that ideas would no longer belong to few but to the many. Even in war, the world was shifting. Gunpowder and cannon had ended the age of knights. No fortress, no wall, no title of nobility could stand against the roar of artillery. The fall of Constantinople had proved it. The fall of Trebizond confirmed it. And soon kings and generals would reshape their armies not around chivalry, but around strategy, discipline and wealth. Feudalism, the glue that had bound Europe together for centuries, was dissolving. In France, the monarchy grew stronger under Charles VII, and later under Louis XI, who would weave the web of centralized government that defined the modern state. In England, after years of chaos, the Wars of the Roses were nearing their end, setting the stage for the Tudors, who would soon project English power beyond the seas. In Spain, the marriage of Ferdinand and Isabella was imminent, uniting Castile and Aragon into one of the most formidable crowns in Europe. And though no one knew it yet, in just 30 years their sponsorship of a Genoese sailor named Christopher Columbus would transform the world. From the ashes of the medieval, modernity was rising, not in a single city or under one ruler, but everywhere at once. But even as the Renaissance dawned, echoes of the past lingered. In monasteries, monks still debated the nature of angels. In the countryside, peasants still lived and died by the rhythm of the harvest. Superstition and science walked hand in hand. Witch trials and star charts shared the same shelves. It was a world of contradictions, of cathedral spires reaching for heaven while cannon smoke drifted across the fields below. For the people who lived through it, the transition was invisible. They did not know that their time would later be called the end of the Middle Ages. They simply knew that things were changing faster than ever before. Merchants in Venice grew rich trading goods from the East, no longer fearing Ottoman raids but competing with them. Artists painted human faces with emotion, no longer bound by strict religious convention. Philosophers rediscovered the ancient idea that man was the measure of all things. Even religion, once unshakable, began to tremble. The papacy's authority was no longer unquestioned. Humanist scholars such as Erasmus and Pico della Mirandola would soon argue that faith and reason could coexist, that God's image might be found not only in heaven but in humanity itself. It was a subtle rebellion, one that would eventually ignite reformations and revolutions alike. Meanwhile, in the East, the Ottoman Empire flourished. Mehmed II's dream of uniting old and new worlds was partially realized. His capital, Istanbul, became a crossroads of cultures. Byzantine engineers building mosques beside Persian calligraphers and Arab astronomers. The city's skyline, once marked by the domes of Hagia Sophia and the columns of Constantine, now glittered with minarets and crescents. It was the medieval world's epitaph, and its continuation. By 1461, Europe stood on the edge of something vast. Ships were being built that could cross oceans. Books were being printed that could cross centuries. Ideas were forming that could reshape nations. And in small workshops, glass lenses, compasses, and clocks were redefining humanity's perception of time, space, and itself. The Middle Ages had not ended with a bang or a battle, but with a transformation of the human mind. The knights had laid down their swords, the monks had lifted their pens. The world was no longer ruled by kings alone, but by curiosity. The age of faith had given birth to the age of reason. Still, to the people of 1461, the future was uncertain. They did not see themselves as standing at the dawn of modernity, but at the edge of chaos, a chaos filled with opportunity, danger, and wonder. They were the children of an ending, and the parents of everything that came after. In the silence that followed the fall of Trebizond, the chroniclers of Byzantium put down their pens. The last sentence in one manuscript reads simply, "The world has changed, and we with it." That quiet truth sums up the closing of the medieval age. The old empires had died, but the dream of greatness, the desire to build, to understand, to explore, remained as alive as ever. As the 15th century drew to a close, Europe stood in the first light of a new dawn. From its ruins, from its wars, and from its memories, A new civilization would rise, one that would stretch its sails across the oceans, paint its visions on ceilings, and one day look back to call these centuries by a name we still use today, the Middle Ages.